Wow, gua bangun 25 menit early. Lah, lu meremehkan gua. Dari kemarin tuh gua sebenarnya bangun. Kalau ada niat mah gua bangun. Kalau emang udah gak niat mah gua gak bangun. So, selamat datang di live streaming gua kali ini. Hari ini streaming yang cukup spesial. Hari ini gua akan menyelenggarakan watch party Valorant lagi, VCT Master Tokyo Grand Final. Dalam waktu 24 menit kita akan menyaksikan Grand Final BO5 Fnatic versus Evil Genius. Jadi, pick your side dari sekarang ya. Kita ketemu 24 menit lagi. Halo Riot, halo. Udah kalian nungguin udah 24 menit gua makan. Wah, susahnya bangun pagi gini. Pola makan gua sih yang berubah sih. Karena transisi begadang ke nggak begadang. Kalau sekarang tiba-tiba gue mau begadang lagi, otomatis gue bangun lebih lama lagi. Jadi jam makannya agak sedikit mundur. Jadi transisi tetap sulit sih untuk kayak plus 3 jam bangun, min 3 jam tidur ya. Kurang lebih gue gak begadang lagi hari ini, karena hari ini watch party yang terakhir juga sih. And again, thank you buat Riot yang udah ngasih gue percaya buat watch party ini. Tapi di luar itu kan gue gak terlalu main Valorant ya. Cuman kayak Grand Final ini ya kayak bakal jadi salah satu memorable moment buat gue aja sih. Ini kayak bakal seru sih game sih. Ya asal jangan sampai kayak 3-0 aja gitu. Gue expect 1 sama at least, 2 sama, 1-3 mungkin. Let's make a good one ya. Koros ada gunslinger. Oh wow, kerja bagus. Bang, anjay tuh main kebangun lah. Gue dari kemarin juga bangun pagi. Gue bisa bangun jam berapa aja yang kalian mau. Kalian aja yang jarang ngeliat gue. Yang udah subscribe lama pasti tahu. Main DBD jam 10 pagi sampai jam 1 siang. Subscriber baru nggak tahu pasti. Itu jam galau Indonesia itu, jam pagi. Obatnya DB sih. Sebentar ya. Mau lihat bracketnya silakan lihat bracketnya aja. Gue bisa tekan iklan. Nah, gue bisa tekan iklannya. Chill. Bisa. Badan gue bisa dipasang alarm sebenarnya. Jadi jam berapa aja gue sebenarnya bisa bangun. Kayak sekarang gue udah mandi belum? Gak perlu mandi. Mandi pagi-pagi habis olahraga, jadi otomatis kalau gue bangun pagi ya otomatis gue harus olahraga lebih awal. Habis itu gue sarapan lebih awal, terus ya udah jadi segini. Hari ini gue mau bikin menu sarapan baru juga sih. Jadi gue mau coba ada variasi biar nggak bosan tiap hari gue makan oatmeal atau nggak papaya. Sarapan gue hari ini papaya doang. Enggak sih, papaya buat nangsel aja. Paling nanti kayak jam 11-an mungkin gue baru makan. Biar enak aja. Emang begadang tanpa henti. Ya. Bangun pagi, kok begadang? Begadang dong. Ayo. Ketik EG untuk EG, ketik Fnatic untuk Fnatic. Kalian dukung siapa? Gua dukung dari sekarang ya. Sorry, gue masih megang EG. Dari kemarin gue selalu megang EG. Walaupun gue tahu Fnatic kayaknya nih flawless banget mainnya. Cuman I have high hopes buat EG, ya. Kalau EG kalah di sini, dah. Kita ke tim lain. Gue dari awal gue megang EG. Dan surprisingly dia dari lower bracket bisa naik ke sini anjir. Gokil sih. Gua come a long way ya, EG ya. Grand final loh. Fnatic di Valorant sih terang banget ya. Gila. Yos, kita ketemu lagi 18 menit lagi ya. Aku mau story dulu. Ayo cepet spam EG atau Fnatic. Gua mau story nih dalam waktu 10 detik. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Ayo, pegang siapa? 18 menit lagi. EG dikit ya. EG 36%. Kenapa? Kalian ngeliat dari posisi doang kah? Dia di upper. So gimana tanggapan kalian? PRX udah balik. Pupus kah? Kayak kecewa kah? Kayak Indo Pride-nya. Lihat temen gue sampai punya jersey PRX buat apa tuh? Jadi BA-nya kah? Tanggapannya biasa aja, kan punya slot champion. Nah, nanti kan di champion pulang lagi. Nanti gue tanya lagi ya. Nggak apa-apa kan, masih ada next time gitu. Yeah, so sorry. Nah, tapi kalau champion jam malam, jam gua itu. Oh, gua nggak megang PRX sih, gua megang EG dari awal. Oke, hadiahnya $350.000. Bagi berapa? Bagi 5. Lu dapat 4,9 M. Mau buat apa kalian? Ya anggaplah bagi 5 lah, kasarnya lah. Dapat se-M guys. Belum dibagi ke manajemen ya. Tuh M. Kurang lebih lah, hampir 1 M lah lu dapat. Buat naik haji Oke, kayaknya kelebihan deh. Lu bisa beberapa kali deh naik haji deh. Masih lama sih ini mainnya. Masih mungkin jam 10-an lebih lah nanti lah. Gimana ya rasanya ya? Kayak mereka di hotel malam-malam mikir kayak, wah, besok kita final cuy, gitu loh. Wush, ini pasti rame banget sih. Gue tadi ngeliat championship CEO Tekken 7 ya. Anjing, crowdnya udah sepi banget. Udah game tua sih ya. Nggak ada apa-apanya anjir sama ini. Gue pengen merchandise sih. Oh, ini lagi itu merchandise tuh. Wow. Bagus tuh merchandise-nya tuh. Valorant Master ada hoodie anjir. Anjir, Perex masih ada. Dulu suruh Mendo kesini kali ya. Belanja ya. Bisa gak? Sih tuh. Ngantri. Enak ya. Tapi orang Jepang sih suportif banget sih. Nah, mereka mah. Apa itu mereka? Oh, tote bag. Sumpah. Suruh Mendo deh. Do, beliin. Hari-hari suruh nitip. Tim yang ada franchise juga ada minimum salary gaji. Per player dapat gaji minimal 50k USD. 50k USD per tahun ya. 700 juta per bulannya, 60 juta salary-nya. Wah. Ya harus suruh Mendo lah, Mendo di Jepang anjir. Tapi gimana nih ya? Dia gak mungkin ke Tokyo lagi. Rame loh. Jepang lagi mulai panas guys ya. Lu bayangin kalau ada orang Jepang yang main anjir, masuk ke pro player. Ini aja gila banget lihat tuh crowdnya. Gokil. Kalau di Indo lagi record gini ya, lagi rekam gini, isinya calo semua. Tiket, VCT, Master Jakarta gitu. Oh ini kan banyak supporter ya, bawa poster, couple semuanya datang ya. Kalau di Indo dia malu guys ya, begitu. Tiket ya. Kayak nanti ada highlights dulu sih baru mulai sih, nggak langsung. Jersey fanatik cuy. Ramai banget ya. Wow. Jepang emang sangat suportif beginian ya. Gue suka culture Jepang sih. Tiketnya berapa ya? 1 juta 2 juta mungkin katanya sih. 1,2 juta kayaknya. Maybe. Kan Fanatic juga ada official Jepang ya. Ya nggak official Jepang juga. Kan ini bukan gara-gara Fanatic ya, dari kemarin juga rame banjir. Ini anggap 5 hari lu beli terus nih tiket nih ya kan. Siapa lagi gitu? YouTuber kali ya? Kenapa Jet sama Race dong? Chamber mana Chamber? Hoodie. Bajunya B aja sih sebenarnya sih, cuman sablon nyet gitu anjir. Oh, apa nih? Sponsor. In zone. Anjir. Udah bule sih. Oh, tempat buat ini ya. Wow. Anjir. Mereka per gambar loh. Wow, gila. Tipografer guys. Niat banget. Masih persiapan. Tapi kalau game 3-0 sih rugi ya, rugi waktu. Kalau tim Jepang masuk playoff sih, udah jebol itu. Tuh lihat Jepang guys, mobilnya dikit banget ya. Emang dikit banget. Jalanan tuh hampir gak ada mobil di Jepang. Tapi subway-nya, Kayak kata di Jepang kalau lu udah punya mobil itu berarti lu orang yang udah kelas BA ke atas, kayaknya udah kaya banget. Kaya banget lu kalau di Jepang lu punya mobil. Makanya sekalinya lewat tuh ya, Mercy, Lamborghini, Jaguar, banyak banget luxury car. Supercar itu banyak banget di Jepang. Yang lu sering lihat di jalanan ya. Karena emang itu harus dipakai gitu kan mobilnya. Sedangkan kalau orang yang mobilnya masih rata-rata ya di bawah itu masih dikit lah. Isinya kereta, set deh keretanya. Avanza nggak ada begituan guys. Nggak ada, jarang banget. Hans udah kenal Mendo sebelum Mendo ke Jepang atau Mendo udah di Jepang baru kenal? Mendo udah di Jepang dari dulu. Mendo udah di Jepang. Nah ini. Dulu dia masih gitu, lugu orangnya. Kalau di Indo udah hilang tuh papannya. Tuh, yang kecil-kecil gitu akrilik udah hilang. Ini bawa anduk ya? Anjir, PRX kan udah gak ada. Oh ini mungkin highlight kemarin ya. Oh. Baik juga ceweknya ya. Hmm. Iya. Komen lagi. Sampai stasiun antriannya. Ibi. Bahas game World War Z update. Gimana apa tuh? Chill ya, masih santai dulu ya, santai. Belum ini kok. Iya. Gue mesti di tengah ya. Bentar. Gini mesti. Dar. Ini mau.
Sure, it was heroic sacrificing myself for the team like that. But does that make me a hero? Maybe. Who can really say?
Yeah, for sure, man. So where is this legendary Max bot?
What's left of him is right over there. Nice catch, mate. He's a good little mimbot now. Do you like that?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, come on, Gecko.
Hilarious.
Biasa.
Let the games begin.
Oh, it's filthy in it. KJ, Raze, what happened to your robo cleaner?
What? That's not important. Get to the bottom room. Now!
Yeah, I'm on my way. Damn, you couldn't even wait for me.
This should be fun. Greetings, agents. I am MaxBot. Remember, I am the effect, not the cause.
It seem like a meteorite. Flame on my hand and I keep it alive. Pass me the torch and I'm here to ignite. Believe in myself, I ain't leaving this fight.
You had your fun. Now it's my turn.
You can't take what I got. And I ain't gonna.
Anjir. That's not gonna happen, ya.
Shall we go again?
It's grand finals day here at the
What?
Makahari
Apa
Messe,
tuh?
but before we even get into the meat and potatoes of the day itself as
Anjir,
well,
di atas
we have a lovely
itu.
little teaser here. I'm Bren, joined
Gila,
by Satchel as
di
usual
atas,
as well,
anjir,
and
serem
Coleman
banget.
Palms as well, the Associate Director of Product Management here at Valorant as well
Silakan.
on the dev side. Thank you very much for joining us, and we're going to be taking a look as well at Team Deathmatch, this new game mode.
I'm looking forward
to
to it.
Released. It's going to be good, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be so interesting. We've got a show match here with Team Japan against the international team, playing on a game mode that we've never seen before. We get to explore it
Team
at the same time
Japan
as they
versus
do.
Fnatic.
I'm hyped for it. I mean, you must be too. It's like the first unveiling
Better.
of this project you've been working on for a long time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been working on this game mode for a long time. I think it's going to be really exciting to see how they engage with Valorant in a pretty different sort of way.
Yeah.
Obviously, TDM, it takes a lot of mechanics that are going to be very familiar from our core game mode, but sort of flips it on its head in terms of the amount of uptime,
Riot
the amount
suka
of your
mode
respawn. It really
gini.
changes the flow of the game.
Mungkin
So
sih, ini
seeing
serem
how they
banget sih.
experiment with it.
You
It's gonna
talk
be
about
interesting.
that. I mean, as us
Atas,
for
anjir,
for
dia berdiri
casting the
lagi.
game, it's going to be non-stop action.
Mundur
too,
dikit
compared to what we
jatuh,
used to.
anjir.
Yeah, no downtime really at all. Let's take a look at the rules actually as well for this Team Deathmatch game mode as we look further
Dan kenapa
forward to
harus
set
di
this one up.
atas
So,
panggung
you know, pretty
sih?
simple across
Itu
the
lihat
board.
dong,
First to
ada
100 kills
supportnya gitu ya,
wins for
stage-nya ya.
either side of the teams. There's
Kan
3 new maps that have been
bertahan
built
aja.
specifically. You can play any agent that you have
Oh,
unlocked.
oke nih.
The
First
agents will
team
have
to
abilities,
kill
their own
100
cooldown
kill.
time as well.
Any
We'll get
unlocked
into the
agent can be
nitty-gritty
played.
of that, I don't think.
Ini kayak seru
But
deh.
overall, you're looking at around 10 minutes of total match time, 9 minutes 30, split into 4 stages, each with a different set of maps. We've got plenty of time as well during a show match to
Ini
break
kayak seru
down
deh.
Oh,
the
yeah.
real specifics of this as well.
Ada
But that's a
skillnya,
general
kan?
overview. So really,
Nah, ini
a fresh
baru
new look
nih.
at Valorant that is
Bisa
just being defined in this way of
satset-satset.
form. And this
Latihan
isn't, you know, like
aim,
some cute
pakai
little idea.
skill.
There's a lot that's been put into this game mode, right, Cole?
Oh yeah,
Seru apa tuh
absolutely.
ya ini?
Once again, we're trying to take a lot of the familiar gameplay experiences from our core mode and sort of adapt it to Valorant's version of Team Deathmatch. So we're going to be moving through the economy, we're going to be interacting with abilities and gunplay, but it's all manifested, especially with these unique TDM maps that we've built to create the best experience for this mode.
Okay, well, the first map that we're going to be playing, I'm excited to take a look at it, have a
Totalnya
fly through,
ada nggak
let's
ya?
see what we're doing. So this is Piazza,
Nggak usah
which
ada cooldown
I'm sure
gitu
people at home will
skillnya.
be
Itu
able to
skill
tell
terus
there's some
aja.
similarities in terms of the design, the feel compared to maps that they'll be familiar with, but these are brand new, right? They have so many different quirks, corners, small areas, and the map is a lot more condensed than you'll be used to if you only play Valorant in the like spike mode.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our traditional maps are built around this sort of like attack.
Kita nge-spam
defend
skill
loop,
aja,
right?
lebih
So
seru kan?
TDM, you have to build geometry that supports this sort of play pattern in a very different way.
Pakai
Let's take a look
bridge.
at the rosters as well for the show match that's on hand here as well. We have Team International versus Team Japan, bringing in content creators, pro players across the board as well. And yeah, some of the biggest names in terms of Japan content creation.
Oh,
Josh,
yeah.
you know, we were talking to some of the Japanese casters, you were as well. I mean, these guys, they have ludicrous bios attached to them in terms of what they're actually famous and known for. I don't know if this is them submitting or what, but there was something about asparagus farming in
Mau di
there.
showcase, mereka mau
Allegedly,
main.
Spy Gear 6'3", home
Gua
of
kira-
asparagus farm, like from that kind
Masih lama
of
dong ini
stock
berarti.
and
9
lineage,
menit
I
doang
suppose.
katanya
How do you
matchnya.
farm asparagus?
Dude, I don't know. We should have looked into it
no-
beforehand.
no-
but
no
it's so cool
cooldown.
for us too because we're being introduced to this, like the reason that Japan has blown up so much here.
pakai bridge.
Because it's
Let's
like
go,
so much of a spectator sport with the streamers blowing up.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I mean, this is going to be really exciting to watch as well and seeing just how much they try and get away with.
Who have you got your money
Paling
on?
enak
My
Sky
money?
sih,
Yeah.
kayaknya
Team
dari
Japan.
jauh aja.
I think
Why?
they got the home field advantage. That's the easy answer.
That's such nonsense for
easy
Team
answer.
Deathmatch.
Yeah.
Well, I know Team International got at least one game in on the TDM booth yesterday.
Oh, they actually
so
got
maybe they're
practice in?
sandbagging
There
a
we
little bit.
go.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, the teams are almost ready to walk out as well for this one here to get this show match really underway. It is going to be exciting. A nice little teaser before, like I said before, you know, the grand final starting later on today. But without further ado, please, let's welcome the two teams, Team Japan and the international team as well.
Belum, masih selingan dulu ya.
Team International.
Ada mereka mau tos-tosin gitu kan, mereka nggak tahu itu siapa ya, ini bukan pro player ya. Itu yang tos-tosin emang mau ditos-tosin atau gimana sih? Kalau nggak mau ada yang ngetos gimana? This is bakal awkward banget ya sih. Oh yeah, Team Japan. Ya mungkin kalau tim Japan mungkin oke lah. Gak ada yang mau ngetos, parah sombong banget. Emang berarti konten kreator gitu ya. Itu pro player yang cewek. Oh yang ini gak ada yang pro player, gak ada yang ngetos tuh. Kalau Jepang tosan sama Jepang mungkin awkward guys. Kalau orang luar mungkin tosan masih oke kali. Minim Ascendant Radian lah inilah Imo.
Let's get this started. This is going to be so sick to see. Team Deathmatch
Wow,
on the big stage. A clash
TDM
between
lagi
two
nih.
of these teams as well. A nice little teaser to set the
Anjir,
right,
dia
you know, just before we get
buat
into
ini kayak serius banget nih. Kalian marah gak sih guys kalau tiba-tiba matchnya cuma kayak gini doang? Matchnya bener-bener gini doang, itu udah lanjut besok tanggal 26.
I don't know what they're discussing. I mean, this is not going to be them putting in hours and hours of scrims and perfecting team deathmatch.
I mean, Mel is very competitive. she might be that. Honestly, she might be putting in scrims beforehand.
I do though think that this is so fun because it's a game mode that it is like a fun casual game mode, but it's also one that you can play with some level of like competitiveness behind.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Gila.
Yeah. It's not just like a practice environment.
Serius
when
banget
I heard that Valorant was
nih,
releasing
iya.
Team Deathmatch, I thought, oh, well, it's going to be like Deathmatch, but you play it in teams. So it's not going to be like abilities and a new flow to it and everything. It's just you run around and you get kills. But this is very much more of its own.
Nah
game
kayak
mode,
gini
its own,
dong,
like,
ada cewek ada
freestanding
cowoknya,
thing.
ya nggak
Oh
sih?
yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's very meaningful depth and strategy to this mode. I mean, and obviously we're seeing both these rosters are fielding pretty aggressively shaped comps with different compositions from each other, you know. And there's very
Anjir.
much like intentionality in terms of how you're approaching this mode. That's very
Gokil
different from
cosplaynya.
our traditional
Iya.
spike modes as well.
For sure.
Jadi cyber
We'll break
aja
down
gue
the
ya.
ideas of the
Cosplay
little
gitu aja di
abilities,
Komifuro di
alt
Desember
orbs,
yang full
weapons.
mask
You know,
gitu nggak
there's tons of
kelihatan.
different things that you can play for, like
Panas
micro
tuh.
objectives scattered around each of the maps, right? But how would you define our first map just in general? We're headed to Piazza. Each of the 3 maps, they do look quite different in terms of how they're designed.
Kena
So
orang
what's
lagi
the
keselepet.
philosophy with this first one that we're kicking off into?
Right, yeah, absolutely. So Piazza is our
Bagus
most
tuh,
wide
cybernya.
open map out of the TDM map roster. You're going to see probably a lot of combat engagements around
Jadi
mid,
vandal
but
aja
the
sih,
main
paling
points
bener
of
sih
interest
vandal
also are on
berjalan
these
gitu.
sides here.
Life
Both
size
sides is going to
vandal.
have a
Kayak segede
sniper
orang
nest,
gitu
which is really
jalan-jalan.
conducive for long range fights to help control mid. But there's also going to be a hut to the side of the sniper nest that allows
Nah,
enemies
tapi itu
to
kan
flank
event
them.
wibu
So,
cuy,
wide
jarang
open,
sih yang tahu
lots of fights in
Valorant.
mid, some
Primo
amount of
game tuh
sniping
udah
probably,
paling
and then
entity
Sentinels
paling tinggi
controllers
anjir.
or just people who want to play a little bit ratty are probably going to be trying to control those huts on the side to stop their teammates from getting flanked.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Almost ready
Jadi
to go as well.
DZ
We'll be
aja
getting
nggak
into
sih?
this one. Obviously, no sense of urgency with the content creators. They're just going to take their sweet time and against that. It's not like the pro teams that are just going to be like raring to go. But yeah, we will be getting into the action soon here for our first match of Team
Itu orang
Deathmatch.
berdiri itu di
We'll be
situ
playing
kah?
out all 3 of the
Enggak
matches
kan?
as well. Uniquely
Nggak berdiri,
designed
duduk kan
for the
pasti.
game mode. Team Japan versus
Oh,
Team
wow.
International.
Oh, ini
Let's get
match
to it.
baru
You can
ya,
already
guys, ya?
see just from the minimap all the little differences. You know, it's such a different look at it. Very familiar, obviously.
Kita ada
the
itu
general
HP
look
kali,
of the
cooldown,
map.
itu skill.
He's
But-
flexing on us.
Yeah, flexing on us, but it's already so unique. You can see it.
Oh wow.
Fight to be taken into mid here between the 2 sides.
A stun online. Everybody else playing duelist, essentially.
And the flag's already picking up the Ratty Omen gameplay.
And there's the importance of hut
Anjir,
control.
chaos,
Omen getting
chaos,
behind
cooldown
right off
itu.
the bat.
Smoker buat apa di sini anjir?
Ellie in the chamber just setting up over towards his left side too. So you'll notice that every time these players are spawning, as Hellion goes
This
nuts,
is actually pretty good.
they're spawning back in the same location, right? It's not like some other team deathmatch
Ini
modes in other
satisfying
games where
sih.
the spawns are going to
Tapi
rotate.
skillnya mana?
The game mode in Valorant, you're starting at the same
Oh,
spot
ini sih
every time.
minim sih
Correct,
orang
yeah,
yang udah
very much
jago
plays
main
front
sih.
to back. So, and especially in this early round, right now we're in
Jooomers
stage
seru
1,
sih.
so everyone's going to be using pistols.
Lah lu.
But yeah, very much there's a lot of predictability in terms of where enemies are coming from, and you're very much playing for map control in this mode. as
Pistol
opposed
round
to
nih ya
trying to
guys.
get behind
Masih
them
pistol
or
round
force
ya.
spawn.
I mean, trying to get behind them.
Oh,
Not like this, not on the big stage.
Give him the
Somebody
knife.
going down here with a knife.
We were robbed.
Ini
Mel,
seru
the
sih.
traitor, taking down Surugama,
jir.
the winners of the knife battle. But
Enak
it looks
banget
like
ya.
stage 1's almost over. Yeah, there we go. So the
There we
stage
go.
has changed.
So when the stage flips, actually, even if you're out on the field,
Ini
you can
Reina
press
enak
B, the
banget
buy
dong di
button, and
sini.
it will update you with your next weapon.
Tapi nggak tahu ya cooldown. Oh itu ultinya, ultinya kecas guys
So
setiap
stage
dia
2,
nge-kill
it
guys.
looks like
Oh,
they're being equipped with stingers.
SMG round.
Also, am I right in thinking that the different weapon pickups are now changed around the map? Did he just hit a fake Euro?
Anjir Neon jadi apa di sini anjir?
The fake Euro clone on them.
Neon
They
bisa
had to do it to him.
He's going crazy. He's
Sampai
farming
bego dong.
content. TikTok's going to be exploding.
Yeah, what you said about the weapon spawners is also absolutely true. So the weapon spawners, what they do is they provide power weapons, but those
nice.
are catered to the stage that you're in. So power
Aduh,
weapons in
kayak
stage
gitu
1 are
udah
going to be
kali ya.
things more like the
Oh,
sheriff, whereas the
drop
power weapons in
itunya.
stage 2, they
Shotgun
need to
itu.
upgrade to keep up with the weaponry.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at somebody taking a look at a bucky.
Oh, anjir ini sih
wondering whether they should
ngelatih
go for
ini ya,
that.
apa? Ngelatih
I also
refleks
believe that the
anjir.
bucky spawns in locations that are more close quarters, right? Rather than being a weapon spawner that you would find in mid and then you
Bagus
just
sih ini sih kayak engage terus gitu. Kayak berasa main Overwatch anjir.
Yeah, yep, that's absolutely the case. So the weapons are also curated to the areas of the map that they're on. So generally speaking, if you find a weapon that spawns there, it's probably a pretty good idea to pick it up.
Cara
Because it should
ulti
be
kelihatan.
powerful
Oh
in the
iya,
region that
sorry.
it's
Nih
spawning.
gua.
I love how seamless the stage changes are. Because in my head, when you were describing it to me, Cole, right, I thought it was going to be something very set.
Jadi ultinya ada persenannya guys, 38%.
But it's literally just non-stop gameplay.
No,
It's
Duh.
just action. It is
Oh, udah
non-stop
mulai ini.
gameplay.
Yep, high uptime was one of the main design goals of this mode. We want our players to be in there and be spending all of their time actually playing the game. So, yeah, it should be seamless and flowing the entire duration.
Anjir Reina sih enak
Mel's got
banget
a
loh kalau
guardian.
ulti.
Mel? I'm trying to hype you up and your team flashing. What's going on over here? But yeah, most of the players here with bulldogs
Kirain
in
ke
hand.
highlight
I
nge-flash
noticed there was a
team
couple
sendiri
of
anjir.
upgrades. Guardian, Vandal, it looked like as well.
Yep, anyone who has a rifle at this point is getting that from a power weapon spawner. So I saw a couple Vandal Phantoms.
And we just saw Mel use her Phoenix ult too. Can you walk me through how
Ini ya,
the ults work?
imbang
'Cause
ya.
I'm looking down at the bottom of
Stage
the
4 bentar
screen.
lagi.
It says a percentage. That's
Yes.
not how ults
6
usually
menit.
work in this
Right,
game.
yeah. So obviously with the amount of kills and deaths
Anjir,
that are going
Omen
on, we can't
ngapain
really use our
ultinya?
same ult system from Spike mode.
Omen
Instead,
ngapain di
the way it
sini?
works is the only way to charge your ultimate in team deathmatch is getting kills or picking up ultimate orbs, actually. And ultimate orbs, you'll find them around
Ultimate
different areas
orb,
of the map.
guys.
If you look on the minimap, they're the little stars. They'll give you a
Oh,
percentage
stars
of your
itu
ultimate.
ultimate
So
orb
the
katanya.
players that are really getting a lot of kills or picking up a lot of these orbs are going to be getting their ults. You know,
Jadi kalau
we've gone
ngebunuh
through one
orang,
rotation,
terus dia
they might
ngedrop
be able to get
ultimate
another
orb
one when game's
sama.
out.
Well, we're in the final stage now.
Oh, Reyna
And
belum
we've
ulti
got
loh
about
dari tadi loh.
5.5 minutes
Kayaknya
to
emang
play
Reyna
with
disengajain
handles
susah deh
online. So that
ulti.
really is the
Jas
bulk of
mungkin
the
ya.
game mode, right?
Kalau nggak mah imba banget cuy.
So even.
Yep, it's neck and neck. Once again, it's
Oh,
first team
final
to 100
stage.
kills, or whichever team has more kills at 10 minutes. But I think it's safe to say we're going to hit 100 kills first. We're bloodthirsty this
Wow.
time.
Absolutely. I mean, I
Ini
love as well
tergantung
that they've
vote
already
sih,
figured
gua
out the
main.
kind of idea of what
Thank
they want to
you.
go for. Japan was the first team here to work out that they should just stick as a death
Seruan
ball.
pistol round.
Just a unit just sticking together, roaming around the map. But it's kind of just like consolidated. Look at them, they're just holding their grounds towards the side.
I can hear
Api
the
mana
shots of
tuh?
an operator
Api
running out.
Api
I
itu
can't tell
senti.
who's got it at the moment though. And they may have gone down already. So once a player dies, that starts the reset on the weapon that they've picked up. If you pick up one of these power
Reyna
weapons like the
emang
operator,
ulti
you
sih.
can't just drop it on the floor again for somebody else.
Correct. Yep, absolutely. So when
Ah,
you pick
ulti
up that
tuh,
power
Reyna.
weapon, it's going to disappear when you die. So you better make good use of it. But also it means that if someone picks up an op and you take them out, you know that op's not going to be in play for another 45 seconds or so.
That was a very poor idea there. An
Oh, nggak bisa
overextension towards the
dijagain ya.
spawn from our international team.
Wow.
And Mother's got an operator.
Ini Sobat
Looks like we
pakai
have
oms
judges
anjir.
spawned in the huts on both sides of the map too. I'm waiting for a player to pick that up and really try to control that space. Oh,
Oh jadi nge-kill 2 nggak dapat bom guys ya. Semuanya pakai cooldown.
This is so damn close.
Gila
man.
kalau kill
7
2
kills
bisa
stuck
ngedash,
between
bisa
it.
ngebom
The
si Ray
international
sih
team
atau
are running
ngejet
away
sih
with this
gila
now.
ya.
5 kills left, but they're overextending.
neck and neck.
They're just
Yeah.
feeding into spawn.
Wait a second.
Anjir,
It is so
serian.
close.
oh, the result.
Showstopper. Maybe against the back wall. No. Anybody gonna be able to fight?
Oh.
But only 2 kills away as Razzie
Ini
picks up the
nyetret
spike
mulu
here.
ya. Gokil sih.
So damn close. One more kill.
Oh, evenly matched.
Stealing it away. What was that?
Jiroy banget.
Yeah, Dory picked it up. Incredible stuff there towards the end. I mean, you couldn't have scripted a closer
It
game.
doesn't get much closer than that.
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, Team International, they were looking stern.
Keren,
They
keren,
dropped
keren,
the ball.
keren.
They dropped the ball.
Seru
They
sih.
were leading, man. They were leading. They lost by 1.
But I do have a question for you. So I was watching Team International.
Mungkin ada
there
stage
pushing
yang
forward
lain
a lot
kali
of the
ya
time,
selain ini.
gaining a ton of map control, getting the kills.
Serius sih,
And
tapi
then
nggak tahu
about
balance
3
ya.
separate
Ulti-ultinya kan
waves
agak-agak
died
gila ya.
trying to push Team Japan spawn.
Ada beberapa
So
ulti-ulti yang
it feels
bergila
like if
banget
you
kalau
spawn in the
misalnya
same
kayak
place all
close
the time,
combat
you should
gitu
be
kayak
able to spawn
model
camp.
Reyna.
So why are they failing to be able to get the kills on the players that are just respawning in the same location?
Right, yeah. So there are some methods in place to stop spawn camping, just in stopping people from ever really engaging in the game.
Ada 3
generally
map
speaking, the way
baru. Oh
it
mungkin abis ini
primarily
map 2.
works is
Cuman
when you're coming
9
out of the
menit
spawn,
guys
if you're
katanya
familiar with the
matchnya ya.
deathmatch, sort of invulnerability field that you have when you first spawn in, it's similar to that. So players coming out of their spawn are pretty
Killjoy
advantaged. We want
seru
to focus
sih.
people on trying to control the map
Lockdown,
rather than just keeping the enemy in their spawn for the entire game.
Yeah.
I'll take a look at
this.
Pistol round sih bakal seru banget sih di TDM ini menurut gua. Latihan.
You switch a POV every 5 seconds. Just the nature of the game mode, really. But it felt very chaotic at the beginning, but it definitely honed in once both teams realized how to play it optimally almost. Right. When they were just sticking together, trying to play a bit more safe, trying to trade off of each other as well, making sure they didn't give away any unnecessary advantages.
Yeah, I mean, the game mode in terms of how you'd want to approach it if, you know, your soul...
Soko mau recon siapa anjir? Recon semua.
Quite slowly take some areas and make sure that you have people in positions where you
Desain
control
mapnya
the map
bagus sih.
rather than just running it down.
Right.
How competitively do you feel like people will take it once it's
Ini
released into the game?
terinspirasi
Do you think this is gonna be a
game
casual
sebelah.
game mode that people just run around in, or are people gonna
Enak
like
banget tuh.
properly give it their all when they're in something like this and get sweaty about it.
Right. I think it's honestly, I think it's going to depend on the player, and we're really looking for something to be in between. More than anything.
Nah, ini
with Team
muka
Deathmatch,
konten kreator
we're really
banget nih
looking
guys,
to
kayak gini ya.
We're aiming to make a really
Nah, ini
fun,
muka-muka konten
engaging
kreator
experience
banget
for
nih,
players who
dengan pro
already
player.
familiar are and love Valorant for
Kayak orang Indo ya.
So, there's some amount of
Nah, ini
I
cakep
don't
guys.
expect full rank sweatiness, but people are definitely they're going to be in here to win. And there's a lot of
Ini
unique
mereka
skill vectors to showcase
bahkan
in this game mode.
nyorakin game TDM loh. Udah kayak berasa menang Champions loh. Gokil.
Get them used to the gunplay as well, the abilities, the general, the core fundamentals of the game.
Yep.
And then later introduce them into
Oh, game kedua. DRX Story
Slayed
gimana?
by some of the
cewek.
reactions to these plays. I mean, the content creators, the players on stage for this show
BA.
match are having a ton
bawa
of
pistol.
fun playing Team Deathmatch. But yeah, let's take
Sumpah.
a look at map 2.
Yeah, this is going to be district that we're
Rapi
heading
banget
into.
ya.
So
Apa
the first
duduk dia?
map
Lihat tuh
looked
guys.
like it had echoes of Ascent.
Right.
In terms of the, design of the feel of it, the theme of
Audience-nya
it.
gitu ya.
So we're heading into District. What map are we
District
looking at here?
namanya,
In
guys.
terms of having its most similar
Sumpah.
comparison within the main game.
So I think the biggest sort of like identity and differentiator of District compared to Piazza. Piazza is as you saw, like very wide open, pretty mid-focused map. Whereas District, it's going to be a lot more separated, right? So generally District, you have one side of the map that's a little bit more longer range focused, and one side of the map that's a lot more close range focused. So it's going to be a little bit more separated, whereas Piazza is a little more symmetric.
versi
District,
kecilnya
it's going to be really
split
interesting to see
ya.
how these teams allocate their resources to either side of the map.
Right.
Because there's real tension between balling up, like you were saying, being able to trade for each other, or actually being able to control the entirety of the map in District because of how separated it is.
It looks like a blend of Split and Haven to me.
Yeah.
It's like a merging of the two. I like to imagine that they're cities that have kind of blended into each other in a mess of suburbia, and this is just the area in the middle where the two rival cities are fighting.
We'll be getting into the action here. Map number 2 for District. And it's high-octane gameplay off the rip.
And this is an asymmetrical map. I wasn't paying too much attention to Piazza as to whether it was perfectly symmetrical, but this is really different. You've got this big horseshoe-shaped thing over to the side.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. On the top side, you're going to have those longer range engagements, but then in the horseshoe, it's going to be closer range. So looks like we're generally veering more towards the long side of the map, but you do see a Reyna down there in the short side as well.
So this is really interesting. I didn't realize that when you place down the Viper Wall, if you die, it ends up disappearing.
Right.
So you can place it again.
Wouldn't be much good if you only placed it once at the beginning of the game.
That's what I was
and then
wondering, right? But maybe
That was
people will
it.
start developing like a meta or something. I don't know. Best Viper Wars to place on District.
All right.
On the map.
Finally, Mother flushed out of that position playing Reyna, and you can see a flank attempt going on as Team Japan try and control the long side of the map.
Yeah. Those power weapons seem like they're going to be pretty important. Is that a Stinger I'm seeing on
Yep.
the minimap?
Yep, Stingers spawn towards the top side of the map.
I mean, that looks like it would absolutely crush pistol players.
And look, I mean, they're finding it so difficult to get through this. Snake bites out there, feed the abilities, flash in their face.
Everybody vulnerable up, and yet Razzie picking off hit by hit.
Mel just picked up that recovery orb, and recovery orbs are actually really powerful because they'll heal both your health and your armor if you have armor in your loadout. One additional thing to note, actually, is when you pick up one of these ultimate orbs or recovery orbs, it actually creates a field under the orb's feet that your teammates can collect too.
Really?
Yes, so you're not fighting with your teammates over these sub-objectives. You gather them together as a team as long as you're playing together.
So how large is that field? Are we talking like big enough so that if you're in the roughly same area, or do you have to be basically on top of each other?
You basically, so the field lasts for a couple seconds, so you need to run over where the orb was. So it's pretty small. You won't get it incidentally, but as long as you're both intentionally going for the same objective, you're not going to have your teammates steal the health pack out from under you. You're both going to be working together to get that benefit.
Yeah, that's pretty great. That makes it feel much more like a team objective that you're going to be fighting over. Big flank from Mel again.
Oh yeah, Mel is frying right now.
Viper seru
80%
juga.
towards the ult.
Cast the curse.
Ini lebih gede ya.
Mel is frying immediately dies. I've definitely seen the limit testing from both teams as well as they're steadily pushing into the spawn and they realize they've overstepped themselves.
Yeah.
And they've immediately get punished for it.
Dia Vipernya ngebuat
choosing
tembok.
agents that have more utility, I feel.
Ngebuat tembok langsung kayak ultinya
Just
Astra ya.
lighting people up. And snake bites
Sepanjang
vulnerable
game anjir.
seems so valuable.
Oh hilang.
It's a fast game. Going to be entering stage 3 pretty soon here.
And you can see on the minimap where the Phantom Vandals have spawned.
Yeah.
Yep. These are big power weapons for the teams to pick up. Getting these early rifles in stage 3 is really powerful. And Dory picked one up.
Yeah, Dory working towards it. Paranoia in the face, nearsighted. Hunting for an easy sight line. Hellion. He's taken out 2 already.
Going crazy here.
Slight lead.
Hellion's picked up a 3rd, but Team Japan just kind of holding their ground and allowing the international squad to just walk into them.
Yeah.
It's very slow, methodical map control gameplay for a team that's only been formed recently as a show match. That's a lot of discipline.
You can see the team's trying to fight as well over those power weapons you were talking about, Cole.
Yep.
TDM guys, bukan map baru guys. Ya map TDM doang buat
I'm just looking at the way
rusuhan.
that Team Japan are playing this, and they have learned not to overextend. I mean, they're trying to play complementary crossfires with each other and hold on to this kind of internal area in the long side. Oh, I say that as Mother just runs in as Reina.
In, man. The ult's popped off.
And you don't want to play too passive. You don't want to give up these ult orbs to the power weapons. But yeah, you definitely don't want to be running like lemmings into the enemy spawn. It's not going to pan out well for you.
Spy Gear just got caught trying to fight the horseshoe over there as Razzie picks up a few on Jet. And now Razzie's got the knives.
Oh, the knives!
All good. All good.
Saved. All good. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. It's Team Japan leading once more. Only steadily though. It's a minor lead. Here's the ult popped off for Mel. Run it back. See what she can get done here. Flash around the corner. Shut down. It's an easy one handed off. I notice how the power up is as well changing over towards the judges, and Odin has spawned
Mana nih Viper
well.
ulti dong.
The judges, you were saying, Cole, right? It's close quarters, it's more suited towards those areas of the map where, even though everybody's got rifles, you know, if you've got a judge in that situation, it's going to be better, probably. Mother, oh my god. Absolutely frying, just can't land the spray transfer, but this is a huge lead now for Team Japan.
Now we're in stage 4 here. It's rifle round the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, this is almost a 10-kill lead at this point. Team Japan.
Mulai jauh
Maybe
ya.
a win apparently. Just still holding the ground, you're right, Josh. I mean, they're just holding that line of
Mana nih
map
Viper
control. Never
Yeah.
overextending.
I'm
Every
not
time there's an attempt of somebody on an international team to pick up a power, but they try and punish. The Viper spin is online.
Just locking down. I really hope that she goes and grabs that judge back there and just controls this
Neon.
fucking map.
Yeah, Dory's very weak,
I
but
think Mother's got it. Yeah, Mother's got the judge. Mother's got the judge inside the pit. You do not
There we
want to
go.
be going in there. Eventually
Dory
shut down.
accidentally, I think, walking over the recovery orb that was imperative for her to be able to stay alive inside the pit. But that now makes it almost impossible, I think, for the international team to be able to come back into this.
Oh yeah, they don't have control of the north side of the map. Mel is absolutely running over them though. This is almost a single-handed Deadlock performance.
Oh, Black went for a TP inside the pit, and Mel's hunting. No! Dory's good for it.
And 4 more kills and stands between it. It's going to be map 2 locked up. 2 more kills for Team Japan. They've almost got it. Run it back, going to be
Tapi
fading
itu udah
away
HP
here.
guys,
One
tuh
more
itu.
kill. We'll finalize it. That'll end it.
Who's going to get it?
Inside the pit, nobody dares venture inside.
Can the observers find the player who's going to get
They're
the
desperately
final
trying to
kill?
find the Team International and run away to go in. Priya's definitely not on the observing. Holy.
Oh, Spy Gear
Wah,
there towards the
Viper
end, being
musuhnya
able
di
to pick things
tengah.
up.
Iya
But my
sih.
MVP is Dory. I mean, that
Oh,
Viper's
yeah.
pit
Orb
was
HP-nya ada di
ridiculous.
atas sama di
And the way
bawah.
that she was controlling the area earlier on, too. Nasty. Nasty good.
One thing I want to call out too is this: the Team Japan squad. They're running a controller and an initiator. I think a lot of people looking at TDM, they initially think, "Hey, it's TDM, 5 duelists." But
run it down.
having that utility to be able to cut up the map, know where teams
Tadi
are,
Piazza,
and be able to exert
yang
control
ini.
is actually really
Ya, ini apa
powerful.
tadi namanya stage-nya?
That Viper Spit's a good example of that, obviously.
And also the snake bites. I mean, we're seeing an example of it just there, but being able to vulnerable large amounts of players as they're pushing into an area is
Yeah, that was actually
extremely
just
big.
goated. Just the Viper walls cutting up most of the map as well, and just locking off the power weapons.
Okay, so we've literally seen people learning in real time.
District.
We started map 1, and they're playing mostly duelists. I think there was an Omen on one team and a Breach on the other. There was the Chamber as well, but mostly just picking agents that are self-sufficient and can frag. And now we're seeing
agent yang
a little bit of
self-sufficient,
adaptation,
guys,
a Fade, a Viper, these kind of things.
People realizing you
Kayaknya gua
Are we going
pilih
to see a professional team comp from Astro?
Bill Viper seru sih. Ada media share. Oh ya?
This one, yeah.
Oh, kedengeran?
Clearly inspired as well. I
Baru
think,
tahu
in
ini
terms
belum,
of just the
katanya
look of the
lagunya
map
akan
combined,
direncanakan
it's
masuk
not exactly
Spotify.
like mine. How does this map here difficult from the ones we've just seen?
Right,
especially
right.
District?
So Kasbah, more so than the two maps that we watched previously, all of the lanes really funnel into mid, and mid is where a lot of the resources are. So I will say, out of our launch maps, I think Viper ult in the center of Kasbah is one of the scariest things that you can face in TDM.
Spotify.
For
Gua
sure.
nggak punya
I hope that
Spotify
one of these teams is
masalahnya.
going to draft a Viper. But yeah, Kasbah generally, you're going to see more fringe
Okay,
fights
last
around the
stage,
outside,
yeah,
but there's going to be a
TDM.
lot of contesting the mid for all of those ult orb, recovery orb, and power weapon resources that exist there.
Gotcha. And of course, Team Japan have already won this. It's 2-0. You don't
Sure,
need to punch
sure.
the score up
Right.
there, but at the end of the day, we're going to play all three maps.
Flexing the score at a show match.
Yeah, I know.
We're going to play 3 maps.
Pakai neon kan juga seru sih.
Yeah, Team Japan are leading. They've got a firm grip in terms of how to play that, especially in District.
Yeah,
Watching them learn in real time.
I'm very interested to see. Okay, Cole, I want to ask you a tough question.
Sure.
All right? Probably shouldn't ask you this one. Because it's like picking between your children.
I can't wait.
What's your favorite of the 3 maps here?
Ooh, I think my favorite is probably District, because you can really choose your fights. But Kasbah is a close second for me personally. I really like to sort of experiment some more utility characters, and there's a lot of good places to use them on this map.
Seems a lot wider in terms of the map, just by looking at the minimap, but I don't know if that's deceptive.
Well, you've got
Oh,
weapon
ini
spawns
lebih
at
gede
both
lagi,
of the
guys.
2 edges, and then 2
Bagi
spawns
bener-bener
in the
dua
middle
side
as
gitu,
well.
anjir.
Yep.
Team Japan are not messing around. Look at them. All grouped together. Like a hive mind, following in one after another. Let's see if there's going to be any sort of trades online. Spike here getting away with that on the flank. Still with the heal. Like Plantin searching, he can hear the cam. He's being swarmed from every particular angle.
And it's an interesting team comp, isn't it? I mean, we've got Cypher and Killjoy out here to try and...
Cypher sama Killjoy, mendingan Killjoy sih.
I mean, maybe we'll see some trap setups too.
Regen.
And Killjoy definitely can be pretty potent in terms of locking down some of these areas. The turret alone, but as well Nano Swarm is
Cypher
really
buat
good at
apa
denying those orbs.
ultinya anjir, orang musuhnya nongol mulu.
Ellie, I'm going to try and brute force through here as Spike goes for another one of the TikTok plays.
Yeah.
See Cypher with a shorty. Shorty is actually considered a power
ampas
weapon
ya
on
di sini
pistol
ya.
round because it'll only spawn in those close range areas.
Right, so it's only ever going to be in a place where it's more valuable potentially than the Ghost or something
Mungkin
like
lebih
that.
gampang
You
dapat
can't load
ultinya
out with the shorty
mungkin.
at a baseline. You got to pick it up out in the map.
Nades flying back and forth here.
Ya, Killjoy sih enak ya. Ada turret, ada lembot, ada molly. Ulti juga bagus.
How close is Dory to the ult as well? I wonder if we can switch POVs, because like you're mentioning, Cole, that Viper's Pit really did change the game. Only 13%.
But right next to that ult orb, didn't quite reach it.
Itu apa yang itu?
And am I right in thinking the different ultimates charge at different rates? It definitely feels like some are getting online slower.
Yeah, yep, it's absolutely true. Same thing with the cooldowns. All these abilities are tuned individually for what's going to make the most sense for a team deathmatch experience. But yeah, if you pick up an ult orb as Phoenix compared to picking up an ult orb as Raze or Viper, they're going to give you differing percentages of your ultimate.
Dory there getting a kill, but Razzy's on a bit of a tear. I
Kayak Cypher paling useless
on an
di sini.
individual level, the international team is stepping up. But now sent all back to spawn.
Yeah.
This Gecko, 82% of her ultimate already.
Kiko enak dong.
Thrash does
Bisa diambil terus.
kind of absurd. I feel like you could very easily get 5k detains on a map like this.
Close to the ult.
If people are all bunched up.
And some of these agents are pretty interesting in terms of how their utility manifests. Neon, Viper,
Nah, ini mapnya terlalu agak gede sih buat Killjoy sih. Yang map Piazza kayak Killjoy lebih gila sih
to
itu.
use their utility a little bit more than a lot of these other characters.
Trade there from Mother as they contest the side of the map where Mel's playing. All
Turretnya bisa
alone.
blind.
I feel like Mel is consistently getting 4 kills before being brought down.
And Mel's been top fragging like crazy in these games,
Yeah.
and yet, you know, team letting her down. What can you say? What can you say? Team diff.
Holding the angles here. Razzy's actually having a bit of a game, I'm not gonna lie.
They're running away with it this time. And Cast the Curse live in
I just
action.
mentioned it. We switched to it. Razzy goes down.
That's good for the knife
homie.
kills.
Yeah.
I mean, we have been told the Black has a history of going for knife kills in show matches like this.
Nge-kill dapat
But I haven't seen one
dapat
yet. Pop
persenan
Monsters
ulti
Squad.
juga guys.
Achieved one yet at this point.
I don't believe so. I want to see it before this ends. I
We're
don't
about to see this thrash.
We caught it! We caught it! No way!
That's ridiculous.
Oh, again? Again! Threw it around.
Black's worked out the 10.
Yeah, actually worked it out. Spike here. Getting away with a lot here, but this is a massive lead for the international team.
Yeah.
Did not want to go home 3-0.
No, obviously not. No team today wants to go home 3-0. That applies to the showmatch teams.
Tunggu
And
Killjoy
the
ulti ya.
player on too. They're hoping for something competitive later on.
Lihat tuh.
It looks like Team Japan are trying to make it that kind of way here too. So we haven't seen too many of the fights actually happening around this very congested middle
Anjir,
area. Most of
mulai
these
final
teams have
6
been
mulai
approaching
haram.
the sides of the map to
Mendingan
try and
pistol.
swing out on the flank.
Okay.
Here we
The
go.
ult, the thresh. Oh, there's no real sightlines. There's a lockdown in play. Got two. There is entertainment. Yeah, right there.
Are they going to be able to capitalize on it?
Not at all.
Not quite.
Not at all.
Nice and safe, tucked around the sides.
Meanwhile, Black's going for
Wee,
another
nice.
knife. I mean, Black is just on the other side of the map trying to TikTok people.
Razzie is locked in right now. Couldn't hit the spray transfer for the 4-piece. Black moves forwards, clone in his face, maybe getting a little bit confused. Brought down.
Yoruknya bakal
Now
laku
Helion's
banget.
completely alone,
Ini.
trying to contest people coming out of spawn. You haven't learned yet. You haven't learned yet.
Main pisau tapi pakai utility, mesti gitu guys
So
ya.
it looks like there's 2 judge spawns in the middle of the map there.
That's why I was hoping to see that Viper ult.
bisa banget sih ada judge di situ.
Get the power spawns, but
What's Story up to now? Did she use the ult already?
I'm not too sure.
well, it looks like Team International, they're getting ready to close this game out.
83%, and yeah, there's only 10 kills to stand between winning for Team International. And Razzie is absolutely frying. Black's going for the knife kill again! Unbelievable, right into the
Si
spawn.
paling
No one's
assassin
learning
tuh,
their lessons
Omen.
a bit, but it's only 6 kills to go. There's the Viper's
there
kill,
it is.
finally towards the end of the
Controlling
game.
one of the spawn
Inside
exits.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
only 3 kills away from being able to do this. Can Team Japan mount any kind of comeback?
They have to rattle off the kills here.
This clash over towards the right side might define things.
Yep, 2 more. Baited by the clone. It's over in a flash. There it is, map number 3, all wrapped up here in our show match. The end scoreline being that 2-1
Rame di
finish for Team
belakang.
Japan. The international team, though, listen, not going home without a win.
No, and that's the best you can hope for, I think.
Yeah.
You know, they turned up, they tried, but they were vanquished by Japan's best.
And that is the show
Setengah
match
11
concluded as
saat
well
ini.
for us here today.
Spy gear popping off on Reina in that final map too.
Siap-siap deh.
Legendary asparagus farmer.
Yep. 6'3" monster. We didn't come to the conclusion of how asparagus is farmed. Is it a root vegetable? Does it grow on trees? I don't know. The education system has failed me.
He was farming on Kasbah. That's all that matters.
Yeah. So, yeah, the teams are going to be setting up as well for their goodbyes.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
afraid that is elimination for Team International. We're going to have to send them home from Masters Tokyo.
We'll be getting them on a flight within the next hour.
Ship them out. They're not allowed to watch the finals.
This is fun though, honestly. And I absolutely love this game mode. I think it's going to be the perfect warm-up game mode for a lot of people.
Sure.
Yeah.
Perfect game mode to introduce friends to the game as well, just the Valorant in general.
And it's short, right? I mean,
Yeah.
each map that we watched today was only 9.5 minutes, 10
Oh
minutes,
yeah, I
something
mean,
like that.
the maximum the mode can go, it ends at 10 minutes, and most
Right.
of these games, they're ending at 100 kills instead. So yeah, it's pretty short, condensed experience for sure.
Yeah. A lot of fun. And big thanks to the individuals that were on both of these show match teams. I know that the Japanese fans will be loving the fact that some of these enormous streamers representing all sorts of different organizations within Japan came out to play. And we've got representation from everybody. I mean, Fnatic, Detonator, Zeta Division, all sorts of different teams. And the Japanese fans love the opportunity to witness like things like this happening in Japan.
Yeah.
The game has just blown up as a spectator sport, and you can tell with the turnout and the way that all the fans interact, they're just happy to be here.
Yeah.
It's so sick.
It's beautiful to watch, honestly, as well. I love, especially when you get to the grand finals of a day of an event, at any of it, you know, Masters, Champs as well, but it just feels like a culmination, a celebration of the game. Like, all on the same day when you see the show matches at work.
I'm glad we caught this. Shout out to the Observer team,
Oh,
who will
yeah.
have never had a more difficult task, I think. than observing all of this.
Now, when we opened up on map 1, I thought Godspeed. I was like, good luck.
Because it's so much higher action, and I think that's one of the things that players are going to really appreciate about just throwing into a game mode like this. But yeah.
Clearly having a good time.
Yeah. All right, let's send it down. That's it for the show match. Let's bring it right down to the floor. It's Oda who's down there with the winners.
Your name? Oda?
Lagi viral nih.
さあということで
Ini nyopet
見
HP.
事この歴史上マッチに、戦っていただいたお二人にお越しいただきました。改めて大きな拍手をお願いいたします。
Gila, HP-nya banyak banget dan colong anjing.
話を聞いていきましょう。たくさんのファンが見守る中、どんな気持ちでプレイしていましたか？
So how was your play? Actually playing right in front of big audience.
The crowd here is amazing. You guys had such energetic vibes, and it was just a pleasure to be here and play in front of you guys. Even against you, it was very nice.
Ramai di medsos, dua pasangan tertangkap basah mencopet HP di PRJ. Gila.
ありがとうございます。さあそして今年のゲームチェンジャーズは出ますか？それともまだ内緒ですか？
So if you can reveal, are you going to play at the Game Changers this year?
That is our hope. We hope so. We've won one so far, so 2 more to go to guarantee that we go, and I hope we're there in Brazil.
そうですね、ブラジルで出場できれば嬉しいと思います。まだ1勝なので、これからあと2回試合があるので、そこで勝っていきたいと思います。
ありがとうございます。さあそして皆さんへメッセージいただいていいですか？
Then please give all of the audience here a message.
Thank you guys for cheering. The energy in here is amazing. You guys are awesome, and I hope that we can have your support for Game Changers Brazil for version 1. Thank you.
皆さん今日も応援ありがとうございました。皆さんの前でプレーできるの本当に気持ちがよく最高でした。ゲームチェンジャーズでも応援してもらえるように頑張ります。
ありがとうございます。さあそして通り選手、
はい、
最高のバイパスピットでした。試合を終えていかがですか？
あれ良かったですね。もう感想としてはやっぱすごい舞台となんか大勢のお客さんの前でプレーできたことにもう本当に感動しました。
ありがとうございます。今年ゲームチェンジャーズはまだ内緒ですか？どうですか？
出るのでぜひ応援をよろしくお願いします。
So I am competing at the Game Changers this year. So please root for me, and I am so happy and so overwhelmed to play in front of this big audience. Thank you so much for your support.
ありがとうございます。改めてショーマッチを戦い抜いた10名の方に大きな拍手をお願いいたします。Thank you.
Kan dia bisa ngomong Jepang. Langsung ngomong aja dong. Kan audiensnya Jepang. Nggak, yang anjing komennya tahu nggak sih yang di HP apa? Waduh, Pak, kalau bisa jangan main hakim sendiri. Soalnya lebih baik kita hakim rame-rame, habis itu kita gebukin. Bonyok dulu nggak sih sebelum kantor polisi? Aduh, geram banget liatnya. Asal hakim sendiri, mesti kita tonjokin bareng. Komen Indo tuh bener-bener anjing. Tapi I couldn't agree more sih. I couldn't agree more. Cuman ya, kadang greget gitu. Gue ngeliatnya greget kayak orang udah nyisihin tabungan ya. Dia tinggal nyopet dan banyak banget lagi. Apa nih? Ini agent baru kayaknya. Anjir, boynya nyala lah tuh. Wah, anjir. Russia kah?
Oppdatering. Jeg får ikke kontakt.
Bahasa apa?
Hele anlegget går på reservekraft.
France?
På inngjerdingen.
Oppdraget gjelder fortsatt. Tak inn. You too.
Kayaknya bukan France.
They're pretty anxious to get this thing.
German?
Stateside.
Maybe I go first, Tuffen. You know, just in case.
Norway? North. Svalbard.
Stop! You okay?
Yeah. I just don't like rats.
How do you feel about bears?
Og nå har vi mistet reservekrafta. Hva i helsinken skjer der nede?
Focus. And you, stay close.
Where's the...
Anna.
Valorant kok udah jadi film sih, horor juga ya anjir. Ngumpul si Odin lu. Tenang, Riot nggak pernah buat film ada darahnya. Beruang anjir. Volibear. Windshield.
Come on. God.
Bisa apa lu? Cie, bisa ngikat juga ini.
Måtte ilden din brenne andre steder.
Deadlock. Udah ada tepuk tangan aja tuh.
Did you adjust the spill capacity?
Yes, it is exactly to your specifications.
Perfect.
You two really need to get along.
You don't know what they're capable of. When do we leave?
Wow. Hari-hari tangannya putus lagi. Ada berapa orang yang tangannya begitu anjing? Bridge dong ya?
Well, now that you've heard Deadlock's origin story, let's figure out what this agent does. I am extremely pleased. Myself and Brenna joined by John Gasicki, lead producer on a Valorant characters team.
Yeah, Sentinel guys ya. Sentinel baru.
Game designer for the Valorant characters team as well. I want to start off, John. This agent is very different to the Sentinels that you might be expecting. Can you tell me a little bit about why we've even got a Sentinel and what kind of niche she fills?
Yeah. So overall, we're always trying to make sure that we're like balancing the roles and the different play styles in the game so that long term there's a healthy ecosystem. And we felt that there was a need for a Sentinel coming up. I know that there's been a lot of comments about that for a while now. I think for like the past 2 agents, I've seen like Sentinel win. So, you know, it's nice to make those players happy. But something we've noticed is that a lot of our Sentinels require a lot of setup. You know, you've got your like small window.
Nggak, tapi tiba-tiba mereka bisa ketemu para Valorant agent tuh gimana ceritanya sih? Riot tuh selalu gitu deh. Disambung-sambungin aja.
And then no one shows up on your site. No one shows up on your location. You get like a little sad, and you're like, all right, let me take down my stuff. Let me move on over here. And so we wanted to create a Sentinel that is more about reacting to the situation at hand. How do you stall on the fly? How do you prepare yourself in a certain position to be able to take advantage of enemies that are
kalau tangannya nggak buntung, mungkin kitnya nggak kayak gini.
Really get to see the gameplay.
Kita cuma megang pistol doang.
I believe the first ability is grab net as well. It's like the lobbable grenade that really can, you know, like you said, be used reactionary, grabbing people. Can you explain a little bit more for me as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So GravNet is this tool that's really good at stalling rushes or throwing at areas where you have information on where enemies are. And it will force them to crouch, and they can kind of move slowly within the bounds of the net. And they won't be able to escape that for a certain duration. They have an option to pull off the net and make a loud sound cue to let you know that they're there. But otherwise, it's a little bit more low-key. You won't know if you've captured someone or not, so you have to kind of check for yourself.
Right, and so that's kind of designed to bind a opponent in place, they're crouched on the floor, and then you're trying to incentivize the players to swing and confirm that they got that player and get the kill.
Yeah, I think that's one of the through lines for Deadlock is you're a Sentinel that has this opportunity to be a little bit more nimble and pivot on the information you have. And you have a fair bit of stall, but you also have to kind of lean into your abilities and fight for them to have their maximum efficacy. Because if you just kind of throw your stuff and leave it be, then it's pretty easy for enemies to kind of take it down, move forward.
All right, talk to me about this sonic sensor then, because I think most people are going to be aware
orang dilempar gitu
of the
jadi
Sentinels
akurasi
having
jadi
some flank
bagus.
watch capabilities, but this one does work very differently. You've talked about it being more reactive, so can you break this one down for us?
Yeah, so I believe that Sonic Sensor will be a really unique trap in the game for now, because I think a lot of players are very comfortable with the idea of traps that are really good at flank watch and kind of reliably detecting if someone's in an area or approaching an area. And Sonic Sensor is a little different in that if you're sneaky, you can walk right on through. And so this kind of clear weakness shifts its kind of power profile into a different way where it's a lot better against when people are committing a lot to areas or places where they want to make sound, like maybe when they want to tap the bomb, and a lot less strong when it comes to just kind of following on up the flank and keeping tabs on it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's interesting as well. The ability to describe, that's not a signature ability yet, right? We haven't actually touched on that. So what is her signature ability that she's throwing into the mix?
Yeah, so the signature ability is Barrier Mesh, which is a tossable projectile that will explode in X and create 4 different barriers. And those barriers will block characters from moving through, but it won't actually block gunfights or projectiles. And so it's kind of a way to stop people from taking ground, but doesn't stop the fight over the area.
Yeah, that's really different compared to all of the other barriers and walls that we have in the game currently. So it's just going to stop people from walking through that spot, but you're still trying to incentivize those fights to happen. It does feel like this whole character is
jadi biar
still taking the jewels on the side.
Absolutely.
Biar nggak ada
I think
yang
other Sentinels will
ngeflank
have,
mungkin kali ya, ya nggak sih?
better ways to disengage or
Tetap
to
bisa perang.
get some guaranteed value from your utility if you have a good setup where Deadlock
Itu
will have
hancurinnya
a
ribet
really
banget.
good
Harus
ability to
berapa
kind of pivot and stall areas
berapa
and have
biji
an
tuh
opportunity to
dihancurin?
fight with them with their team.
Okay, we haven't touched on the big one yet, though. That's the
ini
ability,
bagus.
and it's named
E-nya unik ya.
Annihilation for a good reason. I mean, this seems really fun to use, and yeah, I mean, just take it away. Explain this one. The concept as well behind it is crazy.
Kayaknya lama sih itu durasinya.
This one was a lot of fun and took a lot of revisions and playtests to get right, I'll say that. But
Atau
yeah,
mungkin
the
durasinya
ability is that it has a little bit more
gitu.
mastery and interactivity to it to some other ultimates, but it still offers this opportunity to quite literally grab someone and displace them and pull them into another place, potentially netting you a kill, but offers a lot of trade-offs and kind of tactical elements of how are you going to rescue your teammate that's grabbed, and how are you going to play off Deadlock, kind of continuing to pressure with their team after they ult. And so, yeah, this ultimate should offer a really appealing fantasy for players who like the idea of landing that skill shot and grabbing an enemy and playing off of the ensuing results. And it should offer still a fair bit to the enemies in terms of how they will counter-strategize.
It looks so fun. It looks incredibly fun. I cannot wait to get my hands onto it and have a look at everything that you can do with this agent. It just looks incredibly fun to play. We're going to be going to a quick break, but on the other side of this, we have a grand finals pre-show, so you don't want to be missing that either. I appreciate your time, Alexander and John, and stick around. We'll be back just after this.
Nggak tahu sih tadi nembak apa tuh bisa mantul gitu projectile. Wow, gimana? Barrier mesh-nya sih keren ya. Cocok buat nyulik. Hah? Apanya itu yang diculik gimana anjir? Jadi itu ulti bisa diambil musuh. Ulti bisa diambil musuh. Nggak paham gue ultinya. Deadlock new main. Bisa dihancurin ultinya. Jadi nyulik satu, kalau nggak dihancurin mati agentnya. Kalau nggak dihancurin orangnya kebunnya bakal mati. Oh. Jadi kalau tinggal 1 lawan 1, satu lawan 1 udah pasti menang dong. Wah, jadi itu ulti bisa ngambil musuhnya. Nah kalau nggak ada teman, nggak ada yang ngancurin langsung mati. Tapi tadi dia nembak kemana ya nggak sih? Oh gitu, tapi harus precise sih. Barrier mesh-nya sih yang seru sih. Kalau trap-nya tadi yang gue masih nggak ini sih. Masih kurang paham gue. Sound sensor
Following
gitu.
that Deadlock reveal, you probably want to try out as soon as possible. And guess what? I've got some good news for you, because Xbox Game Pass subscribers who link their accounts get day 1 access to play Deadlock in Episode 7, Act 1. Of course, scan the QR code on the screen to link your Xbox Game Pass account with your Riot ID for exclusive benefits today, including 20% match XP boost and, of course, member-only benefits across all of our
Day 1
games.
access.
And
Nggak mau
I'm just
guys.
going to say this right now, it genuinely is the best deal in gaming, so you might as well just do it. That's not even a part of the read. Just wanted to keep it 150 with y'all. That being said, it is now time to talk a little bit more about today's news and, of course, the other happenings that is taking place in the world of Valorant. I'm Golden Boy. Joining me at the desk, as always, my co-pilots. I got Mimi, I got Kakuka Too Far, but you already know what they were doing. And we have a special guest today, Anna Donlin, of course, Valorant's executive producer, is here. Anna, it's a pleasure to have you in Tokyo. How's your experience been so far?
I mean, it's Tokyo, so you can't really have a bad time in Tokyo, but I think this has probably been like one of the most exciting events so far. I think we're getting our groove on these live events. Japan has been an amazing host. We
Yep.
knew we were going to come here for a while. Like, as soon as we saw the Japanese community popping off in Valorant, we were like, when can we get an event there? It was like, how quickly can we get an event there? So bringing Masters here has been such a big deal.
Yeah, I think all of our heads were spinning once we saw the Japanese community really come to embrace the game. And then I think all of us collectively were like, when we were told that we were going to be potentially going to Tokyo, I was like, well, sign me up right now.
I know, right?
Put me on the plane immediately.
No one was complaining about this one, you know? It was like, let's go to Tokyo.
Yes.
It was pretty amazing. The games have been incredible. You know, we're getting ready to launch the game in China. It's been 3 years. China's about to launch. So seeing that EDG run was actually pretty fun.
Awesome.
You know, watching them go pretty far. I think just seeing all the matches, like paper wrecks, and they're like last minute changes and going all the way. Seeing all three of the regions represented in the top 3. Like, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I feel like you can really it, and I've tried. I think this is a pretty great script so far.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, what was the approach and what should players be excited for with episode 7?
Yeah, so episode 7 it's a really big one for us. I think it's probably going to feel like our biggest episode release since launching the game. I think we've been releasing content and we've had all sorts of new, you know, maps and agents and everything, but this is the first time where we're just going to see a bunch of new features start to really enter the game, and that's why we called it Evolution, because we feel like this is where you're going to see the game really starting to evolve beyond what you remember it being at launch. So you have, you know, we just saw the team deathmatch show match. That's going to be huge for us. We've got progression updates coming out. We've got a new agent. Let's not forget about Premiere, which will launch during this episode. So I think like you're just going to see like just about everything you could possibly imagine happening in Valorant happening in this episode.
Wow.
The dev team's exhausted. I'm not going to lie. Like everyone is like on fire right
Saya
now.
baru
But
juga.
we're really proud of the work we've done.
Oke,
I'm
tunggu
watching it all
mulai
kind of play
gamenya
out
guys
here.
ya.
Has been incredible. So.
We're very thankful.
Udah ngantuk
we
nih.
love it. We love it.
And I'm sure all that will be worth it. Very excited for that new episode to drop, but also excited for the next international tournament. After this, we're going to Los Angeles for Champions, which is your home, which I'm sure you're so excited for.
You know,
Los
it doesn't feel like an
Angeles.
international tournament.
Saatnya
I'm just gonna like
nonton
drive down
malam.
the road and I'm gonna be at the venue. But no, bringing Champs to LA has been bringing any of these events to LA has been a dream of ours because you know we're headquartered in LA. You know, I don't like to think about me, but I will for a second. Like I'm born and raised in LA, and so it is a really exciting moment to bring it into our backyard. We have so much planned for LA. I think we just got maybe a little overexcited. So I would say it's gonna be a pretty big deal, and I think it's gonna be something that players are gonna be super excited about. We sold out finals, I think, in like 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, I saw tweets. Everyone was like trying to get a ticket, and they're just instantly sold out.
Which I mean, obviously, that doesn't feel great if you tried to get a ticket and you couldn't get a ticket. But I will say the interest in the game, the interest in coming and seeing the live events was like really humbling for us, super exciting for us. So we're really excited about it. And I'm just gonna say, by the way, we're not done with episode 7 content. I'm not gonna give y'all the the real. I'm not, you know, because they'll they will murder me. But I will say, you know, we've got some pretty big content releases coming up the rest of this year. We are not done, and you know, we'll be releasing something around Champs time. And I'll just say, I like a theme. If you know me, I like a theme. So if you want to connect all the dots and you're thinking about where Champs is, I like a theme. So
someone on Twitter is putting
someone's theory.
together.
Someone's got their board live
It's like Charlie
streaming
Day
with their
in Always Sunny. You know, he's like, look around. I've
definitely.
connected the dots. It's probably going to be me. I'm a bit of a lore fanatic, but for you know, I just want to say, you know, obviously on behalf of the crew and everyone who's worked these events, thank you, and of course, you know, thank you to the team who is in LA who makes this game happen. We literally would not be here without the hard work and dedication that you guys put forward to this
Well, thank
game.
you to you all, and thank you to our players. We can't be more happier with like how things have been turning out. So
Yeah.
more to come. More to come.
More to come. We're very excited, and thank you so much, Hannah, for joining us.
Thank
and
you.
Real quick, want to get a prediction from you. Who you think? Who you like to win this final?
Man, y'all always do this to me.
I always do it to you.
I am kind of like an EDG to win today, y'all. I just, you know.
Or an EG win today.
EG win
Okay,
today.
an EG. Okay, a little America's.
Look, what do you want from me?
I get it.
I
you
sat
know.
on this desk in Brazil and said, I want Fnatic to win. It's time for me to go home.
She writes the script, really.
Because she writes the
And
script.
I've heard I write the
That
script,
makes a
so
lot
we'll
of
see what
sense.
happens.
Anna,
We'll
fist
see what
bumps as
happens.
always.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
you for having us here.
Thank you so
Absolute
much.
pleasure. And you're welcome back to the Desk anytime you want.
appreciate
But that is going to do it for us here. We're going to take a quick pause, and then we're going to break down today's matchup, the best of 5 grand final confrontation between Fnatic and Evil Geniuses. And as always, we'll see you on the other side.
Jogmo, gokil. Tapi booster juga gila sih. Aduh. Tanpa ke copyright. Dan tunggu mulai. Yang hai. Gue lagi baca-bacain komen dulu ya. Baca-bacain komen Outlast. Chill dulu, chill. Ya nonton dulu itu.
Before we get into today's final, we want to give a special shout out to all of the incredible artists that have contributed to this event soundtrack. The majority of which, by the way, are here in Japan. So huge shout out to them.
Bosan gak sih sama konten Outlast? Gue jujur aja mulai bosan karena cuma gitu-gitu doang anjir gameplaynya. Gak fresh gamenya.
The tonality and the way that everything is kind of put together here. Of course, a lot of that comes from the people who made this happen, who give us the theme and the feel and invokes an emotion. So we of course want to thank all those artists yet again. But let's go ahead and jump into our Masters Tokyo Grand Final. Of course, joining us now,
horror, dapat adrenalinnya juga trailernya. Wah, belum tahu nih. Bocil Outlast nih mengaum.
Like the lights were matching the actual video. It was awesome. It was so cool.
Yeah, there's one thing that our production team does incredibly well. It's
Hari Palansa 83-63.
But let's go ahead and talk about what we've been building up to for these past few weeks. Two teams that are vying for the crown in this best of 5 series. It's Fnatic facing off against Evil Geniuses. And let's go ahead and talk about our lock-in winners first and just dive right into this here because this team is looking to do something, Kakuka, quite historic that has not been done before. Back-to-back global titles. We thought that it could have happened in the past, but now there's a very real chance that this happens.
Yeah, exactly. And for Fnatic, the year has been so special. We know that there has been a lot of changes, not only in the way the Valorant competitive is presented, but also getting that first win and lock in an event with a single elimination, then moving on to EMEA and being so successful time after time. Every single week was World versus Fnatic, and Fnatic was always winning, and it was always like that.
Yang fresh kayak gimana yang fresh nih? FF16 nggak sih fresh?
And it isn't until they get to this event that we go back to seeing that face of Fnatic that scares the world.
Yeah, and right now, they're on a historic run. Fnatic is having the best performance we've ever seen at an international Valorant event. Wow. So you gotta feel like these guys are on pace to win this event to become that dynasty in Valorant esports that, kind of sets the tone for what's possible in the future, what these great teams are gonna look like.
If they could win this event, not only would it be back-to-back, it would be 2 international events without dropping a series in a row to win. And on top of that, I think it would really be the first era that Valorant has ever seen established for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. course, we'll continue to talk a little bit more about Fnatic as well as the matchup to come. But let's go ahead and send it over to Yinsu. He's actually standing by with Fnatic's Brain Trust.
All right, GB, Fnatic are here as well. And
Dia
I'm
bilang
gonna bring
bukan
you
nggak
guys
suka,
two
mulai
perspectives.
bosen.
Mini, go over here if you can.
Coach.
And you, and I'm going to have you over here. Of course, Mini, the head coach, Ewan, the performance coach. I got two questions for you guys. You've been in the grand final before, back in Brazil, but strategically and mentally, how do you stop the boys from going as close as they did last time? You know, they don't want to do an 11-3
Ini
comeback
siapa
every
guys? Yang
tournament.
sebelah kiri.
I don't think we really care about that. You know what I mean? Like, we got over the line, so that doesn't really matter. We treat every game as if it's a grand finals, so we don't really like.
Ya udah minim dia udah juara 2 lah ya.
Alright,
Udah
what about
pokoknya
you,
juara 2.
Yeah, I'm pretty in the same mindset than him. I think everyone is in the same situation right now, so BO5. So we just make sure everyone reset between every maps and we get with as much energy as we can during the match.
Well, thank you very much, guys. I'm very excited for this one, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah.
Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, for that there. Now we'll go ahead and move on to Evil Geniuses. They have had a wild ride this year, and honestly, I don't think anyone would have expected to see this team in this position. I mean, even at the start of Americas, we were like, I don't really know how this team's going to do, especially after Demon 1 came in.
I think we have to take this journey back to the beginning, where no one believed in EG. They made a few roster moves in the offseason, and people were ranking them 10th in Americas. And the first few weeks, they lived up to that. They were struggling in their first couple games, but then halfway through Americas, they bring in Demon 1, this unknown name, in a shocking roster move. They start to win a few matches. No one thinks they'll make it to playoffs. They need MIBR to beat 100 Thieves, and then a substitute knife someone just for them to make it in playoffs, and they kept that strike going. They went. They upset some of the top dogs in Americas to make it to Tokyo. They didn't even think they could play with Demon 1. Last second he comes through, and that miracle run has just continued all the way now to the grand finals.
Exactly, and this miracle run is building into this belief for this team. Like, they are working together, they are planning well, the spirits are high, everybody seems to be pretty well on the same page for the most part. They're doing a great job anti-stratting other teams. Their coordination with their utility is brilliant. I mean, everything is coming together all at the right time. With a little bit of destiny, with a little bit of providence in there, they're able to start really punching up, like, well above the way that anybody expected.
And as we were saying, like, nobody or almost no
udah
people
deh.
will believe that EG will be
Ini
the
udah
team
habis
to do
kok
all
Atlas
of
kok,
this, to
tenang
go
aja.
against the seed one from every single region and just beating them with such ease. Now they managed to, after yesterday, come back again and play this rematch against Fnatic.
It just shatters the mind to think what could have been, right? All that
Any
comes down
one
to
of those didn't happen. Chosen doesn't get that knife kill. Demon 1 doesn't end up
Gua
coming here. They don't
gua
beat
nggak
every one
bosan
of
sih
those
main
first
Atlas
seeds.
jujur.
It's
Gua
crazy.
suka.
Yeah, and I think it also illustrates that
Gila,
really
apa
in
kata
this game,
DBD?
anything is
Fresh.
really possible. Like,
DBD.
not just in the server,
Tapi gue
but
nggak
also
bosan.
what's
Gue kalau
happening
main
here as well. Kukuke
stuck aja di situ gitu. Gue kayak pengen main lagi.
Hear me out. I don't think it was a divine intervention. I think
Ya, tunggu mereka deh sambil ngobrol lah mereka lah. Ya. Anjir, mulai jam berapa ini? Cuy, udah jam segini. Genshin masih fresh, tiap update dia fresh kok. Wah. Ini Pak Bustio. Bener sih?
Tell me how you feeling and what you got in store for this rematch against Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think it's just sweet revenge. They beat us 1-2 last time, and I think it's just time for us to get
Classic Riot moment. ROO itu fresh.
Thank you very much, Booster, and good luck. Back to you guys at the desk.
Well, you know, here's the thing. These two teams, they faced off
Yang
against
gak
each
bikin
other
bosan
earlier.
sih emang karena enjoy main. Betul. Gua aja jujur, yang gua kangenin sekarang gua mau main Chimera Land sih. Cuman Chimera Land udah terlalu sayang.
I think EG here is, gotta feel confident coming into today. They gotta feel like they were so
Dark.
cruising right into those grand finals. Certainly.
Si Bustio ini nih kayak kengkengnya barat, cuy. Bang, buat claim reward harus nonton berapa menit? Hah? Claim reward apa nih? Gak ada claim reward. Mau reward apa?
everyone has doubted them. Well, it has been a miraculous run to make it here. They can compete with Fnatic, and they're the team that's played them the closest already.
And then on, of course, the flip side to that, you have Fnatic, a team that obviously no one doubts. Everyone knows it can bring it at any point in time because they put these pieces together to really win championships, plain and simple.
Yeah, exactly. And also, the stakes are so different for today. Of course, the rematch that we were talking about, it was just in that upper bracket, you know? So you always have that second chance. But now we're talking not only about winning, but also getting that second slot for the last chance qualifier for your entire region. So, of course, you know that every single one in your region is backing you up.
Yeah, and that, I think, you know, the big factors here, obviously, on this team, without a doubt, I think is just, you got to look at Chronicle. You got to look at Leo. Honestly, you got to look at Alfier as well.
It's a super team.
It really is. I mean, you could look at any player on this team and you wouldn't be wrong, but Kukuka, I know you have so much experience with these guys, having casted them, having you know, researched them in EMEA. What is it that makes these guys so special?
I mean, I think there's a lot of things. The fact that the protocols that Fnatic follows and makes this kind of players, the ones that are willing to put in the work and that are extremely smart, if they're willing to do all those things together, that's how they become so shiny in the
ROS collab sama slime lagi.
I think that they're going to take them to the victory.
Yeah, I mean, and behind all of this is the big brain of Boaster. He does such a good job prepping. I mean, I love watching his stream because he'll sit there and break down other teams, you know, analyze their lineups and kind of figure out what they're going to do. And that sets up these top 3 players in our event right now.
Wow.
Leo, Chronic, Alfier. I mean, just having outrageously good performances. And yeah, Ethan's right there, but then Boaster is the 5th best rated player here in KDA. You have 4 out of the top 5. That's crazy.
It is absurd what this Fnatic team has managed to pull off individually. You see Busio making it in there as well. He has had an insane event thus far as that leader for EG. But not only could Fnatic make history by starting
Brown
an era,
Dust 2
winning
bang
the
ya,
back-to-back.
Octopath.
Chronicle as well, the player who has been so good throughout their run, has a chance to be the first ever with 3 trophies. It's wild.
And not only that, every single
Twitch
time
drop.
he comes to an international event, because we know that for last year he didn't make it to any, he always get at least to the grand final. So, you know, he has a very good, high success rate.
We got 30 seconds before we start. I got to ask, who's winning?
I think EG. I don't know why. I have no reason, but it's just been an amazing run.
EG, I don't know if Fnatic can keep this crazy pace up.
Fnatic, obviously.
Gue udah bisa claim now.
I love my boys in EG, but I've always felt like Fnatic have that upper hand.
Udah dapet.
We're a
gue.
split test. We'll see how this works out, but our coaches are standing
100.000
by
yang
for
nonton,
Matt Vance, and let's get this show started. Fnatic is looking for the first ever back-to-back international win, and EG
Belum
is
mulai,
looking
belum
to
mulai.
topple the crowd.
Istirahat dulu
It's
guys.
now time to
Istirahat dulu
start
sambil
Masters
tiduran,
Tokyo
sambil setel
right now.
TV ya. Banyak.
光は儚く消える。
Banyak selipan-selipan
準備
guys.
の時が終わる。頂点への最後の関門。
Apaan lagi nih? Anjir udah dibuat loh highlightsnya loh, gokil.
Looking at the past, it's funny to see how everything just changed these 3 years. Starting from Gambit, no one would know what will happen, which heights I achieved.
Yeah.
For me, the past doesn't matter, only the present. With this talent that we have, we can make situations that are impossible possible, and just to make a legacy.
Fnatic、幾多の失敗、そして勝利。栄光を形作るピースは揃った。だがその輝きを継承でき
Anjing
る
kalau di Jepangnya jadi bagus ya.
真の資質が試されようとしている。
Everybody doubted us. Everyone said we wouldn't make it. But look at us now.
疑いの目は重圧となる。だが EG にとってそれは反骨の魂に火をつけるエッセンスだ。
I've been watching esports since I was like 11 or 12, watching Double If, Sneaky, all these old LCS pros. To finally make it to grand finals at an international event, it is insane.
All right, let's get started. First of all, big congrats to both of you for making grand finals. Big deal, Masters of the Year. So let's go ahead and jump in. Gonna explain a little bit. So there is an advantage for Fnatic coming from the upper bracket. So you will have 2 bans, and then you will choose Team A or Team B like normal. So we'll go ahead and go to, would you like Team A or Team B? Team A. So EG, you will be Team B, and we'll start, you get 2 bans. So what will be your bans? Pearl and Fracture, and then map number 1. Lotus, side on Lotus. Okay, and then map number 2. And side on Split. Defense, map number 3. Bind, and then side on Bind. Attack. Okay, and then map number 4, you have Ascent and Haven.
Wah. Lotus lagi. Oh my god.
Okay, side on Ascent. Attack. And map number 5, Decider, will be Haven, and so EG side on Haven. Defense. Okay, gonna run through this really quick.
Dapat 2 ban.
So with the bans, we have Pearl and Fracture, both coming from Fnatic. Map number 1 is Lotus with EG on defense. Map number 2 is Split with Fnatic on defense. Map number 3 is Bind with EG on attack. Map number 4 is Ascent with Fnatic on attack. And map number 5, Decider, will be Haven with EG on defense. Sounds good? Good luck to you both today.
Makuhari Best の皆さん、準備はできてますか？
Gokil.
もう一度聞きます。世界中の皆さん、Are you ready? 参りましょう。バロランドチャンピオンツアー2023マスターズ東京グランドファイナル選手入場。
Also gone for another attempt to raise. No way in hell. Evil geniuses are just not losing maps. This run is something.
Sumpah, jauh demo. Apa sih? Piala tak jatuh lah.
Fnatic look formidable.
Ayo baca lo Chronicle. Chronicle. Dah. Ayo. Fire. Gokil. Mau tinju sih kan. Dia di ring 5-5 ya. Mania. Gokil. Love the energy. Gokil tuh. Si Alpha. Nying ditutup pemain keduanya. Sisanya masih ngantri beli souvenir guys ya. Nonton dulu cuy, round 1 cuy, round 1 nih, round 1.
International events. Today a legacy will forever be forged. It's time for the grand finals of Masters Tokyo.
Fnatic a chance to don Valorant's first ever era in their name, or EG an opportunity to complete the most miraculous run we've ever seen. No other team who has made one of these wild runs happen has made it all the way to the final to test the top squad in the world right now. EG have that opportunity. We'll have to see what they make of it.
And they need to keep that dominance that they showed during the tournament, and they need to show also their resilience that they showed yesterday against PaperX to win this last battle for Fnatic. 2023 might be their year, and actually this was years in the making for them. So long keeping that same core, trying to work towards it.
And for EG, it's the same story. These guys have been grinding it out last year, Tier 2 in North America. They never even made a grand final. No one expected them to be here this year either. But now at an international tournament, at a Masters, they have their first chance for a title.
Yeah, and I mean, you're coming off of a lot of, kind of warm-up ability here for the side of EG. They got to play a long series yesterday. They're going to be feeling confident after that big win. You can see they're fired up on that walkout. But Fnatic, they're in the zone when they're on pace. Nobody can stop them. They click so well together.
Another chance of redemption also for Fnatic. We know how the last grand final went for them. They weren't able to secure that EMEA title. They need to bring it back here at the international event where it matters the most. And we need to talk about also about the map veto, right? About the maps that we're going to be seeing today. We know that Fnatic was granted those 2 bans, and for them it was easy. It was Pearl that they never want to see definitely this year, and Fracture just to counter what EG was able to put on the table last week.
It was by far the most predictable map ban of all time, but also, we know exactly what was going to happen. Why would they want to play on Fracture? Smart calls from Fnatic.
Absolutely, but I'm sure EG expected that as well. In the upper final, they had their chance, just a few rounds away from beating Fnatic, but it's not about how close you got. It's about whether you can win it in the match that matters. And in this BO5, the deck is so stacked against them. Not the favorite in the series, but also those maps so difficult. You start on Lotus, which we've already seen how dominant Fnatic is on.
And I think for Split, that's going to be the real big kind of decider here for EG, whether they're going to be able to hang with Fnatic or not, whether they're going to be able to make those adjustments coming into that map that they were so darn close on against Fnatic in the first round. Let's see if they can get it done.
Prime Gaming Agent selects right there. This is what we're going to be playing here for Lotus. Mimi, your thoughts?
No expectations of changes. These teams have not had much time, but EG yesterday did introduce the Viper into this composition. I think it gives them a lot more options in mid-rounding on their attacking side. I'm glad to see them stick to it.
Yeah, and also another thing that we were mentioning, the preparation coming from EG. They're putting the extra time, the extra hours. Surprised to see Split on the second map, maybe instead of Ascent. I think that they know this to a T. One of the reasons why Fnatic didn't choose to go for Bind as the first one is they do not want surprises.
Wow.
I mean, I'm just curious to see if EG could push Fnatic a little bit more here on Lotus.
Well, folks, it's now time for the best of 5 grand final, and we're all locked in and ready to go. And we couldn't think of 2 better casters to call the action than the world-class commentary duo of Pansy and Hypoc. The floor is yours, my friends.
Thank you so much, GB. The atmosphere in here is just out of this world.
Goosebumps, man.
Yeah, literally. It is amazing to be here. And truly seeing these two teams walk to that stage, Mike, was something else. The fans are ready for this, hungry for this final matchup. Where do your thoughts go here?
I mean, obviously, after the series yesterday, we were talking about EG. Obviously, the big storyline is they dropped that first series, but they took Fnatic all the way. Map 1 aside, and again, with the record this year, 41-8 in maps for Fnatic, EG took a map here in Tokyo. And I think coming across into this series now, they have to be in a position to carry across that confidence. We saw it was knocked. We saw they were playing a little scared versus their idols, right, who they like to look up to in-game.
Breathe it in. We're about to be watching history in the making between these two. The Desk said it perfectly, but now
here we go.
It's time. Game 1 starts now. The grand final starts now. Fnatic on the attack, EG on the defense. Who gets to draw blood first?
EG, I mean, we was touching on, obviously, with the addition of the Viper here. A couple more options on the defense as well. Chronicle, it's a decent tag, actually. Com gonna have to retreat away from here. Previously, we did see Fnatic obviously hunting down Boostio, looking to mark that man, and we're seeing an adjustment here from EG. Him all the way towards C site, and a 3-stack here over towards A.
And we know that preference from Fnatic. They love this A side. They'll explore it. Yes, they pivot, but they do often try and take this space first.
Anjir, mainnya begini ya, kayaknya sampai jam 5 sore
A
lah.
lot of additional bodies, and then Boostio on the other side sitting extremely deep on C. That's the first shot. That's the first blood of the grand finals. Demon 1 going to take down Chronicle and start putting Fnatic under a little bit of pressure here. They've not had that same level of success off the starting block.
Boaster, meanwhile, was slipped through the net. On the B side, Boostio is in position to catch this, but Boaster, does he check this corner? Just on the edge of it, Boostio wins out.
Okay, that's 2 kills on their side, and a follow-up as well. Boostio takes out Leo, leaving it down to Durka and Alpha. And look at the positioning from Alpha, though. Nasty, gonna keep both of these players busy. Ethan on the defuse already is just gonna attack the paint shot for a while, and Alpha's now got a 1v1. Already halfway, though. Demon 1 wants to get back to business. Does he just try and sit this? No, he doesn't. He knows better than that. And Demon 1 gets off the defuse, takes down Alpha, and that is a different start.
There was a moment there where Demon 1 was gonna try and
masih bisa comeback loh.
Alpha. A little bit disconnected. We saw the amount of pressure he was under, actually. Goes 1-for-1. Jorgamo invests the paranoia here to try and isolate him, but initially here we've seen a big adjustment from the pistol. I said early on it was the first 4 or 5 rounds where Fnatic were hunting Boostio down.
And let's kind of take stock here, because it's going to be a couple of Sheriffs and a Ghost, but this should be a round that EG can convert. But let's also talk about the narrative of Demon 1, right? Who has been progressively getting more and more deadly as this tournament has progressed. He has become lethal as it goes on. For now, little adjustment here. Jorgamo knows better than to stick around, but force them to use that utility. But the one X factor, that one win condition we hadn't seen hitting as hard as online was this man. And he's already off to that hot start. Gonna clean up Durka here. Doesn't really take much damage either. Nothing at all. That's a good reply though. Boaster gonna temper some of that aggression, but they do recover the Guardian and filter it back.
So upgrade found for Fnatic. So they drift back towards the orb outside B here.
Itu di luar ada yang ngomongin Jepang nggak?
Sent out here, will catch.
Ya nggak sih, ada double komentator.
Alpha actually farming up towards that lockdown nice and early, just 3 away now.
And the Desk kind of brought this up as well, even in the last time they met earlier in this tournament.
Ada suara
ini,
kemarin ada gitu ya, suaranya double gitu ya.
Every single ult is worked for, every single orb is gathered. There's no lazy rounds from them. There's always something to achieve, and they generally do it very well. There's the second example of it, only in this round. Again, they're even in the rounds they probably won't
komentator
convert,
Jepangnya
they will
pusing ya
make
nih.
something happen. Now down to about 27 seconds, the chance of conversion is getting lower and lower.
Especially with Ethan repositioning here. Still Killjoy set up on B site as well. Boostio. He has drifted away from the turret here. Little catch just before disconnected. Now it's
dipancing tuh Molly-nya.
Found Ethan.
That's an opportunity.
It's the Guardian down.
Boostio tethered to the ground for a second. Spikes in, and they've got player advantage here. No recovered weaponry just yet. Boostio going to spot the player. That's going to be Chronicle down. Great trade from Alpha. Hold on, chip damage too. Boostio's in danger. That's huge. Fnatic maybe maybe turn this on its head, but a 1v2 still possible for Com, but he's got to close that gap. A tap on the spike and leans a little closer. Boaster sitting so deep, though. Smart work from Boaster. Make him work for those next couple of steps. The shot doesn't come in, but time, it's ticking. The fight happens, and it wasn't clean enough for Com. Beautiful from Alpha here. Turning this round on its head.
Gila, Arfire.
Fnatic back at 1 apiece.
And Alpha on that lockdown as well, on the back of that round conversion. A shot to the heart of EG. And these are the two best pistol round teams in the tournament. Fnatic actually taking the lead in that regard, but flipping round 2 here is huge. Demon 1, meanwhile, actually, didn't even spot that one away from the Blade Storm, so an opportunity here, throwing the light shield in. For him to maybe look for a kill or even, I mean, off the rip, go for this orb.
See the temptation.
EG want to stack up for it, yeah. They want to try and get this Blade Storm.
On the other side, I think you're going to have, what, Chronicle? Kind of sat that side. I guess Alpha would respond to it, if anything.
Yeah, they've set up here. There's a trap play off the turret contact, potentially with the Paranoia. I don't think anybody from Fnatic's going to come this way. Alpha drifts away.
Yeah, this is what they're going for. Alpha sitting a little too deep to have much of an impact towards it, but the sides can be taken by Fnatic. They'll get the spike down. But the orb's been gathered, so Demon 1 does have that. And he's invested it. So this is now for the retake. How much mayhem can they even cause here, right? How much can they actually do to dissuade this post plant?
Problem being, actually, they need to go quick because this lockdown is in play. Fnatic have a late round piece here to convert and buy a little more time.
See if they can do it. Can they flood the side? Durka waiting patiently. The only one to take the battle on the side. The rest of the team for that post plant. Demon 1 going to take him down, but they got to get a move on. They still have to try and get themselves in a position to hit that diffuser. Demon 1 forced away, trying to get a little bit more chaotic here. They can't close down. Demon 1 can't get to him. Dealt with. Leo denies it. And Com, yeah, not going to happen. Leo's here. Safest pair of hands you're going to find. Fnatic make it up to 2.
Apa itu smoke?
That's attempt there, but I said lots of factors in play. Comfortable post plant from Fnatic as well. Playing distance, really actually mitigating the risk there from the Blade Storm of Demon 1. On the back of that, Nightfall available as well. Already, this first ult cycle looking very healthy.
God, that could have been insane. True. But yeah, you're starting to see 3. Well, I mean, Durka's not far away, right?
No, it's 2 off Showstopper as well.
So those 3 are huge. They didn't even need that lockdown in the end. And obviously EG on the other side suffering. Now we saw Com being punished with this. We actually saw the likes of Boostio punished with that. This time around, Com wins it out.
Seriously as well, EG, well, Com in this regard, not respecting that utility. Let's actually come out on top of it with a kill. Lockdown invested though, so it should pave the way for an open site hit for Fnatic.
Good protocols coming in from both, so they're just making sure that no one was sat back in the corner. And obviously EG knowing better than that now. Pausing for a moment though, instantaneous plant. Waiting for a little bit of utility to cycle through here.
I mean, lots of time has passed. Actually allows EG to regroup here, but Boaster finds 2. Lucio Joooomer will fall.
That's massive work, leaving just the 3 alive. Plant now going to go down. 3 players from CT. Chronicle's position's good. That will know all 3 players, and they have no idea what they're coming up against. They can slip back, but they have to clear Chronicle. The crossfires are going to be deadly. You can see Boaster now getting a little closer. Oh, the utility is stunning. Fnatic in this post plant have just eviscerated EG. They could not get going from CT.
And that pause for thought baits EG into a peak
No,
to try and deny that side control from going fully in favor of Fnatic. And the follow-up utility is gorgeous. Yeah, that seize from Leo was everything in terms of securing those final kills. Absolutely 0 risk. Fnatic looking very composed so far in the start of Lotus.
Yeah. Again, when we're talking best of 5s, it is now marathon territory, right? It goes into a longer series, but you have to look at kind of the, I guess, the early looks coming out from these teams, how these players are performing so far. Fnatic not looking too phased. I like some of the adjustments from EG. It's whether or not they can actually keep up over distance, right, over time. Can they match them on this map? Traditionally, and if we throw our minds back just to that last time they met, this was one with the biggest disparity on it. Now, EG, at least putting up the first, will close out a little bit of that worry that they weren't prepared. But on the other side of things, Fnatic, it takes a lot to fluster them. It's a very rare occasion you're going to put them in such a bad scenario that they can't recover. So I like that Fnatic are just kind of pausing in this one, taking their time, making sure they're doing their due diligence, just clearing through. Because EG currently do have a little bit of a stack towards
Kalau mainnya 30 detik terus sih.
Sheriffs across the board as well. How deadly they can be in the thrifty. They pop out the back of the Viper here. Busio will find one. Actually, tag comes through with a shorty, but Durka does just one. Busio, he gets a second though.
Needs to do a little bit more here. Jorgamo, the last one alive. Is there anything he can achieve out of this?
Yeah,
the last three sitting pretty comfortably. HP in a good place. Like nothing looking super easy for him. Like the danger they tried to create there though. Quite simple so far for Fnatic in this round now. After all that chaos settles, Hans going to go in. He's going to need some belters to do something with this.
Even trying to drop out of the smoke there with the TP to maybe get a bit of information.
Wah.
We'll seal the deal on Fnatic's fourth.
Gue punya refleks bagus itu aja, kayaknya udah seneng.
Options to play with now. Operator actually online. Also have the lockdown, have the Viper's pit. Kingston just one away from the Seekers as well, so.
Guys, I'm in their head, boys. I'm in their head.
Okay, he's got. Yeah, I was just wondering what he was going to go for on the buy then. I feel like I can hear Potter talking, which is a great bit of information. But, and look, a TriCast, I'm always down, but for now, let's focus as Demon 1 is postured up on this for a fight. And they were punishing them on any aggression before. Pain Shell going to be the first thing invested. Jorgamo really shouldering most of this contact, but they are just kind of waiting for Demon 1 to get that chance.
Nade placement was actually nearly perfect here. Showstopper popped it. Actually, Demon 1 able to slip away, but caught on the retreat.
And Dirk is so good at this, clearing very efficiently. And Fnatic getting such a great read into all of the intent, all of that want from EG.
And that's one of those big tools I was just talking about for EG to make a stand here in round 6. Removed, no chance of the trade. Com anchoring A site right now. Busio tucked into a setup on B. Actually, decent read on the timing as well to pop the pit here, but it's a lot to handle.
Yeah. Even outside of that, they can still crunch towards that B site. Yeah, counterpick comes in, so that's going to nullify that. Busio looking like he wants to invest the lockdown here. 27 seconds, maybe not a bad idea. Going to really rip away some of their options, force them back into the pit potentially. But you can see Chronicle clearing around those edges, trying to spot out Com. The rest of Fnatic's coming this way, so Com once again will have his hands full. Divide goes up as well to ensure a little more safety. And Com's closing in. He's seen everything! Huge impact from Com. Finds 2 and now time! They're running so low, 4 seconds. Chronicle gun out, goes to the fight. They do not have time. If they can live, they've done enough. EG deny Fnatic.
Beautiful stuff from Com after being at a disadvantage so early on. Has a perfect read on the timing. Unfortunately, yeah, Chronicle, I'm not sure if it's just an unfortunate spread here, but he has such a small slice to play outside that pit. He can't really counter it. Can't really create any pressure towards Com. Unfortunately, late round, it's played to perfection. The lockdown to force them back towards A. It's a scramble decision, and they have to plant in such a risky spot.
They invested so many ults on that round too. I mean, we had the Divide coming up as well, Dirk with the Showstopper, Chronicle with the pit, but a fast piece towards B. Simplistic an approach, but it's worked very well. Dirk is going to take all that space, but a challenger awaits, and it's going to be Ethan. Got a bit of a hot hand already this round. Following up from the last, Zeke is going to go through. And they should be working off the back of this. Yeah, time to close in. Busio going to be the one really committed, and he gets away with murder. Finding 2 looking the wrong way. Ethan make himself the sacrifice, and it works, and Pulse has been dealt with. Big boy Busio. He's playing out of his mind right now. 4 big kills for him. And let's, again, I have to remind you, roll your mind back. He was bullied on this map. Highlighted, you said it, marking your man. Durka had his number for like 6 rounds in a row. That's much different this time.
Absolutely, and yesterday we were talking about the number of rounds that he's just dropping multi-kills. As the first point of contact for EG. Standing tall here. So we've seen him completely avoid that, the broken door position in towards Link. It's a massive adjustment of the defense of EG. We haven't really seen Fnatic, I guess, fall foul to it just yet, but here, that adjustment of position does pay off for EG.
Did their homework, but it's still Fnatic. That will always be the end of every sentence. It doesn't really matter.
Big info.
Demon 1 will be noted in the additional presence towards that C site, so switch up a little bit. Falling away from this, though, we are seeing that exploration of the other side of the map. Once again, Com. A whole lot of stress on this one man, because EG have responded, right? They've drawn 3 players now over towards C, pulling that rotation. So Com's going to have to anchor this like a superstar.
We'll spot the poison orb thrown across, I think. Actually drops it here. A lot of space between him and the next EG player, Ethan. Looks like he's making that rotation all the way back through spawn. Com actually able to slip through.
Yeah, I'm
away.
surprised. Thought they might have been caught him on the way there, but no.
Crosshair looked bang on there.
Yeah, that looked on the money. No, meticulous approach from Fnatic. To plants in. And a 5v5 retake. Could get incredibly messy unless Boostio's going to keep keeping it clean. Chronicle's gone
Surround
down.
lah, at least surround lah.
The other players playing off-site, sitting super deep by tree over towards the back of the wall. They now don't have a presence this close by. They could start pressuring here, and Boostio wants a bit of that. Gets a little closer to the wall. Now she swings it! The flash is divine! Sent from the gods! Ethan going to be grinning with that one, and he wants a bit more. Boostio is just unreal right now!
He must have heard me. Back-to-back multi-kills here for Boostio. And he's the tip of the spear, the flash from Ethan, and Boostio digs so deep behind this wall. I mean, timed to perfection.
One enemy remaining.
Nyasar tuh peluru.
We actually might have a grand finals on our hands, like an actual
What a
matchup.
stark contrast. I believe it was 4 first Fs out the first 6 rounds last time for Boostio. And now look at him, 13-6. Leading the charge, another lockdown available for him, and a massive financial cushion here for EG.
What does Fnatic do now? Do they lean to other options? Do they look elsewhere? Had some success over towards C early on. This time around, EG noting that. Already, I don't think that's going to catch anyone, but it does give them the green light towards the site.
There's an alarm bot here and there. Now they swarm down on default here, so a chance to maybe stall out this plant coming through, or force Fnatic to plant a little deeper here. So last time, Fnatic baited out a couple of peaks, but lockdown invested here. Durka's pushing forwards. EG are going to struggle to defend this.
Okay, unless you have Ethan, apparently. Going to find Durka in all of that chaos. Supposed to try and take the brunt of this. Allow Chronicle a little bit of freedom. It's out of the paranoia, but gets outdone. EG is sweeping the site. Alpha and Booster are about to get annihilated. Alpha, hold on. That's huge. Oh. That got a little close.
Makin naik nih. EG. Gue megang EG dari awal.
I think in a position now where they're probably feeling like they need to call a timeout.
This should be a timeout.
Feels as if they're struggling for an answer. EG are digging their heels in.
Yeah, this absolutely should be a timeout for Fnatic. Pump the brakes, as we've actually just seen it come in here. They are indeed doing that. So a couple of different looks there. They tried to explore A again. They went back for that B lean. They've explored C, but none of them really found much footing in that. So options, that's the question. What do they run with here? But also for EG, the mentality of knowing they forced Fnatic into that timeout.
Oh, absolutely.
Like the emotional win on that, huge.
I mean, we talked about last time, I mean, Potts has even hinted towards this, obviously coming into this initial first matchup. EG were a little scared to play against the people, again, the people they look up to, the people that they've tried to imitate and kind of adopt their own play style from. I think that was
super team,
that
right?
was very evident in the first, even the first map of that series. Map 2 and 3, different story.
It's it truly is such a mental game when it comes to this, though, kind of that facing down an opponent who you never feel you have that 70-30, 80-20 against. You've got a best of 50-50. But they drew blood last time, right? They were one round away from OT, and then it could have been them sat in the finals. Who knows how OT would have gone down.
Kami butuh iklan. Enggak, jangan yang ini timeout doang.
They are the favorites for a reason. They have capability to hit these timeouts, come back in stronger. We rarely see them tested, though. The Desk said it, we said it.
Baru kali ini loh.
This whole tournament, I say only EG has really pushed Fnatic at all. No one else has come close. EMEA, sure, Liquid beat them, but that even felt like a one-off.
I mean, this Fnatic super team roster is 6-0 against America's teams, so...
They get credit for a reason.
Yeah, any stat you look at.
But as it stands, they were stumped by the underdogs of EG, who've turned up today looking a whole lot different. Now, does that change the outcome? Let's find out on this map. This marathon in front of us of a best of 5. Pressure towards A, but a quick pivot towards B. And look at the damage!
A ton of damage.
Leo and Chronicle, the walking wounded.
As well, does have a nano swarm. So maybe anticipating a little bit of aggression here. Pulls the shorty out on the back of the gravity well. No damage done just yet. A full 5v5, Lauren.
Yeah, I'm looking at Jooomers potentially trying to cause a little bit of an issue, but with the lockdown coming in, that's secured them so much time. Boostio's going to get a move on. Clear through connector very quickly. It's very clear where the post-bomb is. Now Jooomers needs impact, and he finds it. Takes out Chronicle, and the late positioning from Boaster could be a real issue, though. Again, time still on Fnatic's side. That's lovely work from Boaster and Durka. Boostio comes back in, but can't get past. Durka waiting patiently. Demon 1 and Com, I think their options have dwindled here.
Try and hold on to the Odin at least. Do some further damage, because the timing was insane for Demon 1 there. I was going to say, if he could remove another
Timingnya.
Be the best situation of a round loss that EG were looking for. I think maybe on the back of that timeout, the awareness is there for Mini, relaying that information that there's minimal resistance towards that link area where time and time again they were finding value. I think Fnatic, on the back of the lockdown, capitalized massively.
Yeah, you can see Chronicle starting to get a little heated up. That's good to see. But yeah, the lockdown was perfect to supplement and complement that round, right? It almost kind of put that bow on it. Timeout right back in, though. EG, don't want to let this one slip. Kalo instantly going to get a grip on it. And if you look at the regular season from North America, EG, after those timeouts, their conversions of round wins was exceedingly high. Almost out of the ordinarily high conversion off the back of a timeout. And they still have a great purchase here. Ult-wise, I mean, TP for Jooomers, Demon 1 off, but he's got an operator coming to this round if he wants it. On the other side, very close to that showstopper again for Durka. Chronicle not far off, and neither's Boaster. So plenty of options could be played with here, because you know these teams will absolutely play around those ults as soon as they're available.
I feel like EG are in control, though. 5-5 scoreline, but it feels as if that string of rounds, EG have the awareness of where they want to adjust, and obviously with Boostio having the game he is so far, you're able to ride that wave. Demon 1 can have a couple of rounds now with the operator.
Gitu nanti banyak bocil, bang, nggak rusak matanya itu, bang.
For me, I still look at Durka as one of those who've tamed the best, right? Everyone else, this player's the king of Icebox. No, that's Durka now. Like, anytime he's facing your 10s, your Yage,
EG gila loh ini.
He's won those
EG
battles.
lagi
Like,
gila loh.
Durka deserves all the credit in the world, but can Demon 1 find a chance? It was for a split second. That's all you get, an opportunity, and it's gone.
Mana menembak lalat kayak gitu.
Hanging around. That looks so close.
That looked terrifyingly close.
I think, yeah, initial deterrent now. It's definitely a red flag. Fnatic initially showing a little bit of respect towards the operator. Jooomers posted up pretty deep here.
Does Boostio draw enough attention? He does. Does he commit to this? A little bit of a spam. Okay, so heads up from Leo, though.
Boostio still got one, though.
At least to get out for here. And Jooomers gets away. Boostio doesn't, though. So Fnatic's still on for a little bit of a run here, but they're just going to be pausing. They've decided they'd rather face down the operator. 45 seconds, really.
Different switch up as well. They're going to leave Demon 1 now with the operator posted at A site anchor. Com in a position to support potentially.
Has to get more than... Oh my god, the pressure. This is ridiculous. Demon 1, he's got 4 players coming his way. Leo's just removed his only support system. It's all down to him. Oh, I thought he might have had a second. Knives out. He's going to do some serious damage. He's seen so much, but Leo, quick to respond. And now looking for that plant. Pauses for a second. He's behind him. And Ethan's from Chronicle. It's all on Leo. The man who denied them OT. Denied them the chance. This time he falls. Ethan puts him to his grave.
Go kill.
EG pick up where they left off.
Switching side. Ayo.
That shot onto
Timing.
from Leo was
Bisa ini.
How does he look so chill? Ethan is just like...
It's actually crazy. Again, Leo finds the counter spam here. I didn't even snap to it.
Nah, he was
Gila
waiting.
The angle there.
Pas banget
Maybe he's
loh.
expecting somebody from Tree. Obviously, the TP from Jooomers, there's some question marks around the map, but...
So he found Com earlier, right?
It's a disaster, yeah. Demon 1 actually dashes right onto the crosshair.
Boostio on the op now. Interesting little switch up.
We see him pick this up on Fracture as well, just to the curveball. He has been landing shots with it.
Okay, Fnatic once again showing their presence. It's just going to be that protocol list. Difference being, I guess Durka does have that showstopper Boaster. You can see the money really on the cusp of crumbling towards the end. Still able to fashion a buy here, which is fortunate for them. Just going to leave Chronicle postured up at this point. And the other 4 leaning back towards C. This puts, again, Jooomers under a lot of scrutiny, but here, playing safe on the other side of the door. No one currently on that C side. This is now where it gets a little scary. Durka, the paranoid did land. Jooomers with the TP, trying to keep himself safe. Doors shut, and no one there to receive it.
Hey, what a big trade, though. The paranoia for the showstopper, whether or not he's Ethan nearly cresting that corner. But Fnatic just posturing up a little bit. They have 2 players making progress towards it. Boostio find the spike on Boaster, though.
And the Seekers as well, because Fnatic are everywhere. They've infiltrated the entire map. Demon 1 waiting, spots them. Now he's in danger. Jooomers got his back. Takes down Alpha, we're down to Chronicle, Durka, and Leo. Leo is looking monstrous today, though. Some impact kills for sure. Spike back in hand in 19 seconds. That B side looking vulnerable, but they could also look towards C.
Trailblazer didn't catch Durka here, but I think the flash did.
Flash should have caught him. Oh my word. There's the Viper's Pit. They've decided they've committed for that B plant.
Spike planted.
Durka's pretty far off, but the 2 players on the side, Leo and Chronicle, the ultimate duo. The best that they could have achieved. Looking at picking up that fully fledged roster. These
Tunggu, Viper musuh kok di Viper Pit?
The pit team 1 goes on top. Leo looks for it, finds it, finds. No more. It's down to a 1v2. Ethan
Viper
down 76,
tuh guys
but
HP-nya kalau kayak gitu.
sitting pretty. He's been found. Put to the knees.
Misalkan Viper musuh masuk ke Viper Pit kita gitu.
But a stark contrast from last time. 10-2 was the score on the half on Fnatic's attack. EG with some great little adjustments here to bring out a level pegging at the half. Leo's having a game already, though.
Ngurang juga gitu.
Impact kills, right? He's 11 to 8, which doesn't seem hyper
gue kira kayak
impressive, but then
costing.
you look at the
Viper
value
ketemu
he's getting
Viper nggak ngurang
out
gitu.
of this world. And again, that's when we talk about super team, we talk about them in those specific roles. And we haven't even seen them at their best yet, right? Like technically, you haven't seen Durka on Jet, you haven't seen half of these players yet. But let's jump back in just a moment's time.
Much, Pansy and Hypok. What a pleasure it is to be on this desk for the grand finals. We've got Mini, Kuka, and Achilles for joining us. Hi.
Aduh, gila. Tapi jujur ya, gue lagi ngantuk banget sih. Jam-jam segini tuh jam-jam gue tidur. Jam belum bangun. Tapi gue berusaha untuk melek nih. Gue lagi
exactly. We're very surprised at what we're seeing on the server, but we're talking about the level of preparation that was coming from EG, how reactive they were, how important it is to understand the timing in which Fnatic wants to do things, so you can first of all, make them very nervous in the decisions that they're making, and also surprise them at the mid round.
And I was really impressed with, in particular, these late rounds from EG. So many of these replays were what made
Dia tuh
this
pelurunya nyasar aja.
and in particular, Boostio back-to-back 4Ks to get them to this point. Gagel is stepping up, and as you guys were talking about, we are even. But the thing is, I almost favor EG going into this
Nanti
half.
gue mau makan
Lotus
roti
with these
ini.
comps can be fairly
Gue bakal gadoin.
attacking sided at times, and if EG can get that ball rolling, I think they are on good course for the map.
Makan roti
this, though. If Fnatic get that momentum, they are really good at controlling this defensive side. 60% win rate. You give them full rifles, you give them that Odin, and they do a great job of holding down those extremities and stopping your mid-rounding.
Yeah, for EG, I'm looking for them to come out here, out the gate, get that pistol round win yet again, but this time not drop the anti-eco like we saw Fnatic be able to stay still away. Got them that massive streak to really run this one back where it was in EG's hands to start with.
I think for some reason I'm starting to cheer for EG because I see the preparation, I see the work that is after that, and also Ethan, I'm looking at you not only on this map but for the rest of them.
Well, 6 on the defense is huge, Pansy and Hypok. Let's see if EG can keep this up.
You're right, this is a totally different matchup now. This completely shatters all our expectations from before. We're looking at a new environment, right? Something else to look at here because EG have come out and they put up a much better performance, night and day from that first time they met. And Fnatic now have a true challenger on their hands.
I feel like actually overall across the half, I mean, I said this, I think at the 4-4 scoreline, but it felt like EG were in control. It was blow for blow, yes, we come out 6-6, but these tiny adjustments, EG with the awareness of what went wrong last time and how to fix it here.
Looks quite simplistic for now, but you still have
Controller selalu gitu ya di round awal ya. Beli klasik, beli semua utility.
Leo, Durka, all there. Paranoia could be huge. He's diving in. A 1-for-1 trade out. Leo sends him back. Alpha doubles down, and they're clearing on through. Fnatic looking so deadly. Timing not there at all. Leo coming alive here.
What a beautiful pistol round though from EG. The plan here, slightly off with the execution. I mean, the paranoia is huge. It catches all 3 players. Only amounts to 1 kill with the shorty. Maybe Demon 1's blocked on the way in here, but it's the paint shell behind. Then the smoke drops. Demon 1.
1 enemy remaining.
Just caught on the retreat. But a 3K from Leo.
Picking up where he left off.
Yeah, flips things on its head.
And we're starting to see the true power of Fnatic, right? This team was made for finals. They're made to challenge anyone in the world. Forged from the best potential players. And even if one has a bad day, if maybe, you know, let's say Durka's having an off game, maybe Alpha's having an off game, it doesn't matter. Someone else can fill any void that's left there. For EG though, so they're not done yet. Certainly not out of this one by any means. Team 1 trying to maybe give that similar look here, but EG starting to flood through the rest of the map, pick up the orbs, close in towards C.
I'm gonna prioritize some progress towards the lockdown. Probe sent out here by Ethan. This is kind of cool initially, but Alpha drifting across to provide a little bit of support if necessary.
Right.
The timing was immaculate.
Yeah, that was great. Thanks for that production. And also cameraman, who's been looking around at all the signs and gone, that's
This is the one. I want to show that one.
Yeah. It looks like a double pump back towards C. And that assistance from out there could be very, very valuable now.
So yeah, he's actually drifted towards a committed position with Chronicle. Actually does catch the TP finally, yeah, but Com good for the trade. Okay. And a rifle retrieve for Demon 1. And 15 seconds left to play with though.
Spike's down in a little bit of a dangerous spot. It is picked up, 10 seconds now. Any more damage would be good, but I don't think they're gonna get much here. Demon 1's gone down, and there it is. Fnatic, keep composed, keep their cool here. It's gonna be their 8th now.
Obviously a little more invested as well in that round 2 than usually you'd see Fnatic playing with a Marshall, potentially a pistol to round things out. But Alpha able to get back on Vandal here. It's already Leo in this half. Round 3, 1 off the ultimate. Nothing really within reach for EG either. Looking to probe towards C once again, and a switch up, a total switch up here on the defense for Fnatic. A little bit of fake utility, actually, almost implying a heavily orchestrated set piece. But look at this wall.
That's so nice. They get to push up a little bit deeper as Chronicle to deal with the turrets. They don't particularly know about both, so there's obviously that consideration to an extent. But how much do they clear on this? That's quite nice, actually, from Fnatic. Sitting deep, though. They are going to respect that EG can now take through towards C, but the retake's going to be deadly. So it's down to the likes of Com and Boaster. Who wins that fight? It's going to be Boaster. That's a free upgrade as well. Plant's going to come down. And I just love the way that they teed that up.
Yeah, it was faking heavy presence outside Mound. I mean, EG luckily drifting behind it, but lack of awareness towards the back line here. Fnatic now 5v4 on this retake.
Big paranoia. That's B3 denied, slows the roll, and Demon 1 wants it, gets it, takes down Boaster, follow-up score, just can't get the third though. Jorgamo a little out of sync on that, allows Leo and Chronicle to answer back, but buys a little bit of time and keeps them into this kind of 2v3. Boostio and Ethan though, can they keep control of this? More time being purchased here. A little bit of chip damage, yes, but now Ethan's got to be ready for this one. 3 players, he can't do it now, Fnatic. Clearing on through now. Close enough.
attacker Sobat aja.
Fnatic make it to 9.
Beautifully constructed as well. They said the early round perfect.
Jangan lu dong.
Unfortunately, do lose Com ahead of this side here coming through. Again, Fnatic just dissecting their way through. It's not often you see him laughing and joking about things either, but obviously looking very comfortable in the server right now.
Yeah.
And now top of the board for Fnatic.
He's one of those coldest players, even on the walkout.
The walkout,
he's just like
zero emotion.
None. Yeah, he's something to watch. And again, still not seeing them on the Sova, which is ridiculous, right? Like, the guy is good on pretty much anything, but for now, almost touching double digits here. Shots.
Hilang.
A little bit of the limelight for himself as Demon 1 removed early on here, above 120.
Nanti kalau sampai 11 sih, wah udahlah.
Trying to deal with some of this utility, maybe draw the rotation, but no damage to really follow up on here. And if anything, it's to their detriment. It pulls Boaster and Leo a little closer towards the upper side of B. Guardian's still in play now in Ethan's hands. I guess a window of opportunity here, but it requires Jorgamo and Boostio to dig pretty deep outside rubble. Leo playing on the backside of the broken door could cause problems for them.
Caution here. I think Durka's internal clock is starting to tick to the right tune as well. He knows there's pressure coming his way now. Maybe just shallow paint shot. Let's try and deal with anyone pushing up. Oh,
beautiful pinch from
Big shot. Hold on. Durka, though, look how quick he responds to this. Alpha's there with him. Oh, it's stunning from Alpha. Fnatic firmly in control.
Gila, Alpha ya.
One, and they close cleanly.
Gak
Another
obat,
bye,
cuy.
and a big round coming up for EG now.
Well, this one has a big impact on how the rest of this half will go. Another situation where a string of rounds, much like the first, we're asking for a response from EG now. About there with their first ult cycle of this half. Lockdown available. TP for Jorgamo. Com and Demon 1 just missing one more
Gila.
orb towards it.
Alpha ya.
Pace change here, at least early on.
Ini paling muda tuh.
Necessarily created any pressure towards Chronicle just yet, but it has pulled Boaster.
Emang Sentinel 2 tim ini lagi menggila ya.
You don't want to be tapping that orb right now. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be tapping that orb right now.
No, but he's so close, he's one away. Oh, Boaster opens up the door, and Chronicle even gets a follow-up. Demon 1's gone down. They haven't even had a chance to really start that roll in towards the site. They're left trying to pick up the pieces somewhere else. EG maybe running a little low on steam here. Boostio again, it felt like he ended the half on 14, barely on 16 now. Can they make something out of this round though? Plant would be ideal, obviously. Alpha waiting in the wings. Leo's there. Boaster, Chronicle, all nearby. Lockdown's gonna go through too. This now gets deadly. It's going to ask a lot of these players. Is Boostio going to at least get Chronicle down? But look at it. How do you get past Alpha and Leo? Jooomers is not going to do it. Fnatic are in full form now.
They are.
Final form.
Yeah.
Stretching this lead even further. EG walking the tightrope in terms of the finances here. As we enter round 18. Again, it's the timing of this kill. EG are looking to get set up to maybe plant the seed of doubt, deal with this Killjoy utility on B once again, try and pull a rotation, but...
Bro, why I have Sheriff? Why I have Sheriff?
EG going to try and pump the brakes here now.
I mean, the saving grace being that it doesn't even get to the point where they can invest some ultimates. They're going to be able to purchase back into the next regardless, or at least force back up with the Blaze Storm there as well. Ethan just won off the Seekers to be a full house for EG.
Apakah
Again, it's so easy to look at the underdog story here, but again,
akan
Fnatic
ente
just played EG not long ago.
Alfaya gila anjir.
Showing this progression, this capability to grow and change, and they still manhandle them in the second half. Like, Fnatic is such a familiar
Ayo fokus
team.
EG, come on. Gue bangun demi lu loh. Gue bangun demi lu loh EG loh.
EG the only ones.
Kalau nggak gue udah lagi tidur ini, lagi tidur.
On this map, we'll start now. Plenty to play with. All those ults almost ready to go, apart from the Seekers that will probably come through this round if they want it. They should be able to get the buy there.
So whether or not they're even going to set up for that ahead of this, or whatever side hit comes through, but definitely want to see EG formulate a plan around these ultimates. We praised them for doing so on other maps and how well synergized it looked. So we've got 5 rounds trailing to Fnatic right now. Another switch up on the defense for Fnatic as well. Just going to be boasted with that Odin. Chronicle and Alpha kind of set up for a pinch off this utility. Just outside mound here, we can see it littered across the way.
Yeah, this is quite scary. You can see it on the map now.
The counter the lockdown, so Paint Shell will go in, immediately removing that.
Options getting less and less, and here comes that setup's effectiveness. Going to be tested once that second layer of players come in. Team 1 can get past pretty comfortably. The rest not so much. Alpha and Chronicle, as said, the door swings and say goodbye to 3. EG left in tatters. Demon 1 and Ethan, the only on, really, on the site. And okay, gets Durka down. Should be able to get a plant off this. I mean, maybe Alpha's position's a little uncomfortable. They've got to win maybe one of these two extremities. Ethan trying to find that safe plant. That's for the CT side. Now what can these two do? A 2v4. Was a 2v5. Seekers is going for it. Trying to give them everything they can, every tool that they have invested here. Ethan down low though, 21 HP, and Demon 1 sitting pretty. Finds the first, Ethan trades it, and now down to a 1v2. But it's the big boys, it's Alpha and Leo, the ones who've really come alive here in these finals. Flashes one, expects the swing. Oh, a great read from Ethan, but not enough to take out either Leo or Alpha, who has said, Mike, they're in finals form.
They just make it so difficult for him to pin down a 1v1. Even here, down to 21 HP. Demon 1 tries to go aggressive, dig out Boaster, but like I said, the read here from Fnatic. They set up with this pinch on the back of the utility to counter a lockdown execute. Catch them in the choke point. 6 unanswered rounds now for Fnatic.
Gorgeous form. Operator out for Durka now. That little cherry on top of the cake. So you get a challenger. Anyone willing to take that fight? Nah. I wouldn't go near the side of that map if I were you, but it looks like EG do want to decide towards that B side. They're going to lose mountain control. They're going to hear all this utility, and that door's going to open. There is someone waiting. It's Durka. Delivers to us. Jooomers in a second. Divine work from Durka. He wants more. Get the door open again. Swing it through. Give me another target. Does Demon 1 want to go for it? The flash is there. Oh, he saved him. Durka just took down Boostio as well. Hold on.
Ethan and Demon 1 again.
Yeah. The deadly duo. Do they get closer this time?
Look how deep Leo's playing on this. Demon's desperate for somebody to swing onto him here. A little bit of a misread here from Boaster. He's coming back through to stack up with Chronicle. We'll give Ethan a plant. Seekers once again.
Bloody hell. Right, they're going to take a journey. Demon 1's position could be everything. He should have the drop on Leo. He does. Now 2v2. Coming back around, it's all over towards Mound. This time, Ethan's even got a flash. Yeah, this could be massive in Chronicle. Gonna try and take a couple of steps forward. Spotted on the cross. Now the flash doesn't need it. Ethan's there. Saves it for last. And Boaster gonna catch one. The spray, it's a little too wild. This time around, Demon 1 and Ethan. That's the unison that's scary, but again, they walk out barely alive.
Will attempt to scrape together another purchase, but now Fnatic, 4 ultimates available for them. Even again, saving grace being Leo's caught before his ultimate actually casts. Big 4K from Ethan. But the first on this half for EG. Have to follow through with this. Boostio back on the operator. Gonna try and look for a pick here, and he will be rewarded. Durka will fall.
Pit is just controlling so much of this space, right? You can't disrespect that. So they have to look elsewhere. It's B, it's A. 2 players close towards A, and there's Alpha, who's been absolutely
lethal.
Miraculous. Yeah, A1 and vicious, this kid. There's something about him that you just don't want to mess with at times. Just flips into a little bit of a different gear. They still have a lot of clearing to do. You can see the Fnatic actually staying a little bit deeper. They're going for a bit of a challenge on this. Prowler's not going to clear as much as they want. Boaster's in a really dangerous spot. He might be dead. Yeah, absolutely. Out in no man's land. Punished, and Boostio paid in the way.
Let's try to follow up here, but the wall will slow things down. Leo respecting this for the time being, backing away. Chronicle still over towards C. So Fnatic concede a lot of space here. I'm really interested in doing any chip damage ahead of this plant coming through.
30 seconds left.
Might even just consider saving this. I think that's what we're seeing, yeah, looking at the mini-map.
Yeah.
So EG do follow up. There will be a flawless round as well, so a big boon to the economy. Gives them another buy in hand and puts them 4 away now from Fnatic.
Yeah, it's how quickly do Fnatic think on their feet. That little new piece of the puzzle, right, that's been revealed. Boostio with that operator doing really nicely, finding them some early work, some early opportunities. Does Fnatic think they don't have to adjust yet? Maybe they don't. Maybe just a couple of nice shots that he was hitting. I mean, Boaster got caught out a little bit, kind of, you know, no man's land. That's what they go for.
Yeah, I think as well, and you look for the indicator of where the operator potentially is on an attacking side, and if it's not on his Boostio, is he setting up for a lurk? Is he looking to just secure this extremity? So you can understand why Boaster's this committed, but EG re-clearing that space, what, 30, 35 seconds after that initial pick anyway. Fnatic's still comfortable, obviously, that string of rounds. So have a buy or 2 in hand here. See the light shields coming through.
A little combo. Does Com live? It looks fine.
Heavy lean towards A here.
Yeah.
And we've seen Fnatic do this a couple of times as well. They'll just rotate Chronicle across, try and catch a vulnerable for Boaster to spam through on the Odin, and just play anti-plant on C, but EG are cautious in approach.
Late investment of the utility as well from Alpha coming through. Starting to invest behind this C site. Focusing deep towards CT.
Yeah,
Chronicle,
they're setting up for so many little anti-plant stalls.
And they're doing it mid-round as well. 57 seconds now. EG.
Jooomers has the spike and he has the TP, so this might just be an attempt to fake out a little bit of presence by EG.
Annoying enough, they don't want to commit towards that. 40 seconds now, back towards A. It's Leo and Durka.
I was going to say, yeah, there's a lack of progress on the other side of the map, though. See Ethan and Com still behind rubble. A couple of question marks
30 seconds left.
lay ahead of them, and the commitment of the poison orb will be a big indicator to
Lanjut.
Durkee here to call for some support.
Oh.
Coming on the door is going to force him slightly deeper. See D1 trying to close in, but the timing's great from Com. Durga couldn't divide and conquer for once in his life. Normally he's there for it, good for it, but Leo has been monstrous. Spam goes in, look at the damage they're getting on this quick heal comes out as well. Leo trying to close that gap, he's already on the side, shorty in hand. Spam again, looking for the player. Leo can't do it this time, Chocobo's still alive. Boaster gets the trade. He's gonna be spamming this all day long. Ethan's down at 8 HP. Alpha's found Demon 1. It's a 3v3. Spotting the player, Busio can't land it. And now there's pressure on the site itself. Goes again, Alpha's got him. It's down to 2. Back down to a 2v2 though. It's going back and forth between these guys. Boaster spammed the entire round. Connects it, takes it through it. And that's map 1 in the pocket of Fnatic.
That final round was ridiculous. EG have so many tools at their disposal. Almost a stranglehold set up in this post plant. And Fnatic just rip it away. Notable improvement here though for EG. Obviously in this matchup alone we saw EG get taken the distance yesterday in a best of 5 on this map as well versus Paper X. A stark contrast.
Yeah, 9 Day definitely have a competitive series in front of us if EG can keep up to this level. But again, if you think Fnatic can't answer, they can't match any level that you go to, you haven't watched enough of them. They are the team to beat for a reason. They've come out here and they've done very well. And now we're starting to see Alpha and Leo find their form too.
Absolutely. And just to know as well, EG actually win out in the opening engagements here. Even at this scoreline, a 13-8, a clinical second half, EG were ahead on first bloods. So Fnatic recovering so many rounds here.
Yeah, best of 5, longest series now. Taking a look back at this. A start and a half from EG. First half, very, very solid. Took a little time to get going in the second.
Like I was saying, there were a couple of really nice adjustments from EG to fix some of the, I don't want to say glaring issues, but things that Fnatic were targeting in terms of EG's approach to the defensive side on Lotus. I don't know if this is just a case of it took a little too long to get going, or they didn't have any positives, any tangibles early on in those losses to really follow up on.
Nice, gimme.
Just ran away with the second half.
Yeah, now the thing is this enough of an indicator for EG that they feel like, okay, now we're closer, right? We just drew blood against them on the map that we got absolutely smashed on. Now we get to walk into our map pick. Obviously Fnatic on the other side of things, they get that 2-man pick run of it, so of course they start strong, but a much different beginning for EG here. This is much better, much more competitive. Now we have to find out what it looks like on Split after the break.
Yang win rate 100 anjir, gila. Well, kita masuk map 2. Duh, perut gue mules. Kangen icebox ya. Duh, masa gue tahan sampai round 3, map 3. Killjoy meta banget ya. Tahu pick rate-nya cukup tinggi sih. Tapi tadi nggak ada Brim sama sekali loh. Jangan di nerf, enggak lah. Oke aja sentinel kuat itu kayak gitu. Hmm. 2 menit bisa nggak ya? Tuh 2 menit perut. Aduh. Belum. Momennya belum pas. Tinggal aja. Aye. Ntar copyright dong gue. Semenit deh. Tahan semenit deh copyright. Map 2 di mana tadi? Bind? Duh. Oh, Fnatic tapi gila banget sih. Susah itu jadi attack anjir. Fnatic 1. Split, oke. Alfaya sih gila loh, Alfaya. Tapi Fnatic line apa gila-gila sih, kuat banget. Kayak boss terakhir anjir. Bet, nggak ada bet anjir. Mapnya total, oh enggak kan pakai 5, makanya di band 2. Tadi decidernya apa aja ya? Yang di band itu Fracture sama Pearl. Kenapa nggak mau Fracture ya? Gue kira bakal kepick loh Fracture loh.
Thanks so much. I'm here, of course, with Coach Mini. Now, obviously, Lotus always going to be a good map for you guys, but you guys are on the verge of greatness here, on the precipice of it, some might say, with a back-to-back championship win. How do you keep the boys focused in this very intense time, especially in front of this crowd?
I think it's just the way we approach it, not today, but like every day.
Yeah.
Like I said in an interview with Yinsu earlier that like we treat every day the same.
Yeah.
And so like as long as we're not taking, so we need to take it seriously all the time.
Yeah.
So we need to not take this too seriously though. It's like that kind of balance. So yeah, it's just like that. We just need to.
Do you ever hear them kind of sound a little like maybe get a little antsy? Is that when you hit the timeout button?
I mean that 5v3 where they were killing with they just started screaming, open the door, and I'm just like, okay, like calm down. We got a 5v3 and then they lost. So there's gonna be a bit of a kick up the ass for making some mistakes there. But we just need to chill it back down.
Yeah.
And just do our thing, basically.
I expect nothing less from you, baby. Best of luck in the rest of the matches. Back to you guys on the desk.
Oh, just doing their thing into a first map win here in the grand finals. I'm your host, Kingston. I'm joined by Mimi, Achilles, and Kukuka. Kukuka, when Mini is that relaxed and chilled, everybody better be afraid. Be very, very afraid.
I mean, I think in every situation, I'm afraid of Mini because he looks so innocent, but he is like a devil. So, yeah, definitely. Especially that second half being so contended, you know, Fnatic knowing exactly what they wanted to do, how they wanted to do it, and actually everything working. It's a scary prospect for the rest of the best of 5.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And they start off, I think, in that second half just showing how good they are, not only in those retakes, but also in getting momentum. We talked a lot about how this series would probably be defined by how these two teams can get started in the early round, can win those pistols, those bonuses, and get that ball rolling. And Fnatic did a great job of that this series.
No, they really did. I mean, we're talking about for EG, win condition, come out here, start that second half off, get that second pistol round under your belt, don't drop the anti-eco. It took so very long just for them to finally get some rounds, you know, under them on this attacking side. It was absolute brutality for Fnatic round over round.
Yeah, exactly. And as Mimi, as you were mentioning, it was actually this rounds that threw EG off and definitely surprised us. The way the Fnatic had, you know, these advantages actually make it into their advantages. Even if they didn't start the round getting that first kill or having the most impact, they always found a way to battle it back.
I also thought this team was so good at being ahead on some of these reads. The round that sticks out to me in particular is the one where EG's trying to killjoy, lockdown, execute towards the Fnatic instantly has the response ready, a raise nade to take that down. This is a team who, when they get these early advantages, when they win that bonus, that pistol and they win that bonus, they keep that ball rolling with really good reads and are always adapting, staying one step ahead of their opponent, which makes them so hard to play against.
Yeah, and even when they have a disadvantage early on in a round, they lose that first player. Their 4v5 conversion rate is 50% coming, you know, off of the back of that map. It was only 2 4v5 conversions for EG throughout that Lotus. So just absolute dominance showing from the side here of Fnatic. And unfortunately, not quite the map that we wanted to see. That 6-6 half to start things off, it looked so promising, but got a little minor run back, but not quite that, you know, that OT, that 13-11 scoreline that we would love to see.
I mean, this is the advantage of being in the upper bracket, winning that final. You can pick Lotus with Fnatic straight away. But let's take a look at Com right now in the aim lab shoot around before we jump into map 2, because Mimi, this guy's journey has also been insane.
Yeah, for EG to have the crazy journey to get here, it had to take a redemption for Com as well. The first few weeks of Americas, he was really struggling, and the community was doubting him. He received a ton of criticism when they were making the roster moves that he was sticking around. But in the later kind of half of America's groups into the playoffs, and now in Tokyo, his performance has improved just tenfold. He has been incredible as an individual. He's kept the vibes up for his team, and he's so impactful with the util usage on the initiator role as well.
Yeah, exactly. And now when I look at him, I want to think about the next map. I want to think about Split, because it's a map that they picked even though they lost against Fnatic on this one, and they also lost yesterday against PaperX. He is the one that managed to make, one of them that made the map actually get so close. So thinking of Viper, thinking about this second map, I'm looking at him especially when the defense comes.
I mean, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Let's not forget that Achilles, Fnatic back at Locking, when they won that grand final, they had to win it on map 5. So EG dropping map 1, not the end of the world.
I mean, certainly not. I mean, we saw even just PaperX versus EG be able to run that back, have that go all the way to a map 5. So both teams very familiar with map 5, so maybe we'll get one here in this grand final.
Yeah, and as you guys said, the adaptations and prep has been amazing on map 1. I can't wait to see what we're going to get from Potter on map 2. She's standing by with Golden Boy right now.
Thanks so much, guys. All right, yes, of course, joined here by Coach Potter. Obviously, not the result you would have wanted in Lotus. You definitely did prove, though, and I think those boys proved that they can box with the best of them. What are you I guess, doing to keep that mental in check here? Because obviously, this is a very high-stakes situation these players are undertaking.
Yeah, for sure. These past couple of days, kind of dissecting and figuring out when to be a little more disciplined versus being extra decisive and extra aggressive has been quite the challenge for us and the team, for sure, while on that stage. But, you know, Fnatic are just such a good team at demanding you to be responsible.
That's very true.
So for us, each match we've learned a lot. Lotus, things didn't go our way. Changing that Viper last minute definitely hurt a little bit for us, but you know what? We're going to Split. It's our bread and butter for number 2.
Oh, well, I'm looking forward to that. Last thing, though, I noticed, you came out a little bit later. What were you telling the team in the back there to get them riled up for this one?
Well, some of those are secrets, but most of them are just, reminding each other that there's nothing different. Even though there are a lot of great Japanese fans out here, we're trying to play just like we do in scrims, just like it's a normal Wednesday. and we're just lounging at home. That's where we're trying to replicate on that stage right now.
Potter, always a pleasure, my
Thank you very
friend.
much.
Always a pleasure to talk to you. Back to you guys on the desk.
I mean, this is the thing, Mimi. If there's anything that's good about EG is their mental.
It really is. This team is fantastic at coming back from the brink of defeat and keeping these games close. They were never expected to be here. They're still playing with house money, even all the way to the grand final. But what stuck with me in that interview from Potter was about Fnatic demanding respect. Last time on Split, on their defensive side, Fnatic was so good at being proactive at mid-round pushing into main and forcing EG to re-clear space, which was a lot to contend with.
Yeah, as you can see from the Prime Gaming Agent Select, not much has changed. But let's not forget also, Kukuka, Fnatic won this map on by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it was very complicated for them to close that one up. I think that it's also one of the maps that surprised us the most during this entire tournament. Again, I'm still looking at Ethan. I think that him, with that role being the solo initiator, has a lot of responsibility on the team.
Well, I can't wait to see if EG can indeed make a comeback here. It's another rematch of the map they've already played before, but Pansy and Hypoc, will the outcome be the same?
Yeah, it's certainly a question that's on my mind because there were some really outstanding rounds and moments and kind of indicators that had me worried for EG during the last time they met that they never explored against Fnatic.
Yeah, the concern for me lay with the attacking side. I think there were a couple of, I don't want to say 50-50 coin flip, but some slip-ups on the defense. For me, the focus lay with how they approached the attack overall. We've seen, obviously, Fnatic be one of the few teams to actually bring Cypher back into a couple of comps just to address this double controller, addressing the default Viper walls, and basically guaranteeing that they can hard anchor sites on the back of Alpha. And actually, in the previous example, it was Leo as well, alongside him, to kind of play information gathering to confirm that there was no lurk or no late round presence behind that wall.
Now, even with all that said, it was still a highly competitive match in the end. It came down
13-11,
to...
still.
Exactly. Almost OT. It's that close. Now, have they learned from before? Have they been able to take away from that last game, bring it through to here? Or do Fnatic still hold the cards? Alpha was key before, and he might be key again. Let's see if EG have learned their lesson and what they have in store for us here.
Even see a little bit of a switch up here. A geeky little setup. With the smoke as well. What is this?
That's so weird. Okay, I mean, that's not gone well for Boaster, but luckily, Chronicle's absolutely nuts. Ethan desperately doing some chip damage, and actually it's Boostio to take down Durka, so Chronicle has to respect this. And on the other side, remember, Demon 1 could lean through towards B as well. Leo, though, seems like the punchline to every joke of these rounds. He is always there, tilting it just back in their favor. Ethan getting caught in the heels, but still, Spike's on the site. Ethan's been caught. Do they swing?
I don't think they know about Demon 1 just yet.
But Ethan's under so much pressure. Yeah, he can't go too far away. Demon 1 has to watch this cross.
Fault line back up as well, with Leo flanking back through main. Huge opportunity here to pinch through onto Pillar.
Flash for Ethan. That's his only little bit of safety. They still don't know about Demon 1, but he is going to have to do something heroic here. In a 1v3, first low, that's Chronicle gone. The rest not sitting so low, but just above. Alpha finds him, takes him out. Fnatic gonna be winning the pistol here.
No. Coming on to Split as well, gotta be concerns from that best of 5. The big question around the depth of map pool. Potter saying this is obviously their bread and butter. So yesterday, at one point it was a 7-1 lead for EG. Ended up being 13-10 for Paper X.
Good job.
Would that be a bad omen today? Boostio bring a Sheriff in. Just a Ghost for Com as well. Another, actually, feels like full invested round 2 for Fnatic. We know they like to put that Marshal on and just try and farm up some ultimate progress. This is the most basic iteration of this Cypher setup as well towards A, and we will see Fnatic lean heavily towards mid and B, time and time again on the back of this.
Unless it gets addressed, right? It's...
I mean, I seem to remember last time it was like round 11 or 12 was the first time that somebody from EG proactively went and cleared the trips and the camera on A.
And Fnatic will give no reason to change just yet. They may have another look to it, but you can see Com trying to exploring this. I quite like what he's doing. Maybe he's happy to be the sacrificial lamb. Just have a little wander around, deal with it. But again, there's still the counter. There's still obviously Alpha, the player himself. Com gets a bit of a slap on the wrist, to say the least, down to 6 HP. And EG just taking a tour of the map.
EG coming forward, dealing with the trip. Will pull Boaster across. Keep Durka in position as well. See, the other side of things, actually going to get, Chronicle a D position towards main.
Gila nih Chronicle.
EG now scrambling to try and find at least a consolation here with the plant. Oh my God.
Alpha!
That transfer is disgusting from Alpha.
Prime gaming flawless there. Not feeling too much of that threat, but EG went on maybe a fact-finding mission, it felt like. Sending Com out
Okay,
as the feelers,
guys.
just testing what the setup is.
But you do want to see a round or two where they do test this A site early on. Again, I'm not necessarily looking for a round win. I'm looking for them to force the adjustment of Fnatic. Switch up the wall, maybe.
Gila lo
Force
Alpha
into
ya.
a position that's not just satin screens in the camera. Basically AFK, I've got to say. It's just literally watching things unfold.
Yep. But the challenge, they're going aggressive. The start 3 players all going over the brawl on towards B, set into motion by Chronicle. And EG closing in for this. They want the fight on it. There it is. Utility to follow. Do they actually send on this? No, okay, they just send them back.
But even here with so many shown, Fnatic aren't forced into a position to rotate. There's no pressure towards A just yet. Maybe now on the back of this progress towards Vents. Actually, Chronicle resetting up for a second fault line towards... Just misses the aftershock a little too high.
Oh, but that shot's gorgeous from Jooooms. Follow from Demon 1, but Leo gonna levy this out. Bring it back down to a 3v4, but again, the man who holds all the cards is Alpha.
You can see him relaying the information now. He's spotted Com behind this wall.
You can see the response coming in as well. Leo already going to start that tour back around CT, so they're able to stack their deck, right? Like, that's always the point of this.
Alpha's drifted into the discipline corner as well.
Yep. Camera finally removed, but Chronicle with the trade, and still EG not finding the full ways to navigate through this. Now they've got so many problems on this site. Do they try and run away? You've got 20 seconds. Where do you go here? You got to hope the Chronicle lets you leave. Not going to happen. You got to force it yourself. Jooooms going to give them the pathway out, and they are running for their lives towards B.
Have time to get this plant down. Set up a little bit here. Alpha actually on the round the world mission. Going to come back towards B main here. Safe plant though. Not going to be exposed towards pillar. EG stack up towards heaven or hell here. Ethan previously punished from the same position as the awareness there once the time has passed.
And Leo's not being quiet about this at all. He wants the attention, if anything. He needs his own flash for it. Double stack's going to work out. They're not going to let him past. So it's just Alpha. And Ethan does look vulnerable. Audio cue heard for sure. Messy. Not enough for Alpha that time. And yeah, he's got so many targets. They're all going to make it very different. Big round for Jooooms, but bigger picture, Mike. It looked very aware of that reliance on that A piece now. Do they continue to find new options and ways to address this?
Sure, but like I said, the reason I'm looking for this adjustment to be forced early on is because it puts Fnatic in a position where they can stack 3 towards B main. Chronicle set up a fault line from heaven. It opens up so many possibilities for them. Even though this time around, it kind of just looks like a util dump and maybe hoping for a free kill, but EG, unfortunately, with question marks elsewhere on the map, actually drift back into a second trap play in ropes. Again, a little off with the aftershock, sure, but it's like Fnatic actually just playing strat roulette, actually. Just going through another trap play here with a fault line, potentially. I was say, actually, Durka not cleared by this. Wow, now he's cleared.
But you've got to say, EG, I don't mind the Fnatic try to go for this. EG have been putting high priority in taking towards middle, pressuring off the back of that through vents, potentially towards A, or that nice adjustment back up towards B. So using that as a keen pivot point. Now, can they exploit that rotation? It's very difficult when you've got that Cypher, though, sat there with that safe bit of information. They can pull away Chronicle. The early man, cheat him over towards B. Having full faith in that very late setup. Jooooms still showing a lot of presence, while we can see the rest of EG congregating back around towards that A site.
I think at this point now, even with no information, the smokes at least here, Alpha will get an indicator nice and early on. Joooomer pops the showstopper, might actually be able to catch Fnatic in rotation here.
Okay,
Rip
doesn't
anjing.
get what he wants, but they still haven't got to the site. They haven't made that cross just yet. Now they first couple of
Gue
steps
tidur
to
jam
come
berapa
through.
nanti? Tidur siang dong gue
Through the
nanti.
site, but Alpha's connected towards Ethan.
3
Next up,
kali gue
Bobster
tidur ya.
gets it. Swings down Joooomer. Cross ain't safe anymore. Spike picked up. Ult comes in. Chronicles got Boostio and Demon 1 and Com are left in a dire scenario. 17 seconds, no plant to their name. And you already see Alpha getting closer. Denied by Demon 1. Next challenger to come through. Demon 1 still looking. Might lost the angle he has. Chronicle that bit closer. Com turns on a dime. He tried. And he failed. Fnatic pulling out another round here.
No.
Oof.
There's an opportunity with that showstopper. You can see almost catching Fnatic. The stars are almost aligned for Joooomer. But these late round hits towards A, Fnatic are always able to stay ahead of them. Even here, just 1 kill off the trip potentially, and Fnatic then have to just sit back, force the plant out. Even here, I mean, forcing the first plant to readjust. And then, what, 12 seconds left on the clock. Nothing is comfortable towards A site for EG.
A bit of a switch up now.
Ini EG cuma 39% guys. Wah, parah
They're
sih.
starting to address those problems. They've got a different look for you. Oh, Fnatic is so ready for this. Darker wants to just get into it. He's got one down. Joooomer goes off. Right back into the paint shell from the grave. Joooomer drags him down with him. And now a 4v4, but look at the purchase here. Are any of those weapons recoverable? Not really. I mean, Team 1 will be fine, but it's Boostio on that Sheriff that could be a problem.
Comstade posted up behind this. Perfect read from Fnatic as well. To flip the script, basically now go to a 4-1 stack with Alpha being the solo towards B. D1 can get done here. Maybe a chance actually to recover that rifle, but Boaster, he finds a spam.
The spam off the back of just the Seekers trailing through is going to take away Demon 1, who's a big proponent of this round, looking maybe a little bit more competitive, but Chronicle on the side can advise some time. Gives himself the angle and gives himself the fight. The paranoia sent in is perfect.
Bang, kenapa nggak sekalian main Valorant? Kan gue lagi nonton, gimana
They can't
nih?
get past Ramp. They can't get past Chronicle.
Gila.
Some beautiful setups being demonstrated here by Fnatic. I wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout as early as this. Potentially in the following round from EG.
Yep.
This pace change comes through. Like I said, the read from Fnatic is sublime. Previously, EG finding a lot of value on this pop towards ramp. The double satchel across from Joooomer.
Kita lihat halftime dulu ya.
It gets shut down here. And back to basics here. Fnatic Alpha back on A site.
Talk about bread and butter. Certainly the case for Fnatic. You're starting to see them flex a little bit here. Starting to see some of that depth and capability too. Yes, we know the strength of Alpha's position, but then just kind of like adding that little bit of a twist to it once in a while, taking them away from it, allows no comfort for EG. They don't get to find out or get that kind of pulse point of this game. Back to this middle progression. Demon 1 looking for that first opportunity. Pop flash in. Joker on the other side, but it's the jump spot from Leo that could give away the game here. Yeah, Demon 1 looks very dead. It's actually Com to go down on the other side of the map. Dirk's range shell's going to find Demon 1, and none of the players really from EG finding any footing here.
It's just a frenzy, 2 sheriffs to work with now, but a 3v5. Joooomer tries to slip through. If he did get spotted there. Chronicle still holding the corner. Ethan, a lot of pressure towards Durka. Will find the kill, but response is there from Boaster and Leo. Poised here to clean things up. Boostio will fall.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they're going to need that timeout now.
Yeah, it's... I hate to say it, but this one's feeling pretty reminiscent of the first split between these two teams.
Yep.
Need to see that switch up from EG. And whether or not they feel comfortable, and the answer being some set pieces. You know, choreographed executes here, but...
Udah deh.
Fnatic barely breaking a sweat, honestly. They are dictating the game right now.
Gila, tim mana guys yang lebih kuat dari Fnatic guys?
It feels rare to me that I
Win
see
rate
them being so
100% cuy.
proactive in determining the outcome as well. Like some of these old setups and these set pieces, they are very much I guess determining the full pace of how the round plays out.
Well, this feels a lot like what we saw Fnatic do versus Paper X on Lotus, where they were waiting for Paper X to just burn up everything, rush towards a site, and like I said, just find 1 or 2 kills when that deep dig comes through. Actually, we've seen this trap before elsewhere.
Jeez.
Not executed correctly this time around. Durka actually pops the showstopper here to try and find something. So it actually does come through a ton of damage onto Easter.
Demon one's deep.
The Demon one slipped through.
Yeah,
how has that happened?
Way deeper than expected. Isolates Boaster quite cleanly. I don't think Boaster had any idea that anyone could be up by Melrim. So he's gone down, and that's opened up space.
Opened up space and found a kill. I feel like that's the first time a trap player has actually been punished.
And I mean, it looks like Fnatic went for the gamble of clearing over towards A. They find nothing. They now know what's coming their direction. It's going to be Leo on the other side, the man that caused them all that hurt on this very site. The divide to play behind. The Viper's Pit going to go up.
What's that?
Fnatic looking to flood here. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
but look
2
at
already
Jooomers.
inside the pit.
Ngelihat
How deep do they
apa
check
lu
this guy?
itu?
As soon as this goes, he can absolutely be the death of them. He's going to find one, but Chronicle took down Boostio, so how much more can Jooomers do? Demon One's found Leo, so it's all going their way, but he can't quite see these players. Down low on HP. Chronicle can't recover in time. Demon One held it. A little bit of life in EG now.
I said the first time that actually the trap play doesn't go in favor of Fnatic, and benefit being EG
A little
not
bit
only
light.
find that space,
Go
control
kill.
mid, they find a kill on the back of it. Close to falls. I have no idea how he's been allowed to get to that position behind it. Like I said, we've seen this trap play with the camera, the fault line, the paint shell, the aftershock. Everything gets dumped into where Jooomers drifts into vents, but if it was execution slightly off or the timing was slightly off, and EG capitalized from it. Second on the board.
They're looking to fight out in middle as well.
I think, yeah, I was going to say, the only thing is the detriment being it's drawn the operator out for Durka.
Yeah, big challenge. Dog dealt with, gets back to his angle. Flash has to respect it. They're now closing up. He was fully blind. Did he see Jooomers? I think he did. Now he does. And now he's in a little bit of danger. Paint shot to the feet. Does he get away? No! Does he get away? And they get away scot-free. Another first pick here. Untraded.
And he's able to slow down behind this. Boaster paranoia, invested, but on a wild swing.
That's a little too ambitious there. Might need to cool down a bit himself. Giving over 2 opportunities now.
Not anticipating being boosted up on these double boxes. Maybe thought he had that safety net with the smoke still being up on the stairs, but definitely looked awkward. Alpha just set up in...
He's just such a rat.
Such a ratty position here. Adjustment on the camera. Trip in towards vents.
But I was about to say, Chronicle's been so nasty.
Nearly lining them up.
Gonna pop the showstopper.
30 seconds.
Trying to clear that space through here. These late presences in mid, coming out this time from Com, for example, really nice. Trying to keep some control of this map, limit some of those options. How long does he hold this, though? 1 to 7, not exactly a headliner performance, but the value on this could be huge. The operator looks like the key prize they want to take back into their hands.
I mean, Com's heard the swap as well, so...
Got to know that.
Well, Com will look to challenge here.
What's their money like? 2.7 now?
Did Alpha spot? I don't think he spotted.
Oh, that's huge. That's the operator down. Gets picked up by Leo.
Big gap, though, to close for anyone else for EG to come back and retrieve this.
They drop in the op?
Yeah, Leo's rifle in hand. Doesn't want to risk it.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, a chance here to maybe get one back on the board regardless.
Yeah. I think Chronicle can certainly drop one out if he wants to.
But EG follow up. Find their third.
These entries, they seem like 50-50 to say the very least, right? Like, that follow-up on Boaster, sure, that smoke in place above the box. I think he was just completely out of it. But even finding Durka at the start there, going for those openings is getting a little bit more dangerous. Do we see a switch up of pace? Do we see Fnatic adjust themselves?
But traditionally, you'd see Durka post up in that same position as the Jet and have that get out of jail free card.
Correct.
Doesn't have the same safety with the satchels.
Speaking of satchels, Jooomers off to a quick beginning. Straight up towards vents. Starting to determine their own destiny here. Durka noted. Paranoia sent in the swing. Gorgeous timing it. You can see the synergy. Now, fortunately, I don't see any damage done.
I mean, Demon 1 took a little bit of chip damage there, but Ethan immediately heals him back up. Down to 14 shield. That's a follow-up, though.
Bloody
22
hell.
HP now. Be able to get healed once again. And that's, yeah, all the way back up to 100, so no harm, no foul. We'll be lacking that shield ahead of the next engagement.
Yeah, it's Chronicle and Alpha. If they try and go for this ace split,
And they make noise.
safety. Yep. He's got to know what's coming in. Chocobo wins that?
Tiba-tiba muncul ke
The
kepala.
pinch, right? Does Alpha do something horrific to EG? He's going to catch Com at the very least. TP taken, posted on the side. Catching out Demon 1 seemed none the wiser. Now the timing on that, okay, didn't expect Jorgamo to be working around by that tower, but now look at the lurk as well coming in. Busio, late presence in middle, but can the two weather the storm on the site? They've got 3 players facing them down. Timing is everything. Flash doesn't reveal as much as they'd want. Alpha's the one to catch that.
Durka did just double-check Vents, by the way. He's trying to bait out Boostio. And he's done it! He's going to catch him! That's the lurk gone!
God! And now down to the 2, Jorgamo and Ethan. Gonna need a big round from Ethan here. 6 seconds on the flash, but it's actually Jorgamo to deliver. Needs nothing short than an ace. But Alpha controls it at the very end. Doesn't drop the ball by any means. And Fnatic pick back up. It's 6 now.
Beautiful awareness shown by Durka there. You can see him heavy stepping, spamming a couple shots here and there. Baits him out of that lurk perfectly. I'm saying, actually, this adjustment of Alpha's utility and the setup as well. A couple of times now, EG, where they have looked to increase the pace a little bit. Oh my God, Alpha. I mean, it looked a little snappy from the other POV, but beautiful stuff.
He almost got a smile from Leo.
Almost,
It
yeah.
It didn't happen, but...
Smirk.
6-3 now. Jorgamo, okay, that's audacious of a
EG
beginning.
following up with this pace change, though. A little more aggressive, a little more bursty in the open of each round. Alpha forced back a little deeper here, and actually nothing in terms of utility other than the camera to control that choke point now. So now I'm interested to see where Fnatic lean on this setup. With a minute 2 towards Vents, Boaster towards Stairs. An A-site giving up for retake, maybe on the back of the Rolling Thunder being available.
Okay, Boaster identified, Jorgamo closing in or just posting up?
There.
It's so tense now, paint shell.
Iya, mainnya udah
Find
begini.
Boaster. What's he see? I mean, there's a flash coming his way, something. Paranoia should be excellent. That should catch all through. Demon 1 breaks ahead of it. Takes out Boaster. Leo overwhelmed. Demon 1 trying to catch a light in this round. Denial of that pace change, so they can't then close on the side. They're being held back here. Chronicle trying to close them down. He's got Alpha by side, but the timing is not right. Chronicle falls. Durka trying to punch the cross. He gets a dink. He's a down low, but they overwhelm Alpha. And EG have taken the side by storm. Spike in the hands of Ethan. Yes, he's the lowest of them all. So now it's a little bit dangerous. Gets a little bit worrisome because it is still Durka on the other side. Any other player.
He missed the satchel.
Plants in. Didn't get what he wanted there.
And Ethan's down to 10 HP.
Need
That would be
Dirk
huge if that
clutch.
connected.
Wah,
What do you do with this?
mau mundur.
I think there's much more
Nah,
to
I
be
think he's
done.
giving it up, yeah. And you look at the funds, Durka down to 100 credits, cannot buy back, no showstopper available. A beautiful as well, yeah. Boaster connects with the Paranoia, but Demon 1 actually capitalizes on the near side, inside that cloud burst, follows up with 2 more. Big round from him. Durka left you, try and cling to this rifle. I'll come back to the same point though, EG now.
Ngantuk guys ya.
Stepping up the pace, and that's the awareness you wanted to see. Like I said, these late rounds weren't working for them because
Ayo, gue mau
were
lihat
winning
Gigi
the
menang dulu,
information
tapi
game.
gue ngantuk.
And time and time again.
I do like
Ambil.
seeing these players, especially
Ambil
from EG,
bantan,
trying to
ambil
pressure
bantan.
Fnatic early. It puts them under a new sort of, I guess, problematic issue, right? It's like, okay, how do we deal with this? Do we have to invest our utility early? Do we have to
Biar
heads up?
PW
They
gitu
can't then
nonton.
take any of that kind of early space for free. They have to be very diligent. Now it looks like the adjustment from EG is maybe that pace change over towards that A side. We haven't seen that tested quickly yet.
That's when you get worried though.
Yep.
When you test the anchors of Fnatic. Chronicles here. I'll get confirmation I guess on the back of that wall being invested, but no pop just yet. Alpha won't be spotted on this double updraft.
Sat safely behind that pillar.
Look at the progress elsewhere, though, from Fnatic. That's going to draw Chronicle back towards heaven. Even a Trailblazer to confirm.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing outside B.
At worst, they're in middle, right?
Another big win for information on the side of Fnatic.
Seeing nothing. Alpha will get the info on this.
He's calling it now.
He still has Chronicle nearby.
I've got your train.
We're about the minute marker here. So the Seeker's going to come down, reveal pretty heavy presence towards CT. Flash towards backside, finds nothing. They start moving forward. Clearing as they go. Not caught this time. Plant should be there. Don't think that's going to be denied.
Nope, not going to catch.
Okay, 5v5 post plant. Oh, look at this positioning. Oh, Boostio got caught out so badly, but a big trade for Com. Jooomers then trying to pick up the pace a little bit, trying to survive by CT. 3 players on the other side, Leo up towards heaven.
Team
Has he got a
try and
flash?
pop out.
No, Ethan's not got a flash at all. 10 seconds. The turn of the flash is good for Ethan, though. And now the brawl begins. Ethan gets away with his life, but it's a 3v2. Fnatic hold the numbers here. And Com, that's dangerous as hell. Barely getting away with that. Information about to be fed through Ethan. Position now noted. Diffuse started. He's got to try and deal with some of these players here. There's so many problems, though. Ethan, this could be everything. It's not going to happen. Leo holds him at arm's distance. And Fnatic again deal with EG.
Heartbreaking for Boostio to fall there. He's the late post-plant piece for EG. With that gravity run, we've seen it before as well. God, that's how Demon 1 falls.
Oh. Leo's very good at this game.
That's heartbreaking. It might even just be a mini-map moment.
Yeah, more than likely. More than likely. Maybe look at that little post-plant
We're
setup.
going to have a brawl here. Look at the mini-map. Chronicle set up with the fault line once again.
Yep. Pain shell in, they're committing, they want this fight there. Dark has got 2 dead. EG, they've strewn across the ground. Information now noted, and Alpha starts to hunt.
Is Com going to expect this?
He looks none the wiser. Oh, Alpha. This man has controlled half of this map.
Yeah. Like I said, he sets up so many of these set pieces for Fnatic, creates so many options, so many opportunities. Reflected here in the control that Fnatic have. Boostio, catch on. Chronicle not spotted and will punish for it. Ethan, though, first response. There with the follow-up. An 8-4 half for Fnatic.
Every time you take a step forward, every time you think EG are getting a little bit closer, you rolled your mind back to the last time they met on this map, you thought, okay, this was a good map for them. They had that really competitive side. Fnatic elevate. They have that extra depth to go to, that next look to lean on. And now we're seeing Chronicle having a fantastic series. You're seeing Alpha controlling half of the map himself. Fnatic's form is terrifying currently. Let's hand down to the little interview with GB waiting by.
Gila sih. 100% tuh nggak normal anjir. Ini siapa lagi nih?
By Emil, who's here watching the games in the crowd. Emil, first things first, pleasure to have you, my friend. How are you even enjoying this experience so far?
I mean, it's amazing. This whole venue, all these people, it's a pleasure to be here. Especially just the walkouts and all the crowds cheering. Amazing,
yeah.
Amazing.
It really was a sight to behold. But
EG lemes nih.
You're one of the many brilliant minds that we have in Valorant. I figured we'd take a little bit of this time to break down the game and also kind of get your thoughts into how can you stop this Fnatic lineup, because you have done it before. So what were the things that you were looking to isolate, you were looking to punish when you faced off against them for the EMEA title?
Menanggung mental.
Fnatic is a very, very hard team to play against.
Yeah.
If you let them play their own game, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you gotta have to do is
Kenapa
just
dia
find a way to be
diundang?
annoying.
Yeah.
Right. So for EG, for
Timnya aja
example,
udah pulang.
Demon 1, maybe make sure that he's a little bit more loose, a little bit more aggressive, disruptive. You can't just play a normal 5-on-5 compared to Valorant.
For sure, for sure.
Fnatic is gonna win that.
Yeah.
You have to be a little bit more chaotic, a little bit more play with heart, aggressive and disruptive.
Yeah. So then, I mean, that being said, I mean, how do you, I guess, like, stop them?
I mean, it's gonna be hard. I'm gonna be honest now.
Yeah, go for it, go for it.
looking at the games now, I can't see the score, obviously, but it's looking like EU is a stronger region.
Ooh,
okay.
Okay.
But we'll see. I'm not gonna speak too soon, but if EU wins, I will make a tweet.
If he wins, he will make a tweet. Emil, my man, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, brother. Enjoy the games, enjoy Japan as well. We're going to send it right back over to Kasbah to get us back into the action. Over to you guys.
Enjoy Japan.
Thank you so much. Yeah, wonderful to hear from him. And what you got to do is just get a little weird because you can't beat him at their own game.
Yeah, basically. If you're going to play 5v5 Valorant against
You're
Fnatic,
gonna lose.
you're going to lose. But I love the fact that Emil's touching on a couple of things.
Kenapa nggak di kerangkeng gitu ya? Kalau tim-tim kayak gini ya? Dota kan waktu itu
it was
gitu,
Fnatic
di kerangkeng.
choosing when to switch things up. And that's an uphill struggle. We know that.
Absolutely is. Can they try and change the
Kita lihat
outcome
match
now?
ini. Ya,
Fnatic
kita lihat
sitting
match
with 8
ini.
rounds on their side, EG with merely 4.
Please.
And as I said, the pace suiting Fnatic to a T, and Jooooomers being hunted down very early on, forced away. You can see the confidence, and you can see why. Durka lands an out of this world shot on Ethan, adjusting. Jooooomers going to get one back. Hold on, they're going back to back, sort of ridiculous here, Sneer. Now what is going on? Leo and Boaster now, no plant down. Okay, time's added to this now. Time's on their side. They can isolate Boaster. He's been spotted. But we've got to think about that additional player. Where is Leo in this? Demon took down Boaster. Frenzy to hand. It's a bit of a mess at this range. You can see the smile creeping up on his face. He was not going to outdo the Sheriff there. Diffuse comes in. EG, gonna get the first and the second.
Bisa. Nggak jadi tidur nih. Mungkin gua nontonnya harus berdiri, guys.
He doesn't catch him.
Nonton harus berdiri.
First plant punished. Jooooomers even follows up on it. I didn't know where the camera was there. I'm not sure if Alpha's sat in camera looking towards something, but like I said, Jooooomers just slips through undetected. Even one testing his mouse one button. Obviously.
Wow.
That's good.
Gue pengen banget nonton di ranjang nyalain TV.
He was popping off in-game and in the interviews. Then that's the scariest thing for Fnatic to worry about.
There's still worry here in my mind, because Fnatic can convert in the second rounds. They've got Sheriffs, they've got Frenzies. Early information has been found, but Jooooomers better be ready for what's coming his way. There's potentially a lot of players looking to maybe punish that rotation as well. Chronicle and Boaster. We'll look up middle. Most of my games have just tucked to the corner for now. One lazily clears through and he gets a freebie, but looks like the end goal will be that A site, and EG respecting it enough to sit deep towards CT.
I think maybe that Lotus round 2 loss.
Yang dipakai si Demon tuh apa, guys? Ares. Guardian nih, Guardian.
Traveler is sent out, but will only spot Durka. Com got to be careful here because he's tagged down to 70 HP.
Blinded. Okay, they're backing away though, but we haven't seen that full rotation yet from Fnatic. Like until now, really taking all that long route through T-spawn. EG haven't pulled players either. Like you can see that they have got the additional man there, yes, but there's still 2 on the B site. You still have Demon 1 here. You still have Boostio. They haven't overly rotated away, and that's big info. Demon 1 doesn't need to overdo this, but again, I guess you can't play normal 5v5 Valorant against Fnatic. But you can ask Boostio to absolutely decimate them on the cross. And Boaster asked to fall, but fall nonetheless. EG getting the second.
I'm curious with this setup here, whether or not Demon 1's going to be pulled across towards a B-site hole.
Let's
Boostio targeted in the previous season, and actually when he was anchoring on B-site. And he's fairly committed positions around pillar towards backside, playing on default on the jump spot. There's something else that Fnatic definitely look to address. EG come into this, going to try and protect the economy as much as possible. Except for Boostio, going to buy a judge down to 400. Maybe on the buy round, potentially, we'll see what I was talking about, but here it's a double stack for Demon 1 and Jooooomers on the box.
Oh. This could be devastating for Fnatic too. Yeah, Demon 1 goes down, but there's still Jooooomers here. Can he get out with his life? Yes. So they've taken away Durka. Alpha making slow, but continual progress over towards A as well.
Actually retrieves the Guardian as well, Jooooomers. Alpha trying to slip through.
The judge tuh.
Georgia EG still over towards B site. Plenty of time to work with for Fnatic. Ethan will actually catch Boaster there. But potentially a little bit of a red herring, to be honest.
Does it keep him there a little too long? I mean, you still have someone like Com leaning like he can hit that A site if he needs it.
Problem being with Boostio on a judge, if he gets pinched from heaven and main, it's going to be so hard for him to find value.
Yeah, the only bonus is there is no dog anymore. The flash didn't quite crest the corner, so Boostio gets another shot at this. That's massive! One mistake with a flash and it doesn't work out for them. Com's fallen, so no support systems on the way. Boostio is living on borrowed time. 28 seconds and Suicide. Oh my god, he's got another! They've all gone through on heaven! Ethan spots out one more, progresses forwards! Oh my word! How dare I doubt Boostio?
Goes huge.
Kok boleh istirahat dulu nggak, guys?
Errors on that flash.
Aduh.
Plays him in perfectly with the judge.
And even just using the dog earlier to clear out by B, a couple of those key tools taken away from them, and suddenly that judge was deadly. And that flash, as you said, tiny bit longer around the corner, different.
One enemy remaining.
The flood comes through as well. The reinforcements arrive just in time.
Nggak boleh turun. Nggak. Ini menang. Nggak boleh. Kalau ini 2-0, gue istirahat.
Will do what they've done before, yes. Will put themselves back in a position now with 3 rounds unanswered now. 1 away from Fnatic. Light investment here from Fnatic. Stingers. Spectre. EG gotta respect this.
They have to be so crystal clear in these rounds because, as we've noted, the threats can come from bloody anywhere with Fnatic. Alpha could hit, this nutty shot over towards A, and then suddenly it's, someone like Ethan.
Itu kalau bot masuk ke cage gitu, ke detect juga atau gimana guys?
And do they lean into this?
Ke cage-nya Cypher gitu.
Ethan is solid as a rock. Demon 1 wants some information.
Bukan cuma orang kan yang.
Takes away Dark's head. The paranoia doesn't find them anything as a response. The slow there, the counter utility to deny that. But you saw that potential, Mike. Look how deadly that round almost got.
Nggak boleh ngopi. Nice.
Provides some support. Boaster trying to counter that back, but a ton of damage done.
Yeah, trying to go for that deep swing. Not going to have any of that. EG. Bring us back to 8 apiece now.
Very well controlled, actually, to still have 4 alive here. There's a couple of really scrappy engagements going on.
I thought Heaven was going to be a bloodbath, right?
Let's go.
Managing to get away with that many standing is quite surprising.
Only the neural theft available for Alpha. Inside of Fnatic, but 1 away for the TP, 2 off the showstopper.
Sumpah, pakai iPad, sombong anjing.
Blade Storm in the hands of Demon 1 though. I think here, on this round in particular, Demon 1 back over towards B site to address potentially what was a concern last time. And deep exploration, actually. Look at this. We didn't see a lot of this last time.
No, but it should reveal Boaster is holding on towards this, but not to draw blood necessarily, but that's big info. Again, you're relaying all of that. You're starting to get the picture of what Fnatic looks like while they're working early in these attacking rounds.
If Boaster's posted up in this lurk and finds a kill potentially, we'll be able to TP back across to A. But where he's at right now, he can't really invest smokes towards A side.
Wow, Durka taken down to about 40, but healed up here. Follow-up flash. They have, I guess, the additional player again of Com somewhat playing around here too. Fnatic finding no easy openings. Ethan tucked on site, Joooomer towards CT. And there's the burst. Durka slowed down though, denied on the way in. Pain shell, it's huge! Joooomer gonna find Durka, but it's out from the trade out. They aren't clearly cleaning through just yet. Finally, Ethan swings it. Perfect! The follow-up. Oh, Ethan! A third for him! Surely no more. 8 bullets in the mag. Alpha on the other side. It's a 50-50. The shots come in. Ult comes out. Alpha's gonna make a go of this. A 1v3 is not out of the realms of his possibility, but not today. Demon 1's gonna take him forward here.
Huge round from Ethan there. Com even looking to support on the back of the flash. You can see those tiny little synergies coming together for EG. Oh.
Wow.
This is beautiful from Ethan. Ice cold from the veteran. of this EG roster and going to force the timeout of Fnatic.
Said it before. People overlook Ethan as one of those like veterans of the game because he's still so young. It's ridiculous how much history that man has. Having rounds like that is huge, right? It just gets you pumped up. He's sitting on 7.4K after purchase, after everything. Got the ult ready to go. He's golden. But that's to pump the brakes. Enough has happened on this streak of rounds. What is it, 5 now on the trot?
Aku bocil botak cheater der.
Right, we need to stop this now. Let's get a grip back on this game. Let's find out what we're doing here.
And they're actually ahead of Fnatic in terms of this ult cycle as well. Showstopper and Bladestorm available. Seekers on top. Fnatic, couple of opportunities to get them online in this round coming, but with the purchase,
4 lagi.
Definitely going to be a big question mark.
You know that Mini's cooked something up, though. Mini will have a plan. So does
Tuh,
Potter,
lihat
but
tuh.
you know what? Mini deserves it.
Berapa jauh jaraknya tuh? Hah? Nggak nyampe tuh, sejengkal tuh nggak nyampe, guys.
Full faith.
Segini.
Tricky round. 8 to 9 though. Starting to see a little bit of
Tim
that
bedroom
fire back
kapan?
in EG. We saw that
Bedroom
potential on
kan?
map 1, but it fizzled out
Kamar
by the second
tidur.
half, right? Fnatic
Siapa
got
mau
that grip
tiduran?
back on the game. You can't allow
Siapa
them
mau
to play their game
ditidurin?
as highlighted by just about anyone. Right now, EG starting to play their own game. Deny.
Kalau turnamen gini PC sediain Piazza no? Iya.
And leave them in this tattered purchase.
Hari-hari kamar tidur.
Bulldog, Spectres, Stingers, Guardians. For damage, can they do any? Can they make a threat really occur in this round? There's a couple of, you know, dangerous battles up towards heaven. Do they lean back into it?
Pengen gua katananya.
Slow approach here. Dirk going to be left to maybe create a little bit of pressure on the back of Alpha's utility. But Trailblazer will confirm there's no stack behind Dirk, and he's removed so early on. But it's pulling the rotation, or at least
Bisa nih 10.
hesitation to consider it.
Yeah, Boostio just committed back to the site, trying to support towards Demon 1. Flash gonna go into follow. You can see them trying to lean their way forward. The flash is fantastic. Fnatic starting to crunch towards the B side. Demon 1 in danger. 30 HP. Overwhelmed. Fnatic are here. And now 2 remainers. Ethan and Con, what do you do about it? Seekers go through. They want to work fast, but Seekers on the way back in as well. Spotting at least 1, maybe 2 towards backside. They're looking for Leo. They find him. But they can't take him down. Comp's in danger. Switches out. Gets the chance for a reload. And Boaster with the TP just to get away. Caught on the cross though, Ethan denies Leo. And now it's down to Chronicle on the site. And Boaster watching their way forward. 30 HP, Boaster's found Ethan. Oh, Fnatic, always deadly, always dangerous. You are never out of the round.
No!
They actually lean back on a pacey B-site hit.
Ini map berapa? Ini map kedua.
Like I said, for a moment, both Demon 1 and Boostio give up those early angles. They have to turn their attention back when the fault line's invested. And Fnatic pounce on the opportunity.
1 enemy remaining.
Okay, 9-9 now. EG hitting the brakes, right? This is a chess game. When you look at this, this is such a brilliant battle of the minds between these two.
Anjir, tamat lagi.
And that, it was a lovely little approach to it. I mean, it was just well thought through. And as I said, that one fall going in from Dirk, he goes down on A, that little bit of hesitation opened up just that tiny amount of opportunity. Now, EG need to form a response. Up until this point, they've been pretty much flawless. That felt like up the sleeve, let's see if it works, pull it out. All right, cool. It's given at least Fnatic a goodbye coming back in and 1 away from Chronicle's ult. Outside of that, though, you noted the ults are highly favorable to EG here. They've got so much on their side still, and the operators just come out.
I'm actually surprised to see, coming out of a round win, that Fnatic didn't get a couple more.
Otak nggak sih? 20-20 nggak sih?
One that you would have wanted to see come out of a round win.
Yeah.
Puts them in a position.
Kalau di sini guys, kalau otak terus-terusan bisa draw. Bisa nggak draw di sini? Atau mungkin ada yang ngalah.
So Fnatic spread pretty thin. And a total switch up for the defense here from EG. Boostio set back towards A site, towards screens here. It'll be Demon 1 and Jorgamo committed towards this B site hold.
Flash didn't connect towards anyone, so Fnatic get a work in the shadows for a little bit. Closing in the gap.
Ya kali ngalah lah. Kalau ngalah kan masih masuk berita. Tim ini mengalah, nge-4 tapi tetap menang. Itu beritanya jadi double cuy. Udah ngalah tapi tetap menang. Kali satu sama ngalah, terus menang lagi.
Potentially to try and catch Com with that fault line on the back of Trailblazer contact, but EG able to slip away unscathed. That's it. Look as if they're looking more and more towards this A site split, which could be problematic. Com committed towards site. Boostio just checking anyone hasn't slipped through.
And the rotations are far, right? With Ethan being where he's at, there is no support anywhere nearby. That flash, he needs to get moving. Ethan just cleared towards heaven. He knows no one's there. The calls should be coming in fast that we are in danger on A. They have to almost over-deliver here. You just heard it as well. Rocket in hand, Durka closing in towards the side. Com is living on borrowed time here. Yeah, he's gone down, nothing more to be done, but Boostio does very well. Finds two himself, but the response from Durka is gorgeous. Plant now gonna come through. And a 3v3 post plant. Let's look at those positions.
That's huge though. Look how much damage Durka took. Gonna swap out here. Demon 1 does have the Blade Storm as well. We'll have a rifle here to close the gap.
Durka actively taking a fight. Actively looking for this. Jorgamo unleashing, but he eats the flash! And now there's so many problems for Demon 1 unleashing Fury. Finds his way towards the first, but the second. You're not going to catch Leo here, surely. 13 seconds for another flash. He's already got one in hand. Both trying to draw the attention. Plays in Leo, and now a 1v2. Ethan, it's almost impossible. Fnatic outplaying him now. Double digits made. Gorgeous early work coming in.
This is all on the back of that one Trailblazer. We've seen a similar execution towards mid with the TP from Boaster across behind this Poison Orb. Boostio nearly makes this doable.
Yeah.
Boaster with a huge kill onto Jorgamo. Yeah, Chronicle and Leo paving the way for Durka to find all this space on the map.
Yep.
Watch this.
Odds favorable to EG here. Demon 1 having to depend on this now.
Com one off the pit as well. That could be a huge mid-round ultimate to find. Ethan will spot two though. Alpha and Chronicle revealed.
It feels like you've identified maybe an end goal. But Demon 1 looked a little proactive on that. I was wondering if he was actually going to follow that train of thought up further. But Fnatic have now kind of pushed and pulled EG into a three-man stack on A. Do they dare continue to go down this route, though?
I think on the back of being spotted here, you can see now, actually, Durka and Boaster looking to create a little bit of pressure toward B Heaven. Demon 1 still with the Blade Storm here. Not gonna find anything just yet. Com has to respect the nade. And Fnatic drifting back towards this B site hit, but EG
are matching.
Yeah.
They're putting
Ethan's here already.
Yeah, a lot of faith left in Demon 1 over towards A. Yes, he's got Jorgamo by his side. And maybe the right call. That should find no one with this deep posturing towards CT and late towards Heaven. Looking like they want to readdress Heaven now. The wide swing takes down Boaster. Alpha's still around though. They're not out of it yet. There's still presence here. How much damage can one man do? A whole lot. 21 HP gets traded. Jorgamo's there. Leans a little further forward. Now on the site. Leo, Durka, and Chronicle. Chronicle still has utility. Ooh. Chip damage, yes, but not enough to change the outcome just yet. Jorgamo towards the side, joined by Boostio. Flash comes in, denies the next step, but is now down to Leo. A 1v4 is not gonna happen. We're back up to an even affair now. Finishing there with a flourish. A 10 apiece.
This is a beautiful exchange of information here. Seeing both teams swing back and forth across the map. I think EG played this retake perfectly as well. Great awareness on what Fnatic are gonna try to achieve early on. They have a couple of players posted up late on this.
Let's go.
Alpha
Let's go.
So early on in that. And he's really the pivotal player in terms of that post plant for Fnatic. At that point, things fall apart. Leo and Chronicle get split up. Cosmic Divide comes in. EG pile on the pressure.
Spoke about it earlier, how much impact this could have as well. Com's got to be cautious though. Alpha will always test.
If
he sees weakness, he will have it. But has to respect this for now. So that does at least deny a little bit of some of that maybe easier access towards A. Going to control some of the portion of the map. That allows Fnatic to focus a little bit more towards middle. Again, early utility dealt with, but Durka wants to close down. Joooomer's not made it far here. Shorty waiting. Now he's in danger. He's giving away a bit of the game. He's got to be careful.
Demon1 and Joooomer feeling a little bit of pressure. Fnatic are desperate to punish Joooomer's position in the early round. Once again set up for this trap play with the fault line. But Fnatic, a pause for thought here.
Are they thinking to go through vent? What? It looks like Leo's double checking on anyone trying to find information from B, so going to send a flash to really...
But EG read this as a very deep flash. They know that's come from deep. It's just a probe sent out, Lauren.
Yeah. Another one.
30 seconds left.
You can see a little hesitation on Ethan, but they're mostly committing. And now off the back of that, they absolutely know it's coming their way. So Com's got to hold space. He's got some problems on his hand. One is Alpha. Removes him, now he gets back to business. He's got problems in the other form of Chronicle. Closing down, and now he's alone. The site's smothered, and Leo and Durka are turning on a dime. 13 seconds. Wait. Oh, okay, he didn't see him just yet. Boast is just on the other side here.
Leo just killed
found him. How did he find? Did a barrel show? Did he just spam? These two have nothing to say about this. They need to back away. That's 11 for Fnatic every day of the week.
It's all falling apart for EG. This looked like Com had done enough to prevent a comfortable split coming through from Fnatic, but fall through heaven pays off for them.
Huh? Wow.
Joooomer just caught off guard by the timing.
Yeah. I just don't know
What
how
a
Leo
flip,
got that
yeah,
kill.
what a flip. I don't know if Com just stepped out. You can see obviously under Boaster here is where Com fell. I don't know if he was just antsy to try and swing onto the plant potentially. He still had a little pocket to play towards hell, at least. It wasn't all the way to the wall. That's a tough break for EG.
Okay.
10 seconds left.
Oh.
Right, yeah, okay.
Oh.
What the hell is that?
Leo doesn't need extra help. You know what I mean? Like, he's doing pretty well for himself. That's horrible. That's horrible to witness. If you're a Fnatic fan, you'll take that with, you know, both hands. Like, yeah, absolutely. He just read it really well. But, man, that is rough. But good adjustments now. It's starting to see that kind of, I guess, pendulum swing, right? Fnatic had a drought of 5 rounds. 5 rounds back-to-back that EG were very much determining the pace. A little bit of switch up on the timeout. They won that bit of a force buy, almost kind of that half buy that came in. Got them back on track. And now they just tipped the scales in their favor, 11-10. Now I think if we talk plainly, for us to have a full 5, you've got to feel this has to go EG's way. If this starts going a little shorter, if Fnatic convert here in splits, which was EG's first choice, you start thinking that could be the 3-0.
I mean, Potter even said to them, this feels like their bread and butter, right? This is the map that ultimately the series is pinned on for EG.
Linchpin series,
yeah.
A map here. It has to be now. As said, it goes too far away. We go into the deeper maps. The scales tip heavily back to Fnatic's favor. There's still a fighting chance. They still have a buy here. Close to the ult on Ethan. Burnt so much in those last few. And Fnatic just about starting to take some of this momentum. This is where it gets to scary times.
Total switch up here on the defense. Trailblazers sent out towards Alpha on A. Joooomer and Demon1 here once again. I'm not sure here if they're a little bit antsy. They want to try and dig Alpha out of this position. Noted a second time.
He's got so much room to fall back to, though. This then puts, I guess, all the pressure on Demon1. Does well for the first contact. We're going to play his life, going to play ahead of this low paint shell, forcing him into fight. Paranoia. Oh, he's going to keep his life. 40 HP, he's still standing. Joooomer's got his back, finding out from the other side of the map here. Chronicle, though, still dangerous, still deadly, but the crunch just ain't happening. Boaster and Leo, how much more can you do? Not enough. EG responding kind. We're tied up again at 11-11. EG digging in their heels now.
It might just be one kill, but a huge play from Demon1 to get ahead of that utility. Just find one before falling. Because that's the catalyst for EG to commit to this engagement.
Look at it.
This kill here.
Almost score Boaster too.
Yeah, absolutely. perfect timing from Jooomers to split on the backside of this as well.
How many rounds do we highlight that Alpha is such a key element in these sort of rounds? Having him checked on, having him kept in check is everything for them. 11-11. Bloody hell, he's starting to heat up here now.
Crack's starting to show in the finances for Fnatic as well, but hold that thought.
Yeah, no, Dirk has just absolutely let off the leash. He's taking down Cops! He decimates Boostio! The site's his! That's the benefit of having Durka. Every now and then the bulldozer arrives, takes the site, gives you a plant, and you're looking good for 12.
Showstopper available here as well, but EG is 3. Do they respect this? They try and do some damage. Try and even get this retake started nice and early.
They need something. They need a kill. If they don't get it anytime soon, this one's all but done. Jooomers gets away with it, though. Gets ahead of that flash. It's Durka on the other side who's having a miraculous round. 4 for him here. One of the best in the world at these sort of rounds. Every now and then, he'll pull that out of a hat, and it is just perfect.
The shift in tempo here is overwhelming.
Bisa buy sih ya.
EG dropping like flies here. Yeah, Com2 back-to-back frustrating deaths for him. Didn't notice the dropout from Heaven, sorry, in the previous. And here just caught off guard.
Ketik OT guys.
As soon as the
Ketik
round
OT,
starts.
spam in the chat, OT. Bukan orang tua ya.
EG to go the distance. You are praying that this round goes their way.
Nah,
If
gua
you
mau
want
power
Fnatic
nap.
close out clean, get that back-to-back. This is the round you look at.
And a repeat of the previous. It's either 13-11 or an overtime once again. And you know the margin. A matter of milliseconds.
Does history repeat itself once again? Can EG turn that fated tale around and take us to OT? Different sight this time. Players fully prepared. Jooomers ready. Ethan there. Boostio deep towards CT. Fnatic. Careful steps forward. Taking control by ramp.
Jooomers and Boostio on a stinger though. They want to try and get close quarters here. Calm down on the judge as well. Not a full rotation coming through from EG just yet.
Ethan is playing on borrowed time, it feels like. He's got nothing. Absolutely nothing! And maybe history is set to repeat itself. Does he even get that close? Leo, the man who hammered that nail in the coffin before.
Okay, guys.
And it's on Demon 1 and Com. Show us what you're made of. You got a Judge and you got a Vandal. Demon 1 needs to summon some strength here.
Okay,
a good performance. He's got to be sheerly demonic. That's the start. Com going to take down the first. Upgrade found. The time ticking. Demon 1 finds another, but it's not enough. If needed, Haven.
Yeah, and we're in another situation where we're asking EG to dig deep on this dream run to keep it alive. Really on split, it's another example. EG actually win out in the opening engagements again. Fnatic flipping a couple of those rounds that definitely should have been secured. I just can't believe it's got 13-11 again.
Yeah.
That is wild.
But it won't be the first time that EG have overcome insurmountable odds. The fact they were even at this event, the fact...
Okay, go for it.
They breach is like deep.
Sky mid.
Wait, this is good to just go straight to go in the loud.
Flash mid, they just...
They're fighting Boozy. Yeah, they're fighting mid.
I'm gonna pop over right here, bro.
Yeah, I don't have
They're fighting mid. They're fighting mid. They're running down mid.
I'm all in heaven.
Yeah, breach. It's breach.
Okay, only one on site.
Only one. Cypher play.
Wait, not even on site. Not even on site. Wait, elbow. Fucking side max. 3, 2, 1. Nothing. Go. With you.
Okay. Wait, I'm doing that wall now. Okay.
They will open ulti. He jumped with city, yeah.
Heaven plant. I got dog for screens if you want to go.
I'm just sending in my ult, okay?
We shouldn't take screens. Okay. I'm gonna dog it main right now. Hold my elbow.
I'm playing map on this.
Do we John, do you need to smoke, John?
No.
John, I'll smoke for you, though. Do this.
Heaven.
Standing city in.
Dead heaven.
Nice.
Relax.
Could be behind.
Can you ult reinforce or something? Check it. Yeah. I'm gonna wait here. No, man.
Guys, I need forward. Okay, put me elbow.
I don't know what the flash.
I need forward.
Oh my goodness.
I can flash them. Flashing them.
I think one. I'm with you that here. Let's go.
Just close. Hold down. TV. Nice. Lurking. T-spawn.
We block. Oh yeah. Suck.
You win.
They're all low.
Great job.
They're all low, Boozy.
Yes. Nice. Let's go. Go. Yes.
Unless they did the body block
I'm waiting to see.
Yeah.
That was a listen-in on the last time Fnatic and EG matched up on Split, thanks to our Sony InZone Open mic. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Mimi, Achilles, and Kukuka. Once again, Seth, they ran it back, the exact same outcome.
Yep, another 13-11 score line, but this time, I mean, well, that was the end of the series. This is now Fnatic getting themselves to match point, and we've only had one team, PaperX versus DRX, be able to pull off a reverse sweep. EG now, if they want to lift that trophy, if they want to deny away the back-to-back wins from Fnatic, they have to pull off a reverse sweep themselves.
It's going to be so hard to do so. Fnatic played that one incredibly well. I think what this team always impresses with is in these late games when it looks like they're slipping. It looked like in that one that EG was going to rally back. They were making an impressive run of things in the second half, but it's that one timeout, Mini getting in the conversation, an eco round that they end up winning to completely change the tide and bring them back into that one for, like you said, another heartbreaking victory for the side of EG.
Yeah, exactly. And now things that take a different turn. I think that we started to see a Fnatic that, you know, shows this face of dominance, of, hey, we came here with a task and we're going to fulfill it. I am surprised, though. I think that I was really thinking that OG could take it to overtime this time. The things that I was seeing, I wanted to highlight a little bit of Boostio, how fast he was with his reactions and his utility. I saw a lot of small things, but it wasn't enough to shut down Fnatic.
No, it was not. And for EG now, this is definitely where the going gets tough if you want to continue this miracle run. They've constantly defied expectations, but like you were saying, making that reverse sweep happen is so hard to do. And for Fnatic right now, it's really a matter of avoiding what happened at Lock-in. There they were up 2-0 versus Loud, and then the series started to slip, and it required that crazy comeback to end up winning.
There's one round I want to take a quick look at here for our Verizon high-speed moment, and that goes to Chronicle for the end of round 5 here. Chronicle, he is the only player that's won it twice. Kilios, Kukuka, you think 3 times he can do it again?
It's looking very likely. It was a little bit of a odd beginning to this round there. Good initial pick from Durka. The blast packs back in, gets taken down for the paint shells, but Chronicle, at the end of it all, he was able to hold down the site. It was just gorgeous from him the whole way throughout that split. His impact could be felt not only just in the fragging, but the way that he was backing up his teammates and offering up that utility, constantly getting multi-man stuns with his fault lines, just blinding the ever-loving hell out of everyone. It was just a fantastic performance.
I mean, this composition has a lot of that. It's a lot of overwhelm onto your opponents because you have the Sky, you have the Breach, and you have the Omen. One piece of utility is going to hit you. You just have to choose which one. And no matter where you move, something is going to be on your way, being a nuance for you.
And those reactions are so good. Normally, it's Chronicle who we're talking about, having that really like instantaneous piece of utility ready to support his teammate. And that one, it was a perfect paranoia from Boaster that helped him get that 3K.
Yeah, and also if we, I know you guys hit on this in the pre-show as well. Chronicle, every time he's come to an international tournament, he's always made the finals. Of course, he became the second player, but there's a lot of records and history on the line as well. If he is able to not only become the only player to do it 3 times, but then to also do it back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, just the most winningest player that we have in all of VCT is basically what he gets to achieve. So it'd be a huge moment for him. And I think that just given the trend that we've been seeing there, that split getting taken away from the side of EG, Bind on the horizon. This feels very rocky for EG. They need to have a major rally back.
Yeah, let's talk about Bind here, Mimi. What do you think about this?
It's going to be interesting because EG has been banning this map all tournament long. Yeah. But I've always thought it's been a good one for them. Even going back into last year, EG's been solid on this map. They have really good ideas. In particular, Judgmo always feels comfortable here. This is where he looks incredible on the Rays. But my biggest question with them banning it, will they have something different, something new from what we saw in Americas?
I think that the preparation for Lotus was definitely there as a map that they could think of. For Bind, I think it also has to be there, knowing that they were already on that lower bracket. And in case of making it here, Fnatic will ban that factor for them.
Oh my god.
This Prime Gaming agent select is off the chains.
Okay.
You guys talk about you guys speak about the preparation into this. How do you prepare against Demon 1 Chamber Boostio Reina?
I mean, first of all, I'm shocked that it's not the other way around, that it's not Boostio playing Chamber. It used to be the main for them. But to talk about this comp, we've seen similar things from Paper Rex. The strengths of this is in combining those Reina Leers with the Sky Flash. You have to look at the Reina Leer to shoot at. You have to look away from the Sky Flash to avoid being blinded. It's a really potent combo. And Chamber as well. We've seen teams try him to some success on this map.
We did, and Paper X slapped it, slapped it right out of their hands. That was hard as coming out with a Chamber when they played versus Paper X. It was that last map, and it did not work out. Like you said, this is a bit of column A, column B. Take the Reina from Paper X, take that Chamber from the side of NRG, put them together. I have no idea what you get.
Listen, Emil was saying in the interview, you cannot win Fnatic on a 5v5. If you want to make it crazy, just have some crazy picks and go for the 4v5.
How beautiful would it be if EG start their comeback off the back of a Chamber and Reina, Pansy, and Hypok? None of us could have expected this.
It might just be mad enough to work. Who knows? I mean, what are you meant to say about this one?
I don't know what to say. This is absolutely insane to pull this out here when everything rides to get the reverse sweep started for EG, and it comes with this composition. A leaf out of a Paper X book, it feels like.
Yeah, it has to be, right? I mean, the rain is wild enough, and Chamber, what year am I in? I'm just, I'm absolutely stunned, but I guess you're right. You cannot face Fnatic in a fair fight. They will beat you every day of the week.
Emma even hit this in the interview, right? You have to disrupt, you have to be unpredictable, you have to take the fight to them and cause a little bit of chaos. That's what I think we're gonna get with this composition.
This might be enough chaos, who knows? So much on the line now, tournament life on the line. EG could go out with a whimper, right? That second chance at revenge, coming back in after facing Paper X, or is it Fnatic? Back-to-back international champions. Leo off to a start. Durka with the follow-up. And EG cut off at the knees here. Fnatic all too prepared, all too aware, not allowing a second of respite.
Just Team 1 left now, 47 HP. A Ghost in hand, but it will need a 1v5. And Durka finds the wallbang. The Prime Gaming Flawless to kick off. Bind here. A heavy lean from Fnatic, all set up on the back of the anchor from Chronicle on B. All that utility basically set up for a TP crunch to try and bail him out. EG walk into the blender on A short. Yeah, okay. Although he was maybe just looking for it, but it was a random shot in the dark.
It happens. I guess the one thing with Chamber back in, you get a little bit more of a punch in these
to
rounds.
Some of the thrifties, and EG historically have had some really good game plans, especially here in Tokyo around addressing these lighter purchases.
This keeps Fnatic on their toes. They have to be so on the money here. Just keeping track of what they're up to. You can see those opportunities waning a little now. Durka seems very heads up about this. He's like, hold on, I don't want to be peeking that. And Leo spams straight through, connects towards Jooomers.
Kasbah, Ethan, swinging out here. Boaster unnoted, will find two with the stinger. It's just Boostio left, Sheriff in hand. Spammed out Durka. We'll find the last. Back-to-back Prime Gaming Flawlesses here.
Oh, this is a message. You thought that you could take Fnatic in a final. Really? In this form? Flawless round after flawless round now. Getting just weird enough to keep our attention drawn, but there has to be more to this now. This first buy coming in from the bonus for Fnatic. It has to do a lot to really get me on board.
See now if there's anything cooked up behind this. What the focal point of this composition is for EG. The first buy round coming through. 3 for Fnatic over towards B. Flash will catch. Durka, decent progress towards the showstopper already.
Very
and 1
nice.
away now with that orb being retrieved.
3-play stack. Here on. Towards Hookah. Giacomo got to play this right. Boostio with the burst coming out from Longbow. Going to take down Durka, but there's still 2 here. Not going to find the range to really bring much in. Boaster did have that Bulldog, so still able to do a bit of chip damage on the way. 4v2 now. Still holding a bit of space for that late TP taken. Target found. Target put down. Just Alpha left in a 1v4.
Bulldog in hand. Tries to catch it, but Demon 1 slips out of Hookah already. Ethan being the easy one at 37 HP, but Alpha stuck inside this smoke right now. I think just trying to bait out a P kit. No attempt really to go for any sort of retake. So time ticks away. CG will answer back early. Can they keep 4 rifles though? Does Alpha catch anybody on the retreat here? He does. Lucio will respond, so still 3.
Not the worst.
No, the opportunity obviously for Demon 1 to play out with a Pocket Guardian effectively.
He's quite good with that weapon too.
Yeah. He does
Kinda
lean
suits
to,
him.
he leans towards it a lot, yeah. Even when he's got a Vandal, he's trying to tap it out.
Yeah. Okay, but now we're going to see the kind of full force a little more. Boaster could be still on that Bulldog, but again, they had that showstopper. Really early work from Durka was massive.
And this is a round I'm looking towards because I was talking about Fnatic's overall approach to countering double controller setups, basically, to address default Viper walls. And this is another map where they demonstrate it, with Alpha heavily anchoring with his utility. Basically a carbon copy of Split.
Yeah.
Sets in motion so many options, so many possibilities for defensive switch-ups.
First row look towards it as well in this round, but no follow-up off the back. Camera tucked in towards the corner. They can confirm that no one's drifted any further up. But it did pull Durka over, surprisingly. But again, it's a short rotate. Not like they're springboarding in towards that B site off of that one Lear.
The problem being, this deep trip in showers, Fnatic don't really feel an awful lot of pressure in terms of forcing a rotation. Unless Leo or Boaster get caught.
Shell will make him a little uncomfortable, allows him a little bit of a step forward. Boaster looking a bit overwhelmed here. Durka's going to post the showstopper, but EG clearing up the site. Boaster and Durka go down. Yeah, Demon 1's barely breathing, but he'll be fine. On to Chronicle, Alpha and Leo. That should be the plant in. Tom's going to get a little uncomfortable in that. Probably should back away from it. There we go.
We're conscious there that Leo's going for the spam through the wall.
Oh!
Speaking of spam through wall, Giacomo will fall.
Yeah, Boostio's got to be careful because look at Chronicle slip further ahead. And now Alpha's got his attention. Nice isolation, but Chronicle was ahead. And now down to a 2v3. The HP becomes a factor. Comms down to 22. Demon 1, 57. Flash still for Ethan. The Molly should be there. Keeps him secure for a couple more seconds. The time beginning to tick. Demon 1 takes Chronicle away. And Leo's best opportunity is just to back away and keep that rifle.
A nice cleanup here by EG. I'm sure if Boostio actually had a dismiss to pull away, but he's caught off guard by the second swing. Didn't know Chronicle actually repositioning behind that cage. Early on, EG will tie things up though. D1 baits out perfectly here with the TP as well. Showstopper amounts to nothing. Does have the ultimate online already.
I quite like this. I mean, you've now been given such a weird situation against you, right? The new conundrum of how do we face this? Because traditionally, we're probably not used to this, right, if you're Fnatic. So
Sure.
maybe just an early check-in.
I think as well, Mimi touches on something that EG have demonstrated the ability to really, really harness in terms of their playstyle, which is tiny little utility synergies around, obviously here, the Lear of Boostio, the flash from Ethan to set things up, but this isn't an exec-heavy composition. So you're looking for value from the default of EG, which would require Fnatic actually being the ones to go exploring, which doesn't happen often with this Cypher composition.
No, it doesn't.
The same sort of objectives for me, though. EG need to go and address its utility. They can't allow Fnatic to sit back in these very, very comfortable holds.
Because you started asking the question, right? When do they start pulling Chronicle even earlier away, right? If they feel that confident and comfortable in the setups, they aren't being cleared, they can keep that player present a little bit longer, a little bit later in the rotation. Now, yes, EG actually won that round without the setup being tested, but still, you'd like to see that protocols addressed early on, so it's fresh in the minds of EG here.
Sure, and that's because it was so apparent on Split. And we saw just how many different little looks that Fnatic had in terms of trap plays, in terms of set pieces for aggression. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. Shaky purchase here. A Guardian and a Spectre for Fnatic, and Durka punished off the rip.
Does Demon1 win this fight? Yeah, he does!
Yeah, he does.
Takes out, they've won 2 massive fights on either side of the map.
This is exactly the opening you want to see with this composition from EG. A pick on both sides here. Weakening the numbers of Fnatic.
Boaster, he's not really equipped for that. TP, away we go. Now, Leo did early rotate, so he's already got himself back towards that B site. See a little bit of hesitation on Boaster, doesn't want to overcommit here. But the smoke's going up, should really solidify this, and Leo's going to hear a whole lot of presence. 2 flashes, still got the dog. With the plant down and 5 standing. So much to overcome.
Look at Com. Com is so disconnected from this. Probably got a geeky lineup from downtown for this sort of plant on B. Fnatic will give it up. Leo, yeah, considering maybe dipping his toes, but like I said, a shaky purchase here. Boaster will get an upgrade from a Spectre to a Guardian. Feeling like they come away from that the best possible outcome. But yeah, just to come back to that point, this is exactly the opening that EG, I feel, are going to look for.
So and the mentality of we have to be quite confident, brawly, go for
it
those
does.
opening picks. It's so hard to do that against 2 maps against you. When it's 1, you still have that map to play with, but when a best of 5, you've got 2 maps down. It depends a lot on confidence, so it's very, I mean, impressive and scary there, depending on this now. It's working.
Taking the lead early on. The other things you really question with compositions like this, I mean, obviously, Scrimbucks tell us that EG have been on fire, but testing it here versus one of the teams that, in my eyes, is the most versatile in terms of reacting to enemy prep, something that a team would bring out in this sort of situation.
Yeah, they're so able to play against any of those one-dimensional looks. Now, this round should pose less of a threat, but they have brought up a little around this. Rifle with Alpha. Leo still with his. You've got that Guardian in the hands of Durka. Judge with Chronicle. There should be a plant here. I don't think anyone's going to be able to deny that. Oh, wow, Alpha. Did you see a pixel on that?
Yeah.
And Alpha brought down to 5 HP. He's actually lucky to be breathing. Chronicle flash turn, but he takes one with him. A second, no! Ethan overwhelms, and now it's getting dicey. 4v2, Ethan and Demon1. Tested on all accounts. Fnatic starting to look very, very dangerous here. Going to deal with the first challenge. That's going to be Alpha. A little bit of a labored spray, but Ethan's still alive. He's got 3 targets to find. A little bit of an overinvest, but it's enough to get him to his knees. The fuse is there. And it got shaky, it got messy. But Fnatic were up to the task that time.
Like I said, this was on the back of a couple of weapons saved coming through. Minimal investment around it, but Orbital Strike committed just to stop this early momentum of EG.
I don't know if he even saw it.
I don't even think he saw anything.
Okay.
Oh, nice. It's another wallbang, similar to the pistol. A bit of a pace change here from EG to maybe catch Fnatic off guard. Tour de Force online. I haven't said that in a while. You want to play? Let's popped off the rip.
And it looks like pace is once again the name of the game. Demon1 going quick to this, and they are investing everything. Giorgamo lets rip, but it's Boaster to trade out. Trying to quell this aggression, but Boostio's still ahead of this. Boaster on the side, Chronicle on the way. They still didn't check out Boaster. They still didn't clear him from that corner. He's got away with daylight robbery. What? How did you snap to Chronicle like that? And Alpha left reeling off the back, barely able to even rotate in time to get here by the time the plant's gone down. But that Vandal looks deadly in his hands. Gonna find one. How do you try and dig these players out, though? Demon One's waiting. Com sits real deep. Gonna make this hard work for him.
Demon One actually gives up the angle here, so Alpha given a little bit of room to move whilst they stack up once again. Demon One with the timing to catch Alpha.
A lot of respect to Alpha there, though. They weren't messing around with him at all.
Waiting for Com to rotate all the way back through and regroup. EG doubling down on that pace change from the previous round towards A. Jooomers is through hookah so fast. What?
Oh, wow. It comes right here.
Yeah, disgusting. Boaster unnoted once again on this position.
Yeah.
Just outside the window. I'm a little surprised to see that, actually. A couple of frustrated faces on the side of Fnatic.
I mean, losing to a comp like this does feel a little bizarre, right? Like, it definitely puts you into a different position where you have to think on your feet. Something we credit Fnatic for a great deal, though.
Absolutely.
Is their capability to do that. Finally, a bit of a test towards A early on here. Shower presence coming in. A little bit of a change up on those traps, though. Jooomers should be able to note most of these coming in anyway. And the site's theirs, but do they clear meticulously? Not clearly enough. Alpha from the back lines, they didn't note Chronicle either. They've got a lot of presence to try and get past, even on the shaky buy. Chronicle to be forced further forward. He will die for this, but he took one with him.
Huge to trade out there. Ethan trying to backfill this space now. Alpha, I don't think he will note the second player here. Oh, Boostio, he didn't see either.
Wait, Boostio's cooking up something here. Oh, he's going ridiculously too deep, but Demon One up for the trade. Look at Durka! Oh, he's got the moves! Durka dodges everything! And denies EG around. There's no gap to be had, it's 4 apiece.
Durka slips into bullet time somehow there, avoiding everything from Demon One. What the hell was that?
Yeah, Boostio went absolutely off the script. And then God bless Demon One for trying. Look at this, how?
That is ridiculous from Durka. But on the back of that, it's Fnatic to call a timeout once again. We heard from Mini earlier.
Yeah.
Hinting at maybe wanted to clear comms up a little bit. With this comp, you've got to argue that it's maybe a little chaotic in there.
But it does give EG the opportunity to talk as well, right?
Yeah.
And that to me is, it's such a double-edged sword because, I mean, I wouldn't say EG are super like solidified yet. Yeah, they had a nice little run of rounds, but the last couple, Fnatic have been tipping the scales.
How many times do you catch Fnatic off guard, though? Again, we were just talking about this Boaster being one of the best, you know, problem solvers on the fly in terms of what he brings to the table as an IGL. I mean, this guy is forged through failure to get to the point where he is now. See if there's going to be any huge adjustment in terms of the game plan here for Fnatic. Ult's coming online now. Showstopper, Orbital Strike.
Yep.
One off the Seekers. And the pit available for Chronicle as well. So maybe going to see a defensive setup.
Boostio on the operator.
That's a weird one.
Yep.
Seen him do it obviously on the Killjoy as well, but let's try and make it work here on the Reyna.
Demon One backfilling the timing on this quite perfectly.
And that trip's not there this time.
No, they adjust it in the last round as well. Giving a little bit more freedom. Does he catch the timing right? He's gonna know Alpha's there as well. Demon One threading the needle so perfectly.
Yeah, Durka's here nice and early, but removes one of the heavy anchors for Fnatic. What else can Demon One find here?
Oh,
that's Alpha.
God!
He's so crisp.
Oh, the mouse will jump. Devastating for him. Durka probably had him dead anyway, if I'm honest, but they've drawn over 2 players just to deal with Demon One.
Hey, what
so
is
it's
this
left
ping?
Leo.
They pinged that position. They commit the pace out towards it. The awareness is insane from EG.
Super heads up work from them. HO doesn't quite reach over. So they'll be in this post plant 4 now, standing pretty healthily. So Fnatic don't have option here. Time to back away. That was a round. That was a Demon One round.
I want to know why that ping is there. I don't know if Leo's maybe spotted.
Seen a barrel.
His rifle sticks out or something, but with the commitment of the paint show on the back of it. That is mad. I'd love to be able to see who that is because that's key information.
Yeah.
Leo tucks into a position to...
Said he could have been good for one there.
Potentially two.
Yeah, it's Leo.
If they don't clear that and go for the plant, potentially. I mean, because they must assume they pulled the rotation with Demon 1 finding so much value through showers. I said removing one heavy anchor, but then removing the second as well.
But we talk about spiral rounds, those kind of like momentum builders, the snowball rounds. Fnatic have one in hand here. Almost every single O, and just watching this back is just...
I can't lose.
That's allowed.
I mean, it was before that though.
It was pinged when Hooker was still smoked.
Yeah. So how the hell did they...
Regardless,
Maybe
I'm
by the checklist,
impressed.
yeah.
I'm impressed.
Wingman's out with the trophy. Off we go. Pacey. They want to find the fight there. The flash through is great, though. It gives Fnatic the favorable fight, at least to control the area of showers. But look at the progress. And Demon 1 outdoes Durka. And now Alpha's going to have problems backing away. Bushio's got him dead. What? Oh, come on! How does Alpha win that fight?
Is that another mini-map moment for Bushio?
It felt like it. He had time on that.
EG answer back though. Alpha will fall. Boaster now in a position to try and do some damage.
Oh, he's seen
spots
so
too,
much.
yeah. We're gonna know about at least a third.
I don't know what he's meant to do with this though. It's like you just caught glimpses, wisps of those locations. And now Demon 1 stops Chronicle in his tracks. Boaster and Leo, I'd back away at this point. Like, what else are you meant to do? You got Demon 1 watching any sort of access. Joomer basically closing him out of this round.
Dig a little deeper. Might need to catch Leo, and he does.
Just as he was backpedaling away.
Wait, supposed to get past here. I mean, they're going to try and find him regardless. Boaster stands tall for the first. It'd be huge if they could remove this rifle. It's only Boaster and Leo at 1900.
But the fight, 21 against 23 HP. Joomer's got him. Okay, rifle out of the hands. Finally, EG take a little bit of a buffer to this lead.
And actually, a little bit of breathing space. Because now you force Fnatic to completely readdress the back end of this half.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. Looking here on the player cam.
Yeah, look,
he looks up, mini-map.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
That's twice now we've seen it in fairly pivotal moments as well. Demon 1 back on the operator now. Tour de force available. Fnatic is 3 going to swing out. Nobody on the other side of things.
It's a weird buy as well.
Yeah, Frenzy, Sheriff, Stinger, 2 rifles. Some ultimates to invest here potentially.
They've got to clear down by B short so meticulously. There's 2 players pushed deep and they haven't been presented this yet. Nice work from them. Okay. Oh, doesn't matter. Durka beheads Jorgamo. And they've done the damage now. They can back away from that.
Yep, create an advantage. This time able to reset off the back of it. Previously, a lot of pressure followed up on that first blood from EG. Bushio has to get something done here, though. Chronicle's drifted into showers. Bushio wins it.
Okay, they actually made some space on this. They had nothing on their side, really, apart from just that little kind of cubby approach. Now with the plant going down, a little bit of safety in showers, the Seekers, they can't make the most of them. Demon 1, start feeling that pressure going his way, but he deals with it so well. Oh, Durka!
On the TP!
On the TP! And now a 2v2. Leo and Durka are up against Ethan and Com. They don't want to be saving these weapons anymore. They want to take the fight on this one. Ethan's still on the site. The cross can be watched by Com. Ethan sends back Durka, and now it's Leo. Oh, the swing! Run and gun from Ethan. Nastiness now.
With light investment here from Fnatic. Obviously playing towards the final round. Showstopper. 3 away for Durka. Orbital strike and a pit to work with. Oh. Gorgeous from Durka.
Nice!
EG stretching their legs a little bit now.
When you hit the running gun.
When it hits just right.
Is this pace? 3-2 split towards the B side. Durka is going to put his body on the line. He'll defend this if he has to himself. Already going to take away the first. That was Boostio trying to lean in. Flash goes in. Durka's ahead again. He holds the line so well. Any more? No. This time he gets dealt with by Ethan. That's just the front line of this. Rotations are a mile away, though. Alpha and Chronicle only just leaving that site.
I think that's why EG second-guessed this, to be honest. They're expecting a wave of pressure to come back their way. They're waiting out this smoke now. Demon One has to respect it. Tour de force in hand. But now, possibilities opened up for him. We'll know Chronicle's position on the back of the snake bite.
Demon One. That's a chance! Huge shot from him. 2v2 now. Tag towards Alpha, very light. But they work forward. 40 seconds down. Now they know. Oh, Ethan! He is starting to heat up here in Alpha. The 1v2! It ain't gonna happen! EG figuring it all out!
Heroics in the last round from Demon One and Ethan. And a big lead for EG to pull out here on Bind, where historically Fnatic have looked flawless.
This is just...
Ethan's getting colder and colder as the rounds pass.
He's such a scary player who keeps playing like this, but Demon One
Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Yes.
Perfect on that chamber too, making it look very viable. But the Rainer on the side switch is going to be very tricky to bring into effect. So much more to be seen, but for now we are standing by with an interview in GB.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yes, I'm joined by a good friend of mine, Jake and Bake here. You may have seen him a few times in a couple IRL streams. Can't seem to not find you at these events. We always seem to run into each other here.
Yeah, I'm always wandering around with all the plebs, hanging out, you know, in the crowds, having fun with the people.
So I know you're very familiar with Japan, and you've come here a whole bunch of times. You've lived here as well. Yep. But how has this experience met, like, even your expectations? Because it really feels like the Japanese community just came out in full force to support this event.
Yeah. Honestly, I went to the Copenhagen event as well.
Yeah.
But coming here, I really like this. The crowd seems to be like super respectful, and like everyone's like joining in and just cheering on everybody. I've been doing like, little interviews with some of the fans, and like, who are you here for? Who are you here to see? And they all seem to like have their favorites, but they're very like still happy to see the other team do well. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, no, and I think that's part of the reason why so many people have really resonated with what's been happening over here. It really feels like the fans have really made this whole thing come alive. You know, and I guess, you know, that being said, I really do want to get your thoughts on, like, you know, like esports in Japan, because obviously, like, you know, fighting game community pops off over here all the time, but this obviously is a much different beast. Did you see this coming when you were out here before?
Man, I went to like a big LAN party out here before, so I saw like some of that, but it is cool to see the esports grow, especially with the PC games, because usually, like, I mean, obviously console's so big out here, so that's something that's definitely been growing in the past year. So when I was here, like living here six years ago or so, I think slowly developing some different games being played, but it's fun seeing Valorant be played too.
Oh yeah, most definitely, most definitely. Well, I have a few more seconds with you. Just want to ask you real fast, who you rooting for? Who you think is going to walk away with this?
Okay, I gotta say I'm here for EG. However, Boaster is my boy.
He is. He's that
Me
boy.
and Boaster, we go way back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I respect it.
I'm a little torn. I'll be happy for either, but it's rough. It's honestly rough.
Honestly, it's my thoughts exactly. It's very hard to. But you know what, hey, brother? Always a pleasure to talk to you guys. Back to you guys over at the desk.
Actually, a little bit of a fiend of his old IRL streams. Used to love a bit of that. Anyway, focus on the game. Sorry, I got distracted.
On mainstream?
Yeah, that's the one. Look, it's fine. Less views than Tarek. It's all good, don't worry. 4-8. Fnatic haven't got the strongest of leads this time. There's a chance, but Michael, let's be realists about this. It's Rainer and it's Chamber now on the defending side.
Yeah, and if anything, with this lead now, it's where actually the focus shifts in terms of the prep here for this comp for EG. So they have to take this chance to close out a map here. Fnatic looking to pop on the back of this Trailblazer here. Boostio, got to be careful.
Anyone help him? Nope.
He needs to get a kill and dismiss.
Oh my God, he did! He absolutely did it! Now he falls and Ethan's in danger. Goes for a double dip on this as well. Back in with that frenzy, just trying to hope for something to maybe land, but...
Well, chip damage done. Durka and Alpha at least brought down to 80.
Jogger on the other side of the map has taken a lot of room.
A lot of space, yeah.
I'm surprised that Demon One hasn't maybe decided to rotate. I mean, I guess there's a bit of a window.
think he's coming across now.
They're walking showers. Wait.
This is so proactive from EG.
Yeah, this is actually nuts. If Demon 1 can keep their attention maybe towards heaven or like, you know, work on that, the map gets very
Boaster's
small
looking
here.
this way in the smokes.
30 seconds.
He's going to hear the
The
steps.
timing.
Com's going to hear all of this. He's got to call it out here. Decides to pull the trigger. That's a strike down and the follow-up as well. EG not out of the woods yet. Durka and Alpha, a dangerous duo. But Ethan's position, do they even consider it? 13 seconds. He can wait here patiently. The spray from the Frenzy, not going to find what he wants. Information now starting to be gathered, but Durka barely breathing. 12 HP, it's not enough. And now it's all on Alpha. A 1v3 is out of the realms of reality. EG up to 9.
This re-clearance is so well timed by EG. You even notice the Jorgamo, other side of the map, total control of the extremity. Very deep information.
That timing.
And Com actually follows through on this. Boaster was looking this way before he pops into his iPad for the smokes.
It's
just half a second here and there.
But it's the fact that they were even exploring shower at that point, right? Like you get like a bit of an
the timing
trade.
is beautiful.
So good to see them that proactive. It puts Fnatic with another question mark to them, right? It's like, okay, well, this is a bit weird now. All right, we can still do some serious damage here. The amount of rounds that Fnatic are turning, very possible. Doesn't get helped when you do have Demon 1 with that free Guardian, but Durka respond with pace. But Jorgamo all too aware of his tricks. Demon 1, careful now. Did he connect on Alpha there?
He did, yeah.
Of
Gets the
course.
tag. 58, converts the second. Looking to farm up a little bit towards the Tour de Force. Actually, yeah, drifting all the way out past Mountain here.
If Boaster goes down here, this round's Jova. It is.
Spike down B.
Leo and Chronicle. A million miles away, basically. It looks like EG are just trying to hunt them down across the map. They can't even cross up. You've got, what, Demon 1 watching that? Hello. I found you. Oh, dear.
Hard clip. Whoa, okay.
And Leo's still alive. Hold on. Oh, probably not much longer.
30 seconds left.
Anything else will be big damage. Oh.
Big boys hit.
Yeah. Bring across 2 Bulldogs and the Marshal here for Demon 1. 17 and 8, by the way, on the Chamber.
When did we last see a Chamber come out, to your mind? I'm trying to think if we saw it during any regular season play. Did anyone?
I mean, certainly not EMEA.
I don't think so, yeah. And it looks so good in his hands, though. Like, that's the crazy part. Like, it actually looks pretty solid. Now, bonus round for EG. 3 full rifles and the 2 Bulldogs. On the other side, decent buy. Now, no big ults work towards it. It was mostly Alpha having impact. Yes, Durka's not a million miles off, but it's still pretty far away. So nothing to tip them over the edge here.
Strange setup here, actually, from EG. You see Com actually boosted up outside showers. Spike not committed just yet, but fairly indicative of an A-site hit here for Fnatic. One's looking to maybe bait in Com a little bit. Able to TP away, but the flash catches in. Durka with the hard clearance. Chronicle follows through.
Such heads-up work between Durka and Chronicle, still to clear deep. And this is all just falling very nicely for Fnatic right now. EG going for a little bit of a quirky setup, found almost 0 value.
Well, probably being actually 2 Bulldogs and a Marshal brought in. Look at the funds here. Jorgamo down at 150. Ethan, Bulldog in hand, but down at 50 credits as well. Going to try and protect the purchase here. Maybe, yeah, I was going to say maybe a chance to get a judge in the hands of Jorgamo. But that's a massive round win for Fnatic because 4 rifles carried across. See, with the credits available there, actually puts them back into position to protect a light shield purchase following on from that as well.
I just still can't believe how diligently they cleared that. Again,
Yeah.
they had the dog to go through, right? gets dealt with by Demon One.
Yeah, Demon One tries so hard to bait a little bit of presence to play Com in, but...
Maybe if Com wasn't fully white at that point, he could have done something, but they were still checking.
I mean, there's a total lack of pressure from short as well. I think Jorgman, I was curious actually if he took the chip damage before, but it's actually on this swing here. Durka a little bit frustrated there, to be honest, yeah.
In Series 16-11, they're, you know, doing pretty well here. Something's got them a little tilted, it looks
That's
like.
the mini effect. Striving for perfection time and time again.
Now, what we have in this round is 2 rifles, the Bulldog, and bits and bobs. Now, hey, Demon One has got that Headhunter, so I guess that's a Guardian as well in hand. 5 to 10, though. Look at where Demon One is. Observers,
if you
thank
can, yeah.
Love you guys. Prius. Demon One, though, has really slipped.
Boasted didn't catch this. There's a trip here, and he actually walks into it.
Just completely tunnel vision. Now he's trying to scurry away. There was so much potential for that.
You almost want to see him just sit on that trip, to be honest with you. Wait to catch somebody, because Alpha's going to retrieve the orb, and that gives them the neural theft and a safe body to convert it on.
Time to scurry. Yeah, he's going to come back around and invest that.
I know exactly.
At this point, though, it's just going straight on in. Oh, they were so ready for it. As soon as he got airborne, it's brought back down to earth. Leo outdoes Com comfortably. And the plant's going to come in. All off the back of Demon One there, really. Bit unfortunate, that could have been everything.
It could.
All that potential.
Like I said, he's given a little bit of space to work as well. Boaster doesn't catch him on that market cross initially.
Yeah.
Opts to try and take the trip away. And there's just so many Fnatic bodies here. Even if he's able to get around from that. Talk a match, I didn't even catch that. Showstopper hits the box on short, but there's a world there where it does a ton of damage on short in that choke point. You'll respect it from Jorgamo, but another situation here. Ethan's holding onto a Bulldog.
Being left on these broken buys.
Yeah, 500 credits apiece for Jorg. And
Can be closed up quick. 6 to 10, it's not a million miles away. And on the other side, the most deadly thing is in the hands of Boostio. Bulldog there as well for Ethan.
I must wait a moment.
Early clear towards Shower. That looks like the end goal for them.
We'll notice Stinger as well on the other side of things. One will actually retrieve the orb. So 2 off the tour de force now. Com actually 1 away from the orbital strike as well. That could be crucial here if Fnatic look to slow things down towards a late round hit. Boostio going exploring though.
Are you kidding me right now?
He's spotted.
He's still trying to take this fight here. He's got to get out of danger. They're trying to play in Demon One a little. Didn't get much of a chance to really work off that. And now they want to close the gap. Durka to the hunt. It's much closer. Bushio just playing on the other side of these walls. As soon as it drops, the grand reveal. Dismisses away, needs to get out to safety. He can't quite make it deep enough. But he's taking Krykle with him. Falls away again. Making Reyna look way too viable. He's up against a full buy from Fnatic. And now the rest of EG are on the side, excluding Demon One, who's holding that TP, just in case they decide to take it. Lucio again spots out Durka. Still standing somehow. Just watching for that cross, double checking no one's in showers.
Fnatic are actually trying to wait out the Empress here. So Lucio gets a kill. He can't pin it down. Durka will trade it out finally.
Uh-oh. Showstopper, but he got the trade. Hold on.
That's huge from Com.
Yeah, this is still doable for EG, but Alpha and Leo, full rifles across them. On the other side, Headhunter for Demon One and the Bulldog for Ethan. Does have a heal. They're both playing towards elbow. They're getting a little proactive. They're looking for the fight here. Demon One on the other side. He's gonna spot the barrel. He knows the other player. Oh, just a second away. Gets the rifle too. 10 bullets to play with and Alpha on the other side. He's just gonna stick this one out to perfection, surely. Alpha's gonna swing it. He does. Alpha makes no mistakes. And Fnatic close to dropping that one. But again, gets 7 up on the board now. 1 round closer to tying this up.
A ton of damage done in this round from EG. D1 almost just relying on the mind games here. Alpha hopping back in the spike out. It's tough for Busio.
Yeah.
With all that time that passes and he's finally in a position to take an engagement.
Bro, what are you doing?
D1 trying to snatch things from under Fnatic's nose.
Draw the forces out. On the other side, Leo 1 away. 2 off from Chronicle. And Bai staying pretty strong here. This is going to be on Demon 1. Does he dare dip his toes ahead of this? You can see him considering it, but it's 4 players over there. Danger starting him out. He decides to back up. Okay, careful now.
A weird TP set up for an aggro peak on short, but D1 actually playing behind it. Lucky not to get punished by the Trailblazer there.
Struggling with a quick check, but you can see Fnatic still just holding patiently in this one. D1 waiting for that moment to strike, but they're evading his sightlines so diligently. He's not been given much of a chance here.
Molly committed here. Actually, sounds like Com might pop the orbital strike here. Slipping the popper here. Slow field comes through, but actually nobody caught inside that.
Alpha, Boaster, it's Com waiting. Patience pays, gets both, and gets away with his life. Jooomers forced to fight forward and catch him a little off guard, but his Chronicle left alive in a 1v3. 26 HP, and not much more to be said about this round with 13 seconds. Spike left loose. EG suffering through this, making it through another. That's gonna be 11 now for them.
Great commitment here from Demon 1. Like I said, nearly caught off guard by the Trailblazer. I think initially here, it's Demon 1 to try and find a pick and then commit the orbital strike on the slow field. Maybe one of the things that EG has cooked up with his composition.
Wow.
Yeah, see with the commitment behind this, Com goes huge to find 2 here though. The snap onto Alpha. Beautiful follow-up. Seekers and an orbital strike available here for Fnatic.
Those some key stakeholders, but man on the other side, the big gun himself, Demon 1. There it is, delivers perfectly. Dirk is dead in this round. No chance to get back on his feet here. Fnatic to continue in that path, or do they adjust? And you can already see a little bit of a dip back as well. Get that heal back up. Demon 1 now sitting pretty. Pressure starting to be felt on the other side of the map here. Busio can't back away.
Miss on the leer, actually, yeah.
So comfortable, the shortness of those leers. So Leo's got him pretty pinned here, calling over Ethan for a bit of help.
There's no second player from Fnatic, though. The flash will allow safe passage on the way back through. Trailblazer to clear. Will actually catch the stun onto Boaster.
And now you need the support system, right? Because, yeah, Busio's got Boaster dead. Spams it out, dismiss away. Does he get away? No, he doesn't. Chronicle catches him in the heels. They're looking to try and springboard off this lovely little flash to slow them down here. And look at Alpha creeping closer on the other side of the map. It's still not done yet. And Ethan, the time to check on this is gorgeous. So much information on that.
30 seconds left.
Did they see Alpha?
Spotted. No, he didn't.
Oh, Alpha! He's so deep on this too. And the rest of them up close and personal. Com's got no idea. The Chronicle's right next to him as well. Big denial! Takes out 1. Does he get the follow-up? No. Alpha's taking 2 on Jooomers. Down Com! Still holding on! 13 seconds overwhelmed! And the 1v1.
10 seconds left.
Sky v Sky. Ethan up against Leo. And oh, it's gonna be Ethan! I thought it was Leo's every day of the week. But Ethan holds strong, holds firm, and gets them to 12.
EG on map point here.
What a sentence.
To make the dream run
I've got your trail, Buffett.
a possibility once again. Against all odds here on Bind as well.
Bind! Like the cornerstone, the historical best map for the likes of Fnatic, right? People used to avoid this as long as they could against them. But I guess we weren't wrong with the whole gotta get a little weird, gotta get a little out there, gotta try and play a different game. You play a traditional game against Fnatic, you will lose. Maybe you bring out a Chamber or a Reina and it looks fantastic.
Fundamentals just looking amazing this map from EG.
But it's not over yet.
Nope.
A reiteration, this is Fnatic. Until that final kill, that final second, whatever it may be, is in. You are not done yet, but Boostio getting a little ahead of himself there.
Tried to layer a couple of bits of utility there, set in motion, but Fnatic looking to change the pace here.
Big info. Uh-oh, they're stuck. They gotta run for cover. Alpha already took down Ethan. The site looking very vulnerable. Boostio trying to backfill that space. Jooomers spams away, catches Poster. Now it's the spike going down, doesn't drop out of the window, but close enough too. Chronicle gonna catch Boostio, and the clear comes in. Fnatic sweeping the site. And this should be EG full on saving.
EG getting a little caught off guard here. And with this early aggression from Boostio and Ethan, immediately Fnatic flip the switch and try to punish.
Teleport's ready.
Operator will be carried across.
That works.
There'll be another lifeline actually for Fnatic in terms of the finances. As we sit at a 5-round gap, 4 soon to be. No ultimates available for Fnatic. I'm sure of Ethan, Jooomers and Boostio's progress, but one off the orbital strike for Com.
They're getting closer.
So Com should be called to high alert there with the TP.
No worries. But it is a quick and a stark reminder, you're facing Fnatic now.
Yeah, and the tough thing being, EG haven't got any sort of stability. It's another situation where Jooomers and Ethan are struggling financially. Haven't been able to really solidify themselves.
I guess the one bonus is they do have the likes of Demon One with that operator still.
Sure.
Keeping that in hand,
absolutely.
You get a little bit of a benefit.
Big swing factor.
Right, so it's like maybe with that, if he's in the right place.
As well, actually Jooomers one off the showstopper, so if they can get that online, maybe with a kill with a shorty if Fnatic drift back towards short. Looks like initially they've got their sights set towards B. We'll be testing this operator once again.
Follow up now, 3. Draws the attention on the first, sees 2
Big
more
info.
cross. He knows that there's so many players here. Does he get the timing right? Not this time. Forced to respect it, but doesn't particularly fall away. The combat operator himself, but he's lost his teammate. Com's gone down. Demon One checked on, so heads up. Durka reading him like a book. And now Ethan gets ahead on this. Does he dare commit? He has to now. Hand forced, and Durka delivers. This guy in finals is just a little different. Oh, and Jooomers smacks his head on the way out. He ain't having much here. Flawless round from Fnatic, Prime Gaming flawless. But more importantly, that's taken the operator away. It's taken the wind out of their sails. And that is everything that Fnatic would have wanted to do.
Yeah, it's huge. EG will be forced now to make a decision of how they want to approach this B-side hold. Yeah, blind. Because Fnatic doubled down previous round.
Yes!
They look to punish, they look to pinch that aggression through hooker. This time around, just throwing everything at that site. I think that's probably what's going to be discussed in this time out here from EG. Because the financial woes continue. Jooomers will be on a stinger here. Does have the showstopper, orbital strike on the back of Com as well, but it's key that that operator's removed.
Yeah, it takes away a big tool. Now, with 25 seconds till it's done, how much can Potter relay to EG here? Because she's working OT on that. Now,
laying down the law.
100%. Now, there's some big ults to bring in, right? As you noted, there's some key elements that could do well here. Do they get a chance to use it? Does Fnatic keep leaning back into these B pieces? Do they stack it out? Is that when Fnatic switch things up? All of these questions are in your head, right? Like this timeout coming in now, you still walk away with a whole lot of questions because Fnatic take back that momentum. They now are slightly determining the outcome more, the pace getting more and more favorable.
They're the ones to command the tempo now.
Absolutely.
Definitely in the driving seat here. 3 members of EG committed towards B, at least to start off here, and maybe Alpha and Demon One will find an engagement outside showers. Although a deep contact camera from Alpha.
I like this response from Fnatic. It feels like it's somewhat all-encompassing, right? Just making sure there's no, like, naughtiness happening. Okay, Jooomers, send him running! He doesn't connect! How didn't that land?
Leo's down to 23 HP. And on the other side of things, Alpha found Demon 1, gets a neural theft off. He finds Com as well.
Alpha's heating up. 21 kills are already in this game for him. That gap that EG formed feels smaller and smaller. Boostio eats the flash. It's got Ethan still alive too, but EG are in trouble, Mike. They are starting to sweat in this.
So we're going to try and fight back on this. Well, considering it at least, but you have to respect this. A 2v4, another situation where EG are clinging to 2 rifles. Won't be able to find a full purchase behind this either. Com down to 300, Demon 1 on 450. Jooomers did bring a stinger into this, but a set piece around the showstopper amounts to nothing but chip damage.
I thought he was good for that one.
It looked, I mean, yeah, Ray's ult things.
Yeah, but also then to kind of add to that, the loss in shower as well. The success for Alpha there, to be able to do that sort of damage, you've won out on both extremities, right? Like, bigger picture, that's everything. Double digits now found for Fnatic. This is when you test your mettle. This is when you start getting nervous.
My camera is just half a second later to trade as well.
Where is everyone hiding?
But Fnatic could truly crush EG's dreams in these next 2 rounds. I don't know if they make it through OT, Mike. We're not there yet.
Yeah, we go to that point again where we're talking about the resilience here. EG in uncharted territories in a grand final of an international event, Lauren.
Very few people, very elusive title to even make it onto these sort of stages. Now forced to fight. Demon 1, Boostio, forced to face the music as Durka. Again, doing so much damage. Taking away Boostio instantly. Demon 1's holding down. Fnatic so ready. They're so ready though. Look at this. Look at this setup. They're reading you every step of the way. Even with their advantages, it doesn't matter. They're down to 2 players. EG are falling to pieces here.
Can Com get anything done here? Moombot wants to bottom actually, but he will be noted on the cage. It's just one Leo. Quick to trade. Now Ethan, who feels like he's been alive for an eternity. The amount of times he's saved. EG protecting the purchase for round 24. It comes down to it again.
I can't believe
the 3rd time we've seen a round 24 between these 2 teams.
They're gonna have nightmares.
Yeah.
Nightmares of this, Mike. This is gonna haunt them day and night. EG, you felt like they had so many chances, but we said it then and we'll say it again. It's Fnatic you're facing. It says number 2 next to their name underneath it is where they qualified, certainly not by any other metric. First by all accounts. Winning that last event lock-in, tucked by their name. Big victory for them after that huge investment, bringing the best they could get. Best that was around. It's got them this again, finals. Now, OT or GG, we go to the next map, let's find out. It's 11-12. We've got the operator back out for Demon 1, ult there for Com, but not much else to really, I guess the Empress as well for Boostio, but there's still a very good buy here with Fnatic. They have everything they want, a couple of key ults. They've got almost that full hand.
And the key being actually, I was seeing Durka consider the operator. Yeah, he's actually picking up the operator here. Showstopper in hand for him. Empress and an orbital strike for EG, but it all comes down to this now.
Triple operator?
What the hell is this?
Wherever Demon 1's holding, he's got an op against him. Flash is there.
Durka creeping onto this deep angle. Trailblazer might just spot him yet, but won't catch, no stun.
They've seen the operator. Does that then play into Demon 1's mind a little?
They've seen one of them.
They don't know about the others yet. Okay, there are rifles on the ground, so they've kind of filtered those through. So it's actually just Alpha with his. He's sticking on this one. Demon 1's got the angle here.
He's trying to reposition now. I don't want to see him get caught off guard.
Oh, this is so tense. This is everything. It's a 3-2 split towards that A site, surely. And in matters of seconds, matters of moments. What can they achieve? Ult. Invested Demon 1! Grounds Durka and waits for that next pressure point pouring in through Shower. They've already made it out. Leo taking a boatload of damage though, down to just 14 HP and Demon 1 still breathing. Couldn't bring down the guillotine in time. And Alpha, he's answered back as well. Calm, run and hide for a second. Ease off the pace. And now, 4v3 retake. First fight could be Alpha. Does he get forced off the angle? Does he have a fair shot of this one? Busio doesn't want any of it. He might have to. Oh, what a shot! Busio! How did you see that? With a post plant.
Snakebite's coming in.
This is going to be timed to perfection. It's not going to be easy, because it looks like it's going to be OT. A 1v3 for Com, and he's got no time to play with now. Face the music and face OT. Fnatic taking us all the way.
And that's gotta be a blow to the mental of EG. A handful of chances to close this one out. Take us to Ascent.
Oh, man.
But Fnatic strike back. This was such an insane round. What is that from Busio?
We thought it was pressured before. This is what it's all about. This truly could be Fnatic's moment now. Dragging it back 5 rounds in a row. Again, EG with that glimmer of hope to watch it get snuffed out in front of their eyes. But it ain't done yet. Information, both sides. Maybe that brawl on B long.
Exchange comes through nice and early, but EG respecting this smoke. Busio trying to actually find a bit of information over the top, but one overwhelmed.
My God.
The pinch is beautiful.
And they're just falling apart in pieces. The swing, not bad though. Com's gonna get Leo there and put Boaster a little alone. Sprays in, hopeful to maybe dissuade their approach towards B, but nothing's denying them now.
Boaster's forced all the way off this. Snakebite doesn't land. Second one, neither. But Durka on the flank, look at him. He's coming all the way back past Fountain.
How do you even consider this? Com should be dead, right? Does he even give it a little bit of a glance? Does he even look that other way? No. The impending doom, the Reaper himself, Durka getting closer. And sat in the smoke on the other side is Com. And now the reveal, hello! Say goodbye. It's down to Ethan and Busio. Back to the wall. Durka's there. Ethan does the best he can. He's got to do so much more. He's trying so desperately. Everything he had. And it won't be enough. Fnatic take the lead in OT.
In a position to close out the 3-0 now. Dragging this back to its absolute limit. Can EG cling to life here? No operator in play. Initially starting here with a heavy lean towards Showers, actually. It's only Alpha on the other side of things. Haven't seen Alpha feel much pressure in this variation of the default, and EG will call a timeout here.
And do you know what the worst thing is? You look around, right? Look around this arena. You can catch it on the screen. It's not sure if you can see it. The crowd's already moving up. They can smell the blood in the water, and it's all on Fnatic's side. It's sparse on EG's. It's a really rare and strange feeling to watch the whole crowd almost against you in that moment. They understand that Fnatic are one away, and EG have to learn this lesson today, and it can be one of the hardest ones they'll ever have to learn. But they can send these people back to their seats. They can take us into another round of OT, another map. It's all in their hands. What the hell can Pod to say in moments like this to try and keep them back on track?
Actually looking fairly stoic here.
Yeah.
Almost looking as if she's responding to something being discussed internally. Fnatic 1 round away from making history here in Tokyo. And yeah, everyone on their feet now.
Yeah, they can smell it.
Ready for this winning moment, potentially. Here in round 26 on Bind.
It's not done yet. EG can still turn this tail around. They could still take us to another map, but Fnatic, by all rights, have looked faultless. Durka is almost dropping a 30 here. Every single player stepping up for Fnatic. Can EG change the tune? First challenger, Durka and Demon One potentially. Durka wants a bit of it.
Demon One hanging around as well.
I'm afraid.
Doesn't want to concede this space. Spike not committed yet, so this is an early probe from Fnatic. A slow approach. They find themselves on championship point.
Just setting the tempo, letting them sweat a little more. 50 seconds now.
This is so tense.
Fate depends on it. First is found, Alpha. Destroys Boostio. Chronicles found Jorgamo. It's down to just 3. Ethan, Demon One com. There's so many players against you. Durka's starting to stride through the map, eats the flash, so has to fall away for a second, but doubles down. And Fnatic now surely, are just moments away. A 2v4. Difficult to say the very least. Time's there. Demon One finally making it to the site, but Alpha waiting on the corner. He wants this done. He wants him dead. Demon One, the last man standing. And Fnatic, surely now, this moment is theirs. 40 HP for Demon One. And they're just not letting him get that room. They're not entertaining the idea. Leo, the one to send him away again. As Fnatic's dynasty starts today. Back-to-back international winners. The first of their kind. Incredible run from Fnatic.
What a moment. History made here in Tokyo. Heartbreaking for EG after the run they've had, but Fnatic stand tall once again in the international grand finals.
Take a moment for these boys, though.
Absolutely.
Miracle run from them. Truly magnificent work. They should be proud. Heads held high, they did their region proud when everyone doubted them. They came out and fought an incredible game. No one pushed Fnatic like them. No one. I think the crowd knows it too.
Gained a lot of support along the way as well.
Yeah.
Rightfully so. Causing upsets. The champion slayers, all #1 seeds, walk away with their heads held high.
Please, jangan bilang udah kelar.
Seeing that moment, just slip away from that trophy, just out of reach. Next time.
Udah kelar.
But truly, a team to be remembered. But on the other side, there could only ever really be one winner here. A lot of us spoke about it, knew what they could achieve, waited to see if they could truly pull off that back-to-back international victory. No other team during their runs has ever made it to do 2 events. Lock-in was their first, now here in Tokyo.
And not in this form as well. We've never seen this carry across with any other roster.
Bentar.
A ridiculous record here so far. And we've still got champs to go.
Can anyone close the gap to them? That should be the question, really. Fnatic set the standard. I mean, Boaster worked his heart out. We've seen him through the losses. They've been the team having to deal with those Cinderella runs time and time again, be it Zeta, be it anyone else. He's finally back. Alpha's back with us. We're buying time for him. Here he comes. It's a long old run. But it's been a hell of a run from the start of the season from Lock-in. All the trials they faced, Fnatic succeed. The first of their kind. The trophy is all theirs. The winners of the Valorant Masters Tokyo event, Fnatic.
Ya ampun, baru bentar loh, gue istirahat anjing. Gokil.
on stage there. Wonderful stuff for Fnatic. Not much more really.
Gila, unbeatable anjir, back to back
Looking back on
anjir,
this game
gila.
though, Mike, let's just take a second to talk us back through the series we've just watched. I think a lot of
Gila,
us
gue
would hope
kelar
we've gone the
tidur udah
distance a little
3-0,
further.
bener-bener.
See fully the
Untung
test
gue
of the
So happy you have been such amazing hosts, such amazing community. I want to thank you so much. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you so much, everybody.
このゲームをローンチした時から日本でこうやって開催することを夢に見ていました。素晴らしいコミュニティ、そしてこの大会のホストとして日本という国が皆さんを迎えてくれたことをありがたく思います。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
So really fun. And we also want to say thank you to all the teams that participated in Masters. The dedication and the inspiration really inspired all of us around the world. So thank you to all the teams that participated. But Fnatic, this is your moment. You guys came in as the favorites. You came in as champions of Lock-In, and you not only met the hype, but you exceeded it. So you're on top of the Valorant world. Congratulations.
まずはじめに参加をしたすべてのチームの皆さんにお疲れ様と一言申し上げたいと思います。素晴らしいチームたちの中で今回優勝を飾ったのはフナティック。もちろん優勝候補であると同時に6位に引き続きインターナショナル大会で2連勝という素晴らしい結果を収めました。おめでとうございます。
皆さんありがとうございます。ウェレンさん、そしてアナさんに大きな拍手をお送りください。
Ya udahlah guys. Dah itu dah. Ya. Anjir lah. Nggak boleh tidur tadi tahu-tahu gitu mah ya.
ここからはフナティックの皆さんにお話を聞いていきたいと思います。まずはクロニクル。まあバインドでは逆転勝ちでした。さあそしてこのマスターズ東京のチャンピオンです。今のお気持ち聞かせてください。
First of all, we'd like to some questions to Chronicle. Congratulations, first of all, and you got the great behind the we got the great win on the bind, the map behind bind. You came back from behind and got victorious. Please tell your thoughts right now.
I mean, it was kind of rough for us at the start of this map, but after that, it's like against Loud on the Icebox, we just tried to focus how we should come back against them and how we should play for attack side. And after that, everything just went in our way, like how we expected. I'm really glad that we just kind of stayed focused and we were chill.
そうですね、追い上げる展開になったということでラウドとの、アイスボックス思い出しました。しかし集中力を高めて自分たちのプレーをすること、それだけを考えてプレーしたんですけれども、最終的にはその集中力がしっかりと持って勝つことができました。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
さあ続いてレオ。EMEA そしてアメリカスの戦いでした。本当にこのアメリカスの強さというのと、あとは自分たちこの EMEA の強さというのを改めてどう感じましたか？
So this is a question for Leo. So this grand final was the EMEA and America's champions match between each other, but you got victorious. What do you think is the strength of EMEA?
I think we just practice harder. We put in more hours, I think. I don't think it showed during the tournament how strong the EU teams are, but I think for champs, it's gonna be great. I mean, we're getting extra spots for Europe, EMA, and we just have to see in champs.
実はもっとハードな対戦を期待していました。なので、勝ちきれたということは嬉しいんですけれども、もちろん EMA の強さというのがまさにこれだと思います。今回も優勝できて嬉しいです。
わお！さあ続いてアルファヤ選手にも、お話を聞いていきたいと思います。以前フナティックは弱点はどこですか？コミュニケーションの部分かな。今日はいかがでしたか？
So this is a question for Alfaya. If you find any weakness from your team, would that be?
I think it's communication. Someone we feel in anti-stress. I mean, we are stressful sometimes. That's why we are losing some rounds. I think our weakness is like fall down in the game and don't do comp.
やはりコミュニケーションというところは一つ課題なんですけれども、そこが今日もうまくいったと思います。あとはやはりクールダウンして落ち着いた冷静なプレーをすること、ここが課題だと思います。
ありがとうございます。そこ見事に見れたと思います。アルファイ選手ありがとうございます。続いてダーク選手、本当にフナティック、スプリットでもそうでしたが、少人数戦の時の、味方をこう釣るような動きだったり、非常に巧みだとうまいなという印象がありました。そういった時は、IGL の、ボースターが、こうしようというのか、それとも残った、メンバーたちで考えているのか、少人数戦での、声の掛け合い、そういったところを聞きたいです。
It's a question about when it comes to 2 versus 2 or 3 versus 2. Is that bolstered the IGL to give you advice, or is that your decision to make goal?
I think it's a bit of both. Bolster helps us, and usually two people in the clutch, they just communicate with each other, and everyone's giving ideas and information.
そうですね、IGL のボスター選手、そして自分たち個人個人の意見というのが両方生かされていると思います。やはりクラッチの場面では個人個人の意見、そして自分たちがどうやって動くかというところが大切になってきますので、自分たちの意見も取り入れて動いています。
Kalau buat jam-jam segini emang nggak bisa sih, maju mundur istirahat gue tuh hancur anjir. Di tengah-tengah capek gue.
本日の試合
Tapi
も
kalau nggak itu buat fanatik,
全員が
ya
笑
guys
顔を見せるような場面が
gue mau restream.
本当にこの本日のなんかパフォーマンスというか
Kalian mau nonton wawancaranya kah?
We see everybody's face on the monitor. Everybody was actually smiling. So were you relaxed, or did you have fun during the game?
Can I say one thing before I answer? Of course. I practice this. Konnichiwa Japan. Konnichiwa minasan. Kate minasan no ON o kikete ueshii desu. Oren. I got more.
Wait.
応援ありがとうございます。みんな大好き。次はもっと日本のチームと戦いたいです。
ありがとうございます。
Gokil.
I forgot the question.
So every time we see your face on the monitor, you guys are smiling all the way. So were you relaxed during the match, and you enjoyed during the match?
Yeah, I think it's one thing we really wanted to focus on coming into this grand finals, and every game is we win when we stay positive and we have fun. That bind first half, it's safe to say we weren't having fun. There's a lot of problems happening that you're 2-0 up, we're gonna win, and then we bottled it. We came back on attack, so I'm happy.
やはり自分たちがポジティブでいられる前向きなプレーができている、気分的にもしっかりと上がっている時こそ勝てるというふうに自分たちは思っています。なのでバインドの前半は苦しみましたので、実はあまりハッピーではなかったのが正直なところなんですけれども、やはりまずは自分たちの気持ちを上げていくところが大事だと思っています。
ありがとうございます。気持ちを上げる、はい、そんな大事なことを聞かせていただきました。そしてミニコーチにもお話を聞いていきましょう。もう選手を見守る立場、ドキドキだったと思います。ドキドキしてたと思います。いかがですか、今の気持ち。
So you must be very nervous during the match, Coach Maney. How are you now?
I'm a lot better now. Yeah, I was a bit nervous during the first half of bind, obviously. But no, I'm usually very calm. I think that's my strength. I'm very calm. But bind made me very nervous.
Calm sih dia.
I'd like to also just take 1 second to thank our assistant coach who isn't here with us. He's decided to stay home and help us prepare from home. So shout out to our assistant coach and to all the backroom staff and all the fans. All the Japanese fans have been amazing, so thank you very much.
そうですね、やはり緊張しました。特にバインドの前半は緊張感の高まる瞬間がありましたので、自分自身もすごく、張り詰めていました。でもそれ以外はリラックスして指示を出すこともできましたし、最後に一つ、地元に戻って自分たちを遠隔で指示してくれたコーチにもここからお礼を言いたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。みんなで勝ち取った優勝、ありがとうございます。
Gila, jago transfer gitu. Mendo sih udah haho.
それでは最後にね、フナティックといえば期待の新人ボースターに締めてもらいましょうか。グローバル世界に向けて応援してくれた皆さんにメッセージをいただいていいですか。
Okay, and lastly, I would like you, Bolster, the uprising rookie, of the team, remember you wear this ribbon? Yeah, that's you. So please give everybody a message on behalf of your team.
We really appreciate for everyone coming today and cheering for both teams. It was really sick. Like even EG was getting a big applause, and also just for being awesome. Yeah, みんな大好き, you know.
ありがとうございます。みんな大好き。ありがとうございます。さあそれではトロフィーを改めてマスター総挙チャンピオンに輝いたのは EMEA 代表フナティック。
Udah, piala ditaruh.
Fnatic, they have done it. The record, it was there to break, and they become the first ever team to achieve that back-to-back. And maybe the fashion in which they did it, as you heard from Kalo, they learned from their mistakes at lock-in, and they closed this out flawlessly.
3-0 in the grand finals.
Dah,
One of the most
GG.
dominant tournament runs we have ever seen
So,
for Fnatic to take their second
habis.
trophy in a row.
See you
I
on
think
the
it's fair to say
next
that
watch
Valorant
party
has
turu.
its first era, and that's in the hands of Fnatic.
Yeah, exactly.
Bubar,
Just
guys,
remember,
bubar.
This team has only lost to one team. This
Bubar.
International Fnatic only lost to Liquid in that finals. The way that they performed today definitely says a lot about them. Now I'm just wondering, is that trophy going to make it safe to EMEA?
We'll have to wait and see in that regard, but also wait and see